All right, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to House Economic Matters. Today is Thursday, February 29th. We have 13 bills and over 100 witnesses. We'll start with the chairs. House Bill 1296.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, honorable members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm Chairman C.T. Wilson, come for you to testify in support of House Bill 1296, which addresses the alterations to offshore wind projects in Maryland. This bill is crucial for advancing our state's renewable energy goals in alignment with the Renewable Energy Portfolio Standard, the Clean Energy Jobs Act of 2019, the Climate Solutions Now Act of 2022, and the offshore wind installation and procurement goals set forth in 2023. This bill focuses on two primary objectives: facilitating the evaluation and approval of the revised projected plans for rounds 1 and 2 offshore wind projects, and setting a clear target for achieving the 8.5 megawatts of 8,500 megawatts of offshore wind energy capacity by 2031. As you guys are well aware, due to recent global economic challenges compounded by supply chain disruptions and geopolitical tensions, we are now hindered, and our developers are hindered in their ability to meet the scheduled and pricing requirements outlined in Maryland law. One of the successful bidders in round 1 and 2, U.S. Wind, remains committed to working with us to overcome these challenges. Provisions outlined in House Bill 1296 seek to streamline the approval process for revised project schedules, size, and pricing, ensuring that the projects located in the authorized wind energy areas and those possessing offshore wind renewable energy credits can move forward expeditiously. However, the bill does not restart the process for the approval projects. Merely, it allows limited alterations to an already approved plans, including the adjustment to turbine placement, generating capacity, installation dates, and pricing within the existing statutory limits. The bill also requires a PSC to develop a plan to achieve Maryland's offshore wind energy goals by 2031, considering all challenges, including market conditions, that have occurred since the goals were initially established in 2019. Important to note that House Bill 1296 does not allow an increase for the price of offshore wind beyond the existing statutory caps. The bill only exempts applicants from duplicative payments to the Maryland Offshore Wind Business Development Fund when seeking adjustments on round 2 projects. Conclusion: House Bill 1296 is essential for navigating the current challenges facing offshore wind development in Maryland, while ensuring that the state remains on track to meet its renewable energy targets. I urge your support for this crucial legislation.
Chairman, members of the committee, on behalf of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund, we request a favorable report on HB 1296. This legislation represents—
Sir, real quick. Sir,
Yes, sir.
so you got to say your name.
Apologize for that. A little bit nervous. First, longtime listener, first-time caller. Ernesto Villaseñor Jr., Policy Manager on behalf of Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund. Take 2. On behalf of the Chesapeake Climate Action Network Action Fund, we request a favorable report on HB 1296. This legislation represents a pivotal step forward in facilitating Maryland's journey towards achieving its offshore wind objectives. Recently, the South Fork Wind became the first commercial offshore wind farm to be fully operational in the U.S., generating an impressive 132 megawatts of power. To keep up with other states' progress in offshore wind, Maryland must maintain its competitive edge. HB 1296 aims to ensure Maryland's competitiveness in this dynamic environment while meeting our clean energy goals. Without the enactment of HB 1296, Maryland stands to lose a significant portion of its offshore wind capacity, imperiling Maryland's progress towards its ambitious renewable energy goals. The flexibility afforded by HB 1296 allows developers to adjust their projects in response to market conditions, maximizing the potential of existing offshore wind projects in the state. HB 1296 also clarifies the authority of the PSC, striking a delicate balance between advancing offshore wind development and safeguarding ratepayer interests. This empowers the PFC to navigate evolving market dynamics, ensures timely decisions on project resizing and repricing, and upholding critical ratepayer protections. HB 1296 aligns seamlessly with the goals outlined in the Maryland Power Act, reinforcing the state's dedication to expanding offshore wind energy capacity and reducing reliance on fossil fuels. HB 12 we're propelling Maryland towards a sustainable energy future, fostering flexibility, innovation, and resilience. We request a favorable report on HB 1296. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jeff Grabowski. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of US Wind. US Wind is a Baltimore-based company. We're one of the two companies building offshore wind off the Delmarva Peninsula, and we very much support this legislation. This legislation will allow us to help the state meet its climate goals, its offshore wind goals, its renewable energy goals. We can produce up to 1,600 megawatts out of the existing federal lease area that we have off the Delmarva Peninsula. And we are prepared to make a submission to the Public Service Commission to help the state reach that target. The good news is technology has gotten better over time. Turbines are becoming more efficient. We can produce more power today from this proposed project than we thought of just a few years ago. So that will allow us to essentially upsize our project, all while staying within the ratepayer caps that the legislature set a number of years ago. So this is a good news story. These are some technical changes that will allow us to make a new submission to the Public Service Commission, allow us to put a new project size, a larger project in front of the commission, and allow us to proceed. We are in the process now of completing our federal permitting, which we expect to be done this summer. And to date, we've invested about $200 million in our project, all private sector money that we've raised to push this project forward. So we'd like to upsize the project, build more renewable energy, and that will also allow us to invest more in our facilities that we'll be constructing in Maryland, including at Sparrows Point, where we have a facility called Sparrows Point Steel, where we hope to make big structures to help support the offshore wind industry and employ lots of Marylanders. So thank you so much for the opportunity today.
Thank you, Jeff. Real quick, I represent Pax River. We had an individual, I'm going to say, didn't read the bill and got people spun up. Just to confirm, we're not building any windmills outside of your lease area, correct?
That's correct.
And then do you know approximately with the newer technology how much higher the new windmill goes?
It's probably about another 150 feet or so higher than originally planned. I think they're around 850 feet or so now. Okay. But with respect to Pax River, people should understand that before we can build an offshore wind farm, we've got to essentially get approval from the Department of Defense. And our project has frankly already received that approval. They've thoroughly studied our project and have concluded that it's not a danger to any of their activities.
Yep, I appreciate it. I'm well aware, just trying to get it on the record as I tamper down nonsense. Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Chair. And the bill, I think we've seen it coming. We had a briefing early in session on a lot of different things, but this was one of the subjects that came up. And a few years back, I put in a bill, which really isn't germane to this particular bill, but I was trying to get these wind turbines 27 miles offshore so they can't be seen. But what I brought in testimony a few years back is that in 2010, Ken Salazar, who was the Secretary of the Department of Interior, had this quote unquote smart from the start initiative. So in 2010, they're talking about spurring and rapid and responsible development of this abundant renewable resource. But what's the problem? Well, the problem is they were doing it rapidly and without a great deal of consideration or thought for, number one, what's it going to look like to the ratepayer and taxpayer? But frankly, are we getting local support from the areas that may have concerns and or objection? And those issues were completely wiped off the map because from a federal component right on down through the state, we were ignoring things that we should have been talking about later. So the point is, if those comments were made in 2010, we're 14 years later, not one turbine has been put in the water, and we're still talking about what the cost is going to be to the ratepayer. And frankly, if we're going to talk about, and I think one of the gentlemen to your left, Mr. Chairman, was talking about that we're trying to advance environmental goals and we want to safeguard the ratepayer interest, why can't we in this bill also talk about revisiting some of the faults from the sins of our fathers, which is we never really got straight with the state of Maryland and the siting of these turbines? Why are we not at least thinking about that if we're going to talk about re-establishing the costs and how we're going to recover the costs?
Well, to begin with, when we started this project, and this is no small undertaking. I mean, beyond the financial side, just the size of these turbines and the construction has to be done onshore before they go to the offshore. That's just it's its own monster. But more to the fact, they've already been slated for this. We've gone through the bidding. They've gone through the permitting. They've laid it out. So the areas have already been cleared environmentally through DOD, as we've said. So to now say, to open it up from scratch and say, okay, who here doesn't like the way windmills look offshore? It's beyond redundant because we've already heard that. And that was something that we addressed. We listened. We realized it was 14 miles.
Yes.
It's a good distance. They're not like right in your backyard. They're 14 miles offshore. So the point of the matter is we're not restarting anything. I said that in my testimony. This isn't restarting it. This is continuing it. We had basically, and I'll say I commend US Wind for understanding the state and national implications of the success of this wind project and making sure that when Ørsted pulled out, I would say people say unexpectedly, but we saw it coming because they looked at the finances and realized it wasn't important to them. I'm very glad that US Wind saw not only the importance of continuing with the promise that they made to the state, but making sure that the future, is well protected by investing in Maryland early. So we can construct windmills all up and down the East Coast for other individuals. But my point being, we would revisit, we're not starting from scratch. The area has already been cleared. They've already got that. They've already got the lease. That's not changing. So there would be no need to discuss again after they've gone through all the federal issues, going through Delaware to get the transmission lines through. At this point, it would be beyond redundant to open that up for discussion when at the end of the day, they're going to be 14 miles off the coast.
Well, I think the only thing I'm saying here is that we literally are revisiting the cost structure. We're talking about the most important component of any project, whether it's building a building or building offshore wind, is that we're having to literally revisit whether we can, number one, afford it, and number two, how we're going to subsidize the construction. So that the bill's here. And I have to imagine when Salazar was talking in 2010, it was not just about siting. It was about how we're going to be responsibly putting this up and then not hurting the average ratepayer taxpayer.
And that's why we set caps out on the OREX. We set caps. And as I said, but this is not going above those caps. We made sure that we had a line where we would not cross and could not cross, which is also why the other company pulled out, because they felt it was not financially equitable. That's why, again, US Wind stayed in. So whatever they asked for is not going above that rate cap. And as we've discussed, and I'm sure you're well aware as a businessman, times have changed. It's harder to get, there's only a few vessels that exist that can even take this machinery and this equipment out to this area. So the cost with what's going on with the interest rates, the supply chains, all the things I mentioned are why this has, because what you predicted in 2010 cannot possibly apply in 2024. And I wish we'd have gotten it done sooner, but again, this is not a small undertaking. This is a humongous undertaking. It's landmark construction, and those things take quite a bit of time.
Obviously, and look, I appreciate what
I know you're trying to go to judiciary, so I get it. I understand. Keep going.
That's right.
Go ahead.
The only thing I'm saying, Mr. Chairman, is that if we're going to revisit a thing and we're going to work with the companies that are out here doing the work, there is literally no reason why a policy committee like this can't be at least thinking about what were the basic frustrations and complaints once we got to this point. And one of the basic complaints is that you're slamming these projects too close to the shoreline. And I believe that's the sins of our father. I think that we have a chance to revisit it. That's all I'm asking.
And Chris, if we did that, that would set this project back 5 to 7 years, because again, the transmission lines have already been cleared through Delaware. This area has already been leased. We'd have to go back and get, I forgot the environmental impact study. Anything we did, it would cost so much more time and money. Who knows? It'd be another 10 to 12 years. And that might be the goal of some. We call it dilatory tactics, just for this to never happen, but it's happening. We've already got the area where we're only revisiting because one of the companies pulled out. And as such, we're now ultimately reliant upon a single company who's willing on their own to step back in, not to revisit for the purposes of making more money, but obviously to adjust for inflation in the supply chain issues, but also subsume some of the territory, or at least some of the power that was lost, because we lost about half of the power because Ørsted pulled out. US Wind is coming to hopefully at least a third of what what Ørsted has left. So it's also about being able to capture some of that which is lost. That's why we had to revisit this in order to allow them to build the larger platforms and create more energy. They're not leaving the area that's already been leased. They'll still be where they are. None of that has changed.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Delegate Aaron's.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, and committee. Thank you for being here. I guess one of the biggest questions comes out for me is on the business model. If you think about 2010, when we first went through this and everybody bid it and everybody, one guy now is out of the business. Yet we're being able to, from a bid 10 years ago or 14 years ago, we're able to do the same job in 2010 and 2024. And Mr. Chair, by your own words, you sat back and say, with all the things that have gone on in the economy, I guess I worry about what happened then, that possibly this bid was so high that the other bid's now gone away. What does this look for in the future as far as the cost of this project? I can't imagine it can stay the same, but I appreciate it.
And again, like I said, we had rate caps for a reason, and we allowed them to bid under the rate caps. They had to stay under the rate caps. So there was an ultimate expectation of how much this could cost, that what was acceptable to the ratepayer, and it's still below that. And as far as what happened in 2010, nobody could have predicted the supply chain issues, the impact on COVID. These are it was a worldwide epidemic, and then we go into the war in the Ukraine, and there's so many things that were unpredictable. And unfortunately, depending on the administration, the federal administration, it is very hard during certain administrations to get anything done when it comes to any kind of renewable energy. So we also had to wait that out too. You're sludging through a thick tar at times because you're not getting a lot of help from the feds. You have companies that are trying to do it, and in each and every step, it's double and triple the wait times to get the lease cleared, to do all the things that we have to do with our federal partners. We at least have willing federal partners now, which is why we're able to leap forward as quick as possible. And we want to make sure we resolve this issue just in case we lose those willing federal partners. Anybody else need to go?
You good? Anyone else for judiciary? Going once. Okay, that concludes this panel. Next, we will go to Jim Strong, Edsel Brown Jr., Jen Brock, Evan Vaughn, Morris Cyphers. You can start when ready. Just a reminder, it is the chair's bill. You don't need to repeat testimony.
All right, I'm happy to start, Mr. Vice Chair. Morris Cyphers with the American Clean Power Association here in strong support of this legislation today. As the chair mentioned, offshore wind represents massive economic development opportunity and economic growth. And the passage of the Power Act last year, combined with the smart proposals to keep the industry on track included in this bill, send a strong market signal that Maryland is the place to be for offshore wind. Here's why staying on track is so important. Maryland has 5 anticipated supply chain investments in state, and that's where the jobs are. That's also the most of any state on the East Coast. To lock those in, we need a strong offshore wind pipeline. We're not alone when it comes to making market adjustments. Massachusetts has projects planning to rebid this year, and they're revising their clean energy procurement process. New York, same boat. They had to streamline their solicitation and realign it with today's market realities. And they just announced 2 revised project awards. House Bill 1296 will ensure that we can meet our offshore wind goals by allowing projects to modify size, pricing, and schedule in light of recent changes in Maryland's market. Absent legislation, we're going to lose important progress towards our carbon reduction and clean energy goals. It's so encouraging to see state leaders like Chair Wilson and Vice Chair Crosby capture the momentum jump-started by the passage of the Power Act last year. Building on that momentum means mapping out how we get to that goal. So we're also here in strong support of the directive of this bill that requires the PSC to establish a plan for Maryland to get to 8.5 gigawatts. This is critically important. Schedule for procurement, Clarity on the mechanism, OREC or otherwise, and flexibility for the state to be creative, like linking up with other jurisdictions to create economies of scale, are all the right next steps to building this new industry. House Bill 1296 will maximize our existing lease areas, protect the ratepayer cost cap, and map the path. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jim Strong. I'm the Offshore Wind Sector Assistant for the United Steelworkers International Union. We're the largest manufacturing union in North America, representing over 850,000 members. Our union was very encouraged when we read the February 7th edition of Maryland Matters, in which this committee's chairman needed to be proactive in working with the offshore industry and making sure that Maryland meets its goals in renewable energies coming from offshore wind. And our union also was felt very good about the statement that came from the CEO, Jeff Grabowski, where he said, "Let me be clear, U.S. Wind is here to stay." And that article continued to talk about partnerships. Well, our union is a partnership with U.S. Wind, which started in 2001. And what U.S. Wind told us is, listen, our plans is to build a facility, and it's going to be called Sparrows Point Steel, and acknowledging the history of the steelworkers at what used to be Sparrows Point. They went on to say that they will have over 500 jobs, steelworker jobs, once this facility is in full operations. We've been in partnerships with U.S. Wind since that time, working on federal, state level legislation, federal policies, working within the communities, the high schools, Morgan-Fowler High School in Baltimore City. We've been working with the economic developments of all the surrounding counties, Baltimore City. This has been a great partnership. It's a partnership that we're very proud to be associated with, but we have the opportunity to bring in a brand new industry. And I always refer to it as the beast of the East, and that's offshore wind production. And this bill will certainly get us in that position to bring back not only jobs, but union jobs at Sparrows Point. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby. My name is Jen Brock. I'm the Chief of Staff with the Oceanic Network. We power the blue to green supply chain. We respectfully request support for HB 1296 and thank Chair Wilson and Vice Chair Crosby for your leadership. I have longer written testimony, so I'll be brief. Over 10 years ago, Maryland businesses founded the Business Network for Offshore Wind. We recently rebranded to Oceanic. And now we've grown nationally and with a larger network perspective of academics, labor, and the whole supply chain, we urge your support this session. Passing this bill will buttress the offshore wind investments at Trade Point Atlantic, where U.S. Wind is an anchor customer of Sparrows Point Steel. 500 union workers will be fabricating over 100 monopiles. Our 2023 Oceanic Market Report shows U.S. demand is up 10%, up to 115 gigawatts. That's thousands of monopiles that will be needed to be made domestically. Maryland can be a manufacturing hub, but only if we act before other states. This bill also ensures more than 5,000 Marylanders, especially in Baltimore and the Eastern Shore, will be employed soon. As you heard from the chairman, leasing and permitting takes up to 8 years. This supports a project that's ready now. After all the contracts are awarded, over 100 Maryland companies will employ workers with living wage jobs. Oceanic's market dashboard, which tracks all the intel, has over 30 companies having contracts now with U.S. Wind to do work in Maryland. Companies like Strum Contracting and Welding based in Baltimore City. Also, while this legislation supports the first 1.5 gigawatts to get to our 8.5 goal, it is critical that we develop a resilient and economically sustainable procurement process. And that's why we also support the requirement in this bill to identify a clear path forward. So in conclusion, this legislation is a critical short-term solution to increasing capacity for Maryland without air caps, and it has the creation of a long-term plan. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby and members of the committee. My name is Edsel Brown Jr., and I serve as chair of the Southern Maryland Minority Chamber of Commerce. I am here on behalf of the chamber to support House Bill 1296. Our chamber, which represents Calvert, Charles, St. Mary's, and southern PG counties was formed to address the minority community's issues and concerns. Empowering small minority-owned businesses in Southern Maryland is a main focus of ours. We support the development of offshore wind farms and a local supply chain here in Maryland. U.S. Wind is a leading example in this effort as they work to develop offshore wind farms and establish manufacturing facilities that will make component parts for its projects and the rest of the industry. This manufacturing facility, Sparrows Point Steel, has potential to be a real game changer for small minority businesses across the state, including Southern Maryland. It is especially exciting to know that Southern Maryland minority businesses who are already working in the fields of concrete and rebar, construction, electrical demolition, HVAC, and others can transfer their skills to the exciting new offshore wind industry. House Bill 1296 will keep Maryland's offshore wind goals on track, as well as all the jobs that come from a thriving local supply chain, which is very important. The bill allows qualified offshore wind developers to apply for outstanding round 1 and round 2 offshore wind renewable energy credits created as a result of recent changes in the market, and to add additional capacity to existing projects to make up for the new shortfall in offshore wind capacity. This increase in capacity is good for the environment, it's good for the economy, and it's good for job creation across Maryland, including. We ask for your support of House Bill 1296. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Evan Vaughn. I'm Executive Director of the Mid-Atlantic Renewable Energy Coalition. We're a Maryland-based trade organization that represents large-scale clean energy developers. U.S. Wind is a member of ours, as well as other offshore wind developers looking at Maryland. I'll be brief. This bill is about American energy and it's about manufacturing. This bill provides for a near-term anchor client through the round 1 and round 2 projects for the manufacturing here in Maryland. And it provides the long-term scope. And this is something I don't think the other speakers have touched on so much, this plan for the administration and other agencies in the state to really map out how we get to 8.5 gigawatts that was enshrined in the Power Act last year. So this is both the near-term and the long-term planning that we need to get that energy production online here in Maryland and to get the manufacturers working, Sparrows Point, get folks to work. That's all I'll say. It's a good bill. Thank you for supporting it.
I think that's the first time I've ever heard I'll be brief and it was actually brief. More just kind of a question on, I guess, the environment as a whole, right? I know now that Ørsted has pulled out, US Wind, they are going to increase capacity and their footprint within their lease area. We have the DGS procurement going on. I guess the market as a whole, is it important, or is there a way to signal to other wind manufacturers that if they bid in on the DGS procurement, and let's say we don't have any qualifying bids or no bids, is there anything we can do to this bill to make sure that other wind developers know that we're committed in the future to bringing wind here to Maryland?
Yeah, thanks so much, Mr. Vice Chair. That's a great question. This summer, I think Q3, we're looking at an auction in the Central Atlantic region. So that's Delaware, Maryland, Virginia. So there'll be probably 2 additional, maybe 3 lease areas coming online. And the federal government has committed to running another auction in 2025, potentially early 2026. To ensure that we get strong bids in those auctions and to meet commercial development goals moving forward, I think developers would really like to see either an increase in the cap in the DGS procurement or some sort of authorization for DGS to hold another procurement following the auction. Similarly, on the OREC side of things, giving that authority to MEA and PSC to run a procurement. So defer to the committee's expertise on this and happy to work with you on making sure that we're sending the right signals to make sure that Maryland is an offshore wind hub going forward.
Okay, I'll get with DGS. Thank you. All right, seeing no further questions, that concludes this panel. We now have favorable with amendments, Chair Hoover and Amanda Best from the PSC.
Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the Economic Matters Committee, I'm Fred Hoover, Chair of the Public Service Commission. We're here in support of House Bill 1296 with one, I guess, technical amendment of the time frame that is provided in the bill for the Public Service Commission to consider the new applications. We are requesting that the time frame be extended from 90 days to 120 days in order for us to evaluate any revised proposals that could come before us. We are in support of this bill for the reasons that were articulated by the chairman in his testimony. And we are willing to work both on any new applications that come before us as a result of this bill and also on this long-term plan. We've had communications with other states up and down the Eastern Seaboard who are working through their offshore wind processes to figure out ways to get projects in the water and spinning and creating electricity. So we'll be happy to work on a plan for the state of Maryland. I brought with me Amanda Best, who actually participated in the Public Service Commission's evaluations of both round 1 and round 2 of the earlier offshore wind projects. There's a limit as to how much I can say on the evaluation of projects, given the fact that we will probably see some proposals as was testified earlier, but Amanda can explain what happened when the proposals were presented to us before the prior commission in their evaluation of creating of the OREC.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and committee members. Amanda Best on behalf of the Public Service Commission. So we have obviously had 2 rounds of ORECs in the past. They were competitive bids where we received applications and held evidentiary hearings with testimony received from numerous parties on those applications. As was discussed earlier, we had awarded 4 total OREC awards, 2 each to both U.S. Wind and to Ørsted. With Ørsted leaving, we're now obviously left with the 2 awards that are with U.S. Wind. And so we are confident that we will be able to get through the revised application that is outlined in this bill and get a decision within a timely manner to keep the process moving and to allow the state to keep trying to achieve its goals. If you have any specific questions, I'm happy to answer those. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. You mentioned you went through rounds of competitive bids. Competitive to what? Gas, solar, coal?
Sure. So thank you, Delegate. When I mean competitive, the application period was obviously open to any interested parties that met the requirements of the statute. And so the bidders, the developers submitted applications, and then those applications were evaluated against not only each other, but to your point, there were larger evaluations done in terms of net benefits to the state. And so that's what was involved in both rounds 1 and round 2 of the OREC awards.
So how did they fare compared to natural gas? Competitive?
So when we were looking at the evaluation for benefits, it was not just, like I said, in comparison, in terms if you're looking at just price, but you're looking at overall benefits, right? Environmental benefits, economic benefits. And so it's really a total package of benefits that the projects build. And so when you looked at those evaluations, it was determined that the projects that were approved for OREC awards were net beneficial to the state and to the ratepayers.
Okay, where is that criteria that I can look at it, that you judge that? Is that available to me on the website somewhere?
Sure. So we based what was on the statute at the time, but there were also outlines for the applications that we came up with regulations for, and they were on the application portal, but we can certainly get those to you.
An OREC, do we have a number for that yet? Or is there a number out there for what this OREC, the maximum minimum?
In terms of the dollars awarded, well, really what it will come down to is those ratepayer caps. And so we'll probably have more information once the application is submitted. You know, in round 1, the average cost was 130-ish per megawatt hour. And then in round two, the bids were much lower, about $70 per megawatt hour for Ørsted and about 55-ish for US Wind off the top of my head.
Okay, I really got caught up on this and the chairman was very good at answering it, but I really have difficulty with $2010 and $2024. And I wonder how involved would this PSC in that discussion?
In terms of
Yeah, I just don't know how we can do it for that kind of dollars. That's why I'm having difficulty. I'm trying to process it in my head. How can we do something in 24 for 2010 prices? And are there caveats to allow for more?
I think I understand. So yeah, we essentially, when we were looking, you're right, at kind of like a historical dollar figure, you know, you did look at real term numbers, but you were looking at that kind of historical for a baseline comparison, especially given that when you did round one and then you had round two come, you know, after that, to try and have some sort of apples to apples comparison of what was paid in round one to round two. But that doesn't mean that we certainly, if there are specific numbers you're looking for, we could try and get those for you.
Last question, Mr. I'm sorry. The cap, did the cap change dollar wise or percentage wise?
So the cap for round one for residential ratepayers was, I believe, $1.50. And then for round two, it was 88 cents. And so we did have a less cap space to work with in round two than we did with round one.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just to clarify that, we are not lifting the cap in this bill, correct?
Correct.
So the
Correct.
ratepayer protections remain. Delegate Adams.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So the question I'm getting ready to ask is technical. I'll call it technical. And Mr. Chairman, I was in Ocean City a handful of years ago when the Public Service Commission came and they were listening to specific testimony related to siting. And you might imagine I'm an Eastern Shore representative. I'm chairman of the Eastern Shore delegation, in fact. So we have very basic concerns for the siting. I mean, we can go further than that, but siting. So when I read the purpose paragraph, and I need your thoughts on this, it says that this bill's purpose is for requiring the Public Service Commission to open a certain proceeding to evaluate certain offshore wind projects, authorizing certain offshore wind projects to submit certain revised plans for project schedule, size, or pricing, including offshore wind renewable energy credit pricing. I'll stop there. So is it not possible for the Public Service Commission, for the sake of what I was talking to my chairman about, revisit some of these fundamental issues with siting? I don't think, let me just add one more thing before you answer the question. Now that there's only one company and not two, and because there are wind energy areas, not just one wind energy area, that some of the siting issues, I would think the Public Service Commission could theoretically revisit this and say, okay, we're still going to have the same number of turbines, but maybe we need to revisit where those turbines are located. And so I'll restate my question for the purpose of a technical answer. Is it not possible for the Public Service Commission, when you reopen these proceedings, to consider the project and its size and location?
Well, under our process, we can evaluate any and all subjects that we consider to be relevant. The problem with the siting portions of this project is that this is different than what we do in a CPCN process, because the territory where the project is being located are federal water, and the primary siting authority is in the federal government, not the state government. So we really have limited ability to really have any impact on that process. Now, MEA and other state agencies are active participants in the proceedings going on before the federal agency, which is part of the Department of Interior, who's actually creating the siting standards and the siting requirements that these projects need to go through. So it's really outside of our authority to really make any significant changes to the siting. We focus on the economics of the process, given the parameters that are established by the Offshore Wind Act, as to whether or not it's a commercially viable project that ratepayers can pay for. But our authority and ability to influence the specific siting decisions of the project are quite limited.
Well, so let me just say, I'm not asking us to change where the wind energy areas are. Those are created by the federal process that you're referring to. I'm saying within those wind energy areas, now that there's not Ørsted and US Wind, now it's just US Wind. I believe that my testimony, and you might get testimony from people that are concerned about Ocean City, is that you could theoretically get the quantity of energy that the legislature ordained last year without completely and utterly offending the property owners and the elected leaders in Ocean City. So let me just restate the question in a different way. Is it possible in this legislature, and frankly in this bill, for us to ask Public Service Commission to reconsider location within established wind energy areas for the purpose of thinking about and protecting Ocean City, which is a asset of a particular variety for the state of Maryland, both economic and just the nature of who we are as a state, all right? Is it possible that the legislature could put a amendment on this bill to at least have you and your commissioners revisit the conversation?
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, you're the ultimate policymakers on that. So
Okay.
it's not my call. So if you tell us, to consider something like that, then that's what we'll do.
I mean, I don't think I'm asking something super controversial on the subject. I'm not saying, I mean, personally, I'd be okay with the offshore wind turbines being located halfway between here and Ireland. But the point is, within federally designated areas, I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying let's, I appreciate your answer.
Okay.
Real quick before we go to you, Delegate Howard. Chair Hoover, I'm not sure we can do that. I think the process was set federally, correct?
Well, and again, it is my earlier answer is there's a limit as to how much I can actually do. Now, if you order us to consider something, we can consider it, but our answer may be we've looked at this and our authority is limited given the overall federal setup of offshore wind. So there's a difference between considering something and actually being able to do something about it. And that's what I'm cautioning, that we may not be able to do anything about it.
Okay. Delegate Howard.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Amanda, you talked a little bit about the incentives for Marylanders in the bid process. What is the look back for the PSC, and where can I find the information on what was actualized incentives versus anticipated incentives? Or returns, I guess. Maybe incentives is the wrong word.
No, I thank you for the question, Delegate. So all of the benefits that are anticipated from the projects are outlined in the commission orders. We also have like a quick fact sheet that we can send over that has that, just to make it a little bit easier to grab. A lot of the benefits, there have been some, obviously the investments in Trade Point Atlantic, and some of those jobs have started to be created, but a lot of them will be fully realized once the projects are operational and spinning. And so I would say, obviously the company would have the best information, but we can try and provide any.
But the PSC doesn't have an actual way to look back right now because there's no marker. There's no bar set, essentially.
So I would say the closest we have is we do receive quarterly updates from the company that kind of provides a status update of where they are in terms of compliance. And so there is some information in that. And then, once the projects are operational, there is an intent to actually look and see what was realized. And so that was always intended as part of the process too.
I guess maybe we should talk, but I guess what I'm saying is, what's the look back period? So once it's operational, it's operational.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're not realizing benefits, it's operational at that point. So next, you know what I mean? So, what's the look back? What kind of repercussion do we have in the state?
Sure. So there are conditions on the order. So for example, if there were certain economic development benefits that were outlined as a condition of the order, the company is essentially required to prove that they actually met those, right? And if they don't, then there is a process where essentially an equivalent benefit would be, realized by the state. And so that's something that is still, like I said, to play out in the future, but that was envisioned and included in the conditions of the orders.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, that concludes this panel. Next, we'll turn to the unfavorable. I have Richard Meehan, Bruce Bariano, Alex Pavlik, Tony DeLuca. We have one virtual. Is he on? Nope. Okay, I'll look back there when we get to. Thank you, Chair Hoover.
Ready? Good afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby, members of the committee. My name is Rick Meehan. I'm the mayor of the town of Ocean City, Maryland. And I'm here to represent our residents, businesses, and 26,000 non-resident property owners, 65% of which are Maryland residents, in opposition of House Bill 1296. This bill as written would provide funding to support and build wind turbines as close as 11.5 miles off the coast of Ocean City, not 14 miles. Their submission to BOEM is 11.5 miles. It will also increase the cost to ratepayers, and I'd be happy to answer that as a question. It was 7 years ago this April at a public hearing held by the Public Service Commission in Berlin, Maryland. I first objected to the size and location of these turbines. At the time, the turbines were 4 to 6 megawatts and 550 feet tall. What's being proposed today are gigantic 18 megawatt turbines, and they will be 940 feet tall, not 850 feet tall. Almost 4 times the height of the tallest building in Ocean City. And if built on land, they'd be the tallest structures in the state of Maryland. This will destroy the view shed off Ocean City forever. Everything you want to accomplish would still be accomplished if the turbines were located further to the east. All the jobs would still be created, all the investments in the Baltimore Harbor and Sparrows Point, all of those things, all of the energy, everything would still be the same. Nothing would change, yet we've been ignored for 7 years. U.S. Wind will also be utilizing millions of Maryland ratepayer dollars to subsidize community benefit packages to Delaware resort towns in return for them not opposing this project. You can talk about creating partnerships. Well, what about creating partnerships within our own state? Why is Maryland and why is Ocean City being left behind? What I can tell you is if this project is ever built as it's proposed, the public is going to look back and say, how did you ever let this happen? Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Vice Chairman and committee members. My name is Tony DeLuca. I'm the Council Secretary in Ocean City. I come here today with unanimous support of the City Council to speak in opposition of HB 1296. As far back as 2010, Ocean City has expressed our deep concerns regarding offshore wind projects and their impacts on our ocean views and our economy. Since that time, the turbines have continued to increase in size to a point where they are now almost 4 times the height of the tallest building in Ocean City. In the past, U.S. Wind assured state officials that their closest turbine would be 17 miles from shore. Now, in U.S. Wind's federal application for their project, we finally learned the truth. If they receive the funding to do so, U.S. Wind plans to place 114 of these gigantic turbines as close as 11.5 miles offshore. HB 1296, as proposed, gives U.S. Wind the funding in the form of additional, more expensive subsidies from Maryland ratepayers. So unlike most energy projects, where the larger the project, the lower the energy cost, under HB 1296, the project gets bigger and Ocean City price goes up. Studies have shown that clearly visible offshore wind turbines, lower rental prices and reduced tourism. As North Carolina state study found, 50% of renters would refuse to return to a vacation home with visible turbines. BOEM's own study found that when shown an offshore wind facility at 12.5 miles, 20% of respondents reported their vacation trip would be worsened. Virginia Beach and the Outer Banks wind projects are both more than 25 miles offshore. Their views are protected. Should be too. This can be done. Please save our sunrise. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Travis Fisher. I'm the Director of Energy and Environmental Policy at the Nonpartisan Cato Institute. I'm here as a guest of the mayor's. Regarding HB 1296, I want to highlight that no one has built an offshore wind project in the United States without a state level mandate. Offshore wind remains a very expensive and highly unreliable energy source for the people of Maryland to burden themselves with. I join you today not only as a subject matter expert, but also as a resident of Maryland. My wife and I are raising a family and paying an electric bill in Silver Spring. And it's very frustrating when I see Maryland pursue unwise energy policies. Based on federal government data, I estimate the offshore wind mandate will cost each household in Maryland more than $25,000. Unreliable energy like offshore wind is particularly costly because it can't actually replace existing power plants. Instead, we, the everyday citizens of Maryland, end up paying for offshore wind plus backup sources like gas-fired generators. We have an opportunity now to reevaluate offshore wind policy. Wind developers keep asking eastern states for more subsidies as the cost of projects continues to rise. But we need to put the people of Maryland first. It's not too late to recognize the folly of the forced energy transition and drop the offshore wind mandate in Maryland. The best path forward is to see what gets built without the mandate. Again, no one has built an offshore wind project in the United States without a state level mandate. And these mandates, which do benefit special interests, come at the expense of ratepayers and taxpayers. The only way to know what type of power plant makes the most sense for the people of Maryland is to put it to the market test. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Vice Chairman, members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, Bruce Periano, I'm here on behalf of the Mayor and City Council of Ocean City. Very strong opposition to this legislation. Very respectfully, and I do mean very respectfully, this is very bad public policy in this legislation. It is so sad to see that this bill is neutering the Public Service Commission. This bill, if you read the language of the bill, it demands and requires the Public Service Commission to turn over these ORECs to U.S. Wind. This bill throws a life preserver to U.S. Wind, which can't make it on their own with their own money, a foreign company trying to do business in the United States, in Maryland. It's a shame, because as I read this legislation and as I've seen what is going on, I don't see any independent look and judgment and evaluation that the Public Service Commission is going to be able to do through the language of this legislation, but go through the process and decide to give the ORECs to U.S. Wind. And that's not what the Public Service Commission was created for by this legislature. It was to be an independent administrative body to make policy judgments on its own of what's best energy policy, as well as other utility policies for the residents of the state of Maryland and for the state of Maryland as a whole. And therefore, I would urge an unfavorable report of this legislation and at least change this legislation very dramatically and allow impartiality and objectivity go through the process for the Public Service Commission. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me an opportunity to express an opinion here. My name is Alex Pavlak. I'm a PhD engineer from Severna Park and the chairman of the Future of Energy Initiative. My advocacy is numbers. I used to build systems for the Pentagon. I don't really care about the technologies one way or another. My written testimony attempts to clarify some of the numbers behind these offshore wind bills. And I hear talk about caps. There are two types of caps that are presented. One is a ratepayer cap, and the other is a cap on the price of the ORECs that would be awarded. The ratepayer cap is a political process that requires a judgment on the future price of electricity. We wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post in 2022 that the OSW2 awards exceeded that ratepayer cap by a factor of 4, but it was good politics. Nothing came of it. The second cap is a little more definitive, the price on the maximum allowable price for the ORECs. And what this bill does is it proposes to apply the OSW1 price cap of $190 and $2012 to ORECs going forward. And it talks about releasing the cap on the number of ORECs and the ultimate goal being 8,500 megawatts. Well, I wanted to point out in the bill here that, or in my written testimony, that $190 per megawatt hour and $2012 is $252 per megawatt hour in 2023 dollars. It's a simple cost of living increase. That is 10 times what that is 10 times what PJM says it will pay for electricity from offshore wind. It multiplies out, if you multiply that by the 8,500 megawatts, you end up with something north of $120 billion as the total payout guaranteed by Maryland over 20 years. And that's roughly $6 billion a year. This is a very big bill, and I don't think we understand it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I think we do understand it. Mr. Bariano, what I would say to you, and I know you're always very respectful in opposition. I don't know if I've ever seen you in support, but I appreciate you coming in. What I would say about the PSC is that the PSC is the regulator and they oversee it. We are the policy body and we set the policy here in the General Assembly. And what we have said is that this technology, which is emerging, we're going to put, our money, our efforts into developing it. I know the chair always uses this example, but it's like the beeper salesman in the 90s. They continue to come in and say, nope, not the cell phone. That's bad stuff. Even though we all know we carry it around with us everywhere we go today. So what I would just say to that point, frankly, is like, yeah, the PSC has the ability to look at this again, and we give them the opportunity to go back and look, and we set the direction for them to look, but we are setting the policy here in the General Assembly. Mr. Chair.
And Bruce, again, I was listening to your comments. I usually don't sit in this chair and question, but I'm confused. So it is your belief that the PSC has no choice but to approve whatever numbers that are provided by US Wind? Is that correct?
No, I didn't say that, Mr. Chairman.
You said they have no power. They said that they have no power, and you alluded about the lack of independence. But so I would, so I guess I took from that they don't have any authority to deny US Wind's request, correct?
I don't read this bill that way, Miss.
So do you read it that they do have the ability to deny?
No, I don't.
So you say whatever US Wind brings, they got to take it.
I didn't say that. There are a lot of shalls in here.
But the shalls have nothing to do with an evaluation process, because we also talked about there is no process, but it says multiple times that there's an evaluation process. And it doesn't require them, US Wind does not get to dictate what this state does. As my vice chair said, that we have goals in Maryland. We have to find a way to achieve those goals. What we're doing right now is we're trying to backfill because one of the companies that we depended on, almost to our detriment, has decided on their own to pull out. And because we're pushing this wind project forward, we have to go ahead and make sure not only can they basically give us more power than they originally agreed, but that they financially it's feasible for them. And as the gentleman said, the rate cap has gone up because of expenses, things of that nature. But I just want to clarify, when you say they have no power, just what do you mean?
As I read this bill, Mr. Chairman, there are so many shalls in there. There are so many limitations in there. For example, the application for the revised round 2 offshore wind project, I'm on page 2, shall be limited to addressing revised project schedule sizes or prices, including OREC pricing.
That's correct. That's us saying, you know what? We're not going to let US Wind come in and just do what they want to do. They can only revise these 3 things for the specific reason of allowing them as best they can without messing over Marylanders, without being outrageous in their timeline, their cost, exceeding the territory that they've already laid out for themselves to get their project going. So I want to make sure you understand there are shalls because we want to make sure that only certain things are allowed in. The PSC always, we're the ones, as my Vice Chair wisely stated, we're the policymakers. We're letting them know what they're looking for. They have every right to say, you know what? This is outrageous. This cost is too much. We don't like how big these things, we find this is unreasonable. So I just want to make sure, because I felt you truly misrepresented not only the intent of this bill, but the intent of this body. And I'll say of me, since this is my bill, by saying that I'm taking the PSC's power away. They have no right to do what they want to do. And basically they have no power. They're still independent. They can still say and do it within the confines, as always, of the policymaking body, which is us. And I took umbrage to the fact that somehow we're basically taking the PSC out the process like all they can do is rubber stamp, unless you're saying that's not all they can do.
I am not saying that. And Mr. Chairman, I'm not arguing with you, and you know me personally, and I know you personally.
Yes, sir, but we both have a job to do.
And I'm not being respectful just because we're in a public body.
Yes, sir.
You know, I am always.
Yes, sir. We both have a
respectful
job to do,
But
though.
for example, and I'm not arguing with you, my client is a party and was a party to these proceedings, a party in interest before the Public Service Commission. So when you look, for example, on page 6, and it shows that the Public Service Commission shall be limited to certain things. My client as a party is also limited by this legislation, presenting its side of the story and its interest for evaluation by the Public Service Commission.
It's interest as far as not wanting them to be in that territory that was already leased out.
Or
territory has not changed, and we're not allowing them to change because we have decided as a body we're not allowing them to change, move, or expand that lease area of water. So I'm assuming your client would want is for that to happen, but that's not part of this process that we, the policymaking body, set up. We want to make sure it's fair, that we're not unduly impacting our citizens, and that's the PSC's job. But it's our job to confine that, lest we'll be here another 20 years talking about windmills. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mayor, and my phone just shut off here. I've got a quote I want to share with you, but I'm listening to your testimony, which has been consistent for the entirety of my political career as it relates to Ocean City and their opposition to offshore wind, which is that there is a element of we just don't want to see it. I mean, there may be other concerns for fisheries and for traffic that comes out of Delaware, but Ocean City's opposition is the visual aspect of this. Is that correct?
That is one of the main issues we have with this legislation. Yes.
And I brought up the 2010 article and the federal component because I'm not sure whether Maryland made a mistake or didn't, but I'm pretty darn sure the federal government screwed this up royally. Okay. And we do as a state have, I believe, a responsibility to the citizens of our state in the areas that we call home, which is Ocean City is one of them, to take any opportunity to make right. But let me just take this quote that comes from BOEM, Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, and get your feedback on it. The quote from 2010 is that we want to accelerate and focus this approach to develop the nation's Atlantic wind resources that would encourage investment while ensuring, they use the word ensuring, that's a quote, ensuring projects are built in the right way and in the right places. So my question, Mr. Mayor, is when BOEM was saying in 2010 that they were ensuring projects are being built in the right way and in the right places, what's your feedback to that?
Well, in 2010, if you go back to then, the wind turbines were 2 megawatt turbines. They were significantly smaller. I believe they were about 250 feet in height. At a time, a distance was established, I believe, in 2011, that those turbines would be a minimum of 11 miles offshore, 10 miles, 11 miles offshore. Well, just as other things have changed, just as the economics have changed, just as everything else changed during supply chain issues and pandemic issues, what also changed was the size of these turbines. They went from being 250, 350 feet tall to being 940 feet. And believe me, the newest model is 1,065 feet tall. So the equation hasn't progressed as far as evaluating the size and the distance. Yes, I agree with that. And it does not provide any security to the town of Ocean City in 2024.
So, the chairman and I, Delegate Wilson, get along great. We have Chairman Wilson. That's right. Oh, come on. I was going to give you a platitude here. He and I have debate and differences, but, this committee has a job. We try to make bad bills good and good bills better. That's his words, not mine. And I think that this can be more generalized, that this policy of offshore wind, from your perspective, is a bad policy, and that the committee could, if they chose to take a bad policy for Ocean City, make it better. I mean, that's, I think, all that we're really asking. And when I asked those questions that, you know, frankly, you and I had not vetted before I asked of the chairman and also Public Service Commission, they're all through the lens of not trying to, I mean, there may be people that want the project to die, okay, to go away. But Chris Adams on the policy committee knows where the politics of this is. And I think all I'm asking, and I think that the city of Ocean City is asking, is that we try to make this policy better. So the last quote I'm going to share comes from the same article. And in 2010, there were state federal task forces, this is a quote, set up in 8 of these states, identifying areas with general bountiful wind energy and relatively fewer potential environmental and use conflicts than other offshore areas. So the question is, in 2010, when this Smart from the Start initiative, okay, this starts with Salazar and the Obama administration trying to move too fast without getting local involvement, talking about local land use, and it's not land use, but local use decisions, that we bypassed Ocean City. I mean, the federal government, in creating these wind energy areas, did not correctly and accurately represent the interests of citizens of the state of Maryland vis-a-vis Ocean City in the location of these areas. Mr. Mayor, I'm not asking that those wind energy areas get revisited. I think that the wind energy areas are larger than they ever need to be to carry the wind, the amount of energy, that all that we really are asking is to have a revisiting of where these are siting. And if we're going to negotiate with U.S. Wind through this bill, negotiation could be through the lens of saying, we'll give you what you want, provided it's reasonable through the Public Service Commission, but can't you at least consider the idea that to make this go and make it viable and make it acceptable for the people in the state of Maryland and Ocean City, that siting is the last piece to this puzzle? And can't we and shouldn't we, as a policy body, make a bad policy better? Wouldn't you agree?
I would agree. And what I can tell you is during a public hearing with the Public Service Commission, or a review of the Orsted project that was previously proposed, in discussion of the distance of the turbines off the coast of Ocean City, distance from Ocean City, the Orsted project was a little further to the north. They determined that a distance of 20 miles was, in its own sense, would accommodate the concerns of the town of Ocean City. 20 miles, and they thought that was realistic for that project. That has not filtered down to the U.S. Wind project. And again, check the BOEM filing. It's 11.5 miles, not 14 miles. I really think you need to have, which I know you want, the right information when you make these decisions, because honestly, you're going to only get one chance to get this right. And this is the chance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Delia Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned the gentleman from Cato. So I would imagine you mentioned some of the other states. So can you give a breakdown of, you know, what the cost would be to Ocean City realistically, and can you compare that to other states that have done offshore wind and the economic impact to those areas? Do you have any information on that?
I have a significant amount of information on the total cost of the project. I do not have the information about the local economic impacts to tourism and things like that.
To the mayor, do you have any estimates, or have you had those discussions?
We have. If you look at the study that was referred to by the council secretary that was done in North Carolina, they did a study that was actually relevant. They didn't do an internet study where people weighed in from Boise, Idaho, that had never been here. They only interviewed or utilized those individuals that had rented oceanfront property on North Carolina beaches. They were the only ones that participated in that. 50% of them said they would not return if the turbines were visible during their stay. Well, a 50% reduction in the economy of the town of Ocean City, as an example, would be absolutely devastating, not just to us, but to the state of Maryland.
Do you know how far out their wind turbines were?
They hadn't built them, but now the turbines off the coast of North Carolina are 27 miles.
27 miles.
And they're 25 miles off the coast of Virginia. And I believe the latest project that was just built off the coast of New York is 30 miles. And this body in its own right, by approving the Power Act and the Clean Energy Act, has authorized turbines to be built not just 10 to 30 miles offshore, but now 30 to 80. 30 to 80 is the right distance. Why don't we allow and utilize those numbers? That's where an adjustment could be made.
Just one quick follow-up, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. I don't know who might have this answer, maybe the other gentleman that was there. So you mentioned that these are now going to be 940 feet tall. How far down into the ocean do you drill to get these 940 feet tall wind turbines constructed?
Okay, we'll be honest, we don't know.
Okay.
But it's significant.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is Dr. Pavlik, is he still here? Or did he leave? It was, but I'll go to the mayor. In his testimony, did he do his study for you all, or was that done for someone else?
I've never met that gentleman.
Okay, so because he's talking about the and you alluded to it as well. He's talking about the LREC price being at $84 a megawatt hour. The sale price PGM, I guess, is currently at 27. So there's a $57 per megawatt hour subsidy. I'm from Western Maryland. We've been paying a similar subsidy for AS Warrior Run for the last 25 years, and hopefully that comes to an end here soon. I'm assuming this is a very similar subsidy that Maryland ratepayers would also see on their bills to.
What I know about the subsidy as far as the ORECs are concerned, what the bill does, it increases the number of OREC ones. Well, those are at the higher rate, not the lower rate of OREC twos. OREC 2, the ceiling was $88. The ceiling for OREC 1s are $150. That's what's being increased. So that in itself will increase what it's going to cost Maryland ratepayers, because it's the higher OREC values that are being increased.
So you had said that you had challenged, I guess, the fact in your testimony that the price would not impact. Our fiscal note actually says PSC advises there are 3 potential ratepayer impact scenarios, 2 resulting in a decrease in ratepayer impact and 1 resulting in no change.
Well, I
agree
think
with that?
No, I don't, and I think it needs to be revisited.
Okay.
I do not agree with that, and I think if you look at how the ORECs are allocated and what the cap is on those different phases of ORECs, it'll show that I'm correct.
Okay,
I believe.
Thank you.
At least it should be looked into.
Delegate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Fisher from the Cato Institute, you said you are here representing the Ocean City too?
I'm here as an invited guest of the mayor's, but I'm here on my own behalf too.
Okay, because the point you made was very different from their points emphasizing about the siting and all that. But you were talking about wind energy being one of the most unreliable energy sources, which was not my understanding. So I'm trying to understand where you got that argument from, if you have any data to back it up, because are you comparing this clean energy, renewable energy source with the fossil fuel in terms of reliability? Or are you talking about the fact that it's still unreliable despite improved technologies in storage and transmission and all of that? So please comment on that. I'm just curious. Thank you.
That's a great question. Thank you. The technical term would be dispatchable versus non. So wind is definitely in the category of non, like you cannot dispatch it. So if you're an operator and you want to reach a certain level of output with other types of units, gas, nuclear, coal, et cetera, even to some extent with ponded hydro and things like that, you can actually control the output of that unit. Wind and solar are both, it's both the case for both of them that you cannot control the output. So that is an intermittent resource. So when I call it unreliable, that's not necessarily a dig, that's a fundamental feature of the asset itself. We do not control wind speeds and we do not control the sun.
technologies to make it more reliable. In fact, there have been many tests and studies show they are more reliable in extreme weathers, especially than traditional sources of energy. So isn't that so?
Okay.
So I actually would love to answer that.
Thank you. We appreciate that. All right, seeing no further questions, that concludes. I can't see you off the window. I apologize.
You want me to, you can move me up to the front.
I don't make the seating. I don't care. You want to sit up? I mean, obviously he's sitting over
As
there.
long as you don't
so-
put me on judiciary, we're good.
Yeah. Well, you were already there. Delegate Pippi.
All right, Mayor.
Thank you.
Good to see you. So I do have a question. I mean, and look, I know we're talking about a lot of the minute details here, but how do you build a giant wind farm with 800, 900-foot windmills off the coast without disrupting the ecosystem off the coast?
You don't.
So, and how do you get that electricity from that farm to the shore without disrupting the seafloor and all the other things that are going on there? Like, how do you do that?
You don't.
Okay, because we seem to just gloss over that. I mean, this committee has done a lot of things on environment. You know, we talk about the impacts of fossil fuels, and we talk about data centers and electrical things going across the Potomac River. But yet when it comes to windmills, there seems to be no discussion of how you engineer an 800, 900-foot windmill in the ocean with causing no disruption to the ecosystem. And that just, it shocks me because I know a lot of people are very passionate about the environment, particularly on this committee, and they're very smart, but yet we just never seem to talk about any of those things. And so I don't know if just briefly, because we're going to move on here, but if somebody could at least address that issue of how this is possible.
Yeah, it isn't possible. I'm not an expert in that field. We have had experts meet with the mayor and city council and participate in hearings that we've held. But the vibrations of what they're doing when they're pounding in those multiple pilings are going to have to be put in place to house those gigantic turbines. And for the length of time is certainly going to disrupt the ocean bottom, disrupt the path of migrant of species. There's a significant concern about how it's going to devastate the horseshoe crab population, which is essential to the medical field throughout this world. It's one of those things that has been glossed over. You're right. And it's one of the other reasons that we have deep concerns about this project.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for the question.
Tried to end it before very lengthy questions, but not sure yet. The chair.
Yes, sir. Did anybody send up there? You guys were briefed that there was an environmental impact study done before a lease was given, correct?
Correct.
So you understand that before anybody was able to get that lease, that the federal government was involved to ensure, to the best of their ability, that the environmental impact would be worth it. Correct?
Does the environmental impact study only looks at the geothermal?
You don't think it looks at the impact of something
No.
drilled into the ground?
I'm sorry, I'm the city manager and I've been involved in this in a long
It
time.
doesn't work that way, sir, buddy.
So
It does not work that way. You're
No,
good.
I'm sorry, but it does not.
I mean, it
that.
does, so it's fine. I'll go a different way. It
Okay, well,
does.
I disagree,
What they do
but
when they
I
dig, they
disagree.
actually have to do the impact too. There's something called bubblers, because we talked about this too, when individuals, when they talk about the impact and the migration, and this one as well uses those bubblers, which is like a wall of bubbles that reflect it back in so they're not expanding out. All that to say, I appreciate finally some people on the other side being environmentalists and now caring. Pippi, I love you for this, caring about the impact. The matter of fact is, this was all already done and thought out. If there's anybody that's going to at least try to be, gentle on the environment, I'm going to go with our side on this. This was not something that was so to say that we just flipped through this and, oh, you know what, nothing happened and we didn't look at the environmental impact at all is comical. It's facetious and it's untrue because there was an impact study done. I don't think that they just looked at an area of water and said, you know what, that looks good. Again, that's not what the EPA's job is. And the Oceanic Institute, that's not, they want to make sure if they're drilling, that they're not hitting a fault, that they're not hitting an unground, that they want to make sure that they're not damaging the ecosystem as much as possible. To be clear, that was all done before any of these leases were given out. That's what the federal job has done. And I'll say this again, sir, if in that area of water that you're talking about, if there was, I don't know, say a fire out there or a spill, Ocean City wouldn't have to go deal with that, would they? Your fire department's not going out there if there's, let's say an oil fire or one of the ships catch fire. That's not what you do, is it? You
Not
don't
tip-
own that water, do you?
No, we do.
There you
no, we
go.
No, we do not, but we certainly would have to address the ancillary effects of
Of
that
course,
as
if
it came
anything
on our
floated
beach.
back in, of course it would, but you would
I-
expect the
I-
feds to step in and do their job on what they own and what they controlled and what they leased, which is that land, correct?
And
That era, that water,
that I
correct?
don't disagree with. What I would suggest is that everybody go to the BOEM site and look at the environmental impact statement that was
where?
filed.
From where?
BOEM did it
no,
itself, the
it-
Bureau of Ocean Energy Management,
I
the
understand
federal
what that is.
government. Look at the
I understand.
environmental impact statement filed by US Wind, and it will define and explain some of those concerns that we
Yes.
have, and maybe you have too, Mr.
Of course,
Chairman.
we had to do the balancing act. Is what I'm
Yes.
saying. To say that nothing was looked at, that's not.
I
true.
didn't say that.
No, my good delegate, friend did. So
I didn't say
declare-
that. I know
agree, sir.
because we've looked at it.
Yes,
and
sir.
Included it.
I just want to
and
make
that's
sure
part
for
of
the
our
record,
concerns.
I want to make sure for the record, that it was known that there was an impact study done. Thank you.
So I would look at the environmental. impact
Welcome
statement
to
filed with
Economic
BOEM.
Matters, sir. It's the
It's been a
Thunderdome.
pleasure. I really do
All right.
appreciate the time.
That concludes this bill hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next,
Thank you, members of the
we will go
committee.
to House Bill 1407. Hopefully this one will be less contentious from the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
I didn't mean to interrupt. The only thing I want to let you know is.
All right, guys, we'll get together after the hearing. Delegate? You want to call? Yeah. Do you want to call up your panel? Bruce, are you on this panel? This is in favor. We'll get to the unfavorables. You come up for moral support. Mr. Chair, do you want to bring up the panel? I like it.
Boy, go ahead, old man. You don't get your opinion. Yeah, I got you. Thank you, Bruce.
Hey, Maura Cyphers, do you want to come up? You're the only favorable I see. All right, let's keep it down.
Mr. Vice Chair, could you please call the room for one, do your job?
Yeah. Hey, guys, come on. I'm gonna end up in judiciary. Thank you. Can we start the timer? Go ahead.
He was joking. Colleagues, thank you again for having me. This is, I know, our second of, I don't know what, 12 bills that we have, so I appreciate all the questions you can formulate. There you go. Chairman C.T. Wilson, come before you today, lead sponsor of House Bill 1407. It's a crucial piece of legislation designed to promote renewable development in Maryland. It's going to address these challenges posed by restrictive county level zoning laws that prohibiting counties from hindering the construction or operation of tier 1 renewable systems. Additionally, this bill mandates the Public Service Commission to assess county specific electricity demands and determine the necessary capacity and energy generation from tier 1 renewables to meet these standards. So this is a bill, I think, that basically makes everyone angry from what I've seen, because right, instantly. But I say because obviously we have an issue with siting and making sure that we're not prohibiting what is a state goal of getting our renewables by having certain counties just basically zone out any chance of doing solar. However, I've been listening to the individuals on my colleagues on the right, and I want to make sure that as we move forward, we also hold each of the counties responsible for the energy they consume and how they're going to enter into the renewable market. And just hear me out, I'll explain. So what we're asking is the commission to do, they shall study and determine the electrical demand for each county in the state and the required capacity and energy generation from tier 1 renewable sources for each county to meet the state's renewable energy portfolio standards. Factors going to be considered in the study are going to include residential, commercial, and industrial electrical usage, as well as county population. The PSC shall report their findings and recommendations to each county and relevant legislative committee by October 2025. Then each county shall conduct a study to determine the tier 1 renewable source generation capacity that the county could provide, plans for attracting investment, and they shall report their findings and recommendation by October of 2026. The PSC shall then create a renewable energy compliance oversight plan on receipt of county reports to ensure that each county meets its renewable energy generation requirements within 10 years. This plan will establish milestones and reporting requirements for every 5-year updates and create a 10-year Tier 1 renewable source generation plan in accordance with the PSC's guidelines. The counties may cooperate regionally to achieve renewable energy goals with individual responsibility for meeting the requirements. They may seek assistance from relevant state units in conducting the studies. The key I want to make sure people focus on the PSC is to conduct a study on electrical demand in each county to determine the necessary capacity in generation for Tier 1 renewable sources to meet our state's needs. The proactive approach ensures Maryland remains on track to achieve its renewable energy goals, while also fostering local and economic growth and job creation. In Maryland, renewable energy production encompasses hydroelectricity, solar power, wind, biomass. By 2021, renewable sources accounted for roughly 13% of Maryland's electricity, with hydropower being 2/5 of that amount. The RPS program was initially implemented in 2004 and mandating that 20% of the state's consumed energy be sourced from renewables by 2022. Obviously, ongoing concern that the state has enough suitable locations such as rooftops, brownfields, landfills, or industrial sites to achieve this goal. To progress towards the 2030 goal, it is crucial to simplify the permitting process and broaden solar and other Tier 1 renewables to encompass a larger portion of the state's 2 million acres of private agricultural land. Even a small percentage of that land would exceed the carve-out requirements, while also creating economic opportunities for the landowners and their communities. Furthermore, House Bill 1407 underscores the commitment to the environment stewardship by reducing reliance on fossil fuels, lowering greenhouse gas emissions, and combating climate change. By encouraging the adoption of Tier 1 renewable energy sources, we can empower customers to make environmentally conscious choices and enhance our energy dependence. I want to be clear that Tier 1 sources now include solar, wind, qualifying biomass, methane from landfill or wastewater treatment plant, geothermal, ocean, fuel cells that produce electricity from Tier 1, hydroelectrical power plants of less than 30 megawatts, poultry litter to energy, waste to energy, refuse-derived fuel. This does not require counties to seek out or accept Tier 1 technologies that are unacceptable to their communities, such as incinerators. I say this again, my goal was twofold. First of all is to stop counties. When we talk about things like energy generation, that is a statewide goal. When you, as we've heard before, when you have any energy generated in your county, that doesn't go to your county, it goes into the grid. We all benefit. And as a state, we need to move forward and ensure that some of this quote unquote vital farmland is used the way the farmers use it. And with those goals in mind, making sure that if you're going to allow that farmer to sublet or subdivide to build property, he can also do the same. He can also put solar on there. That we're not going to have any improper zoning. But also, I hear a lot of counties talk about how important it is to generate renewables. We want to make sure that they participate. The goal is to make sure that if you're one of those counties that pound the ground and talking about all we need is green energy, then you need to start generating green energy. If you have a large population, because what we're not going to do is push the outlying communities, the agricultural areas, to produce more power than you do. If you're the consumers, you need to be the producers. We're not going to hold the Eastern Shore and Western Maryland accountable for solar when you're not doing your part. Each county, much like recycling, should have a goal by population of how much they generate. And they should start with getting a plan together. If I'm going to tell Wycomico what to do, I'm going to make sure that Montgomery County, Charles County, and Prince George do the same. That we go ahead and participate in this as a group. I've listened to both sides. I understand. Nobody wants me to get involved in their zoning. But as I've done with cannabis, I will make sure that our state benefits and we don't hinder the growth of our state and our energy development. But I will also make sure that all these counties that stomp their feet the loudest about renewables are held accountable for what they do and don't do. It's time for each county to step up, produce the energy that's required, start leaning into, by your population side, what you're going to do. I'm not saying how you do it. Like I said, there's plenty of ways to have tier one. In some of these northern counties, you can use poultry litter. There's a lot of things you can do. But some of these bigger counties with larger population, it's time for you guys to get going. and be a part of the solution. And that's my goal for this bill. Please support this House Bill 1407.
Thank you, Chair Kramer, for your economy awards. Maura?
Thank you so much. Morris Cyphers with the American Clean Power Association here in support of this legislation. I don't think I could have said any of it better than Chair Wilson here did, but I did want to draw the committee's attention to a recent case study actually published in USA Today earlier this month. The headline really was that counties are banning clean energy development before we can even get it built. And so they're really in the driver's seat on the policy about where our energy future and how we meet the needs of the energy transition is. And that's problematic writ large across the nation. So I think this is a really innovative approach where we're going to have substantive conversations starting at the local level and helping us drive towards our goal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate some of your comments about, some of our more rural districts, because we had a similar bill last year. And in Carroll County, obviously agriculture is our #1 industry. And when you mention that farmers can subdivide their land and they can, make money off housing developments and things of that nature, I will tell you that bills that we passed during the O'Malley administration pretty much took almost everything offline for Carroll County because of our reliance on well and septic. And so my concern is that in our prime farmland in the more southern parts of our county, if you're putting these large solar farms or things of that nature without letting us do what we think is best for our county, I'm just concerned with the local control. And I heard what you said, and I understand that. But I also am very concerned with when you read the fiscal note that we have to conduct the study, we have to create the plan. And the fiscal note says that expenditures increase significantly to develop and implement the plans. The overall effect on each jurisdiction is unknown. And I know this is new, so that makes sense. But my concern and problem is because when I speak with our county commissioners, we are implementing the blueprint. We are looking at projected deficits already in the budget. And I know it says that counties can reach out and try to get assistance from, from the state, from the PSC, MEA, and other state units. There's no magic money falling from the sky. And so we're having to implement blueprint. We're having to deal with all sorts of state mandates. And then now we're going to have to go back to our counties and say, now you have to spend money on this. And I think I saw somewhere else in the fiscal note that they were estimating it would cost at least $1 million. And we are not a rich county. Most of our education money is spent in our budget. That's most of it. We also still have to then factor in, our safety, our everything else. And so my concern is the aggressive timeline to have this done by October of 26. We're still implementing blueprint. We're still trying to cope with how we're going to pay for it. And this is yet one more thing that we're going to be made to do. So those are my concerns. And I appreciate that you said you want everybody to do it. I understand that. But my concern is each county is different.
And that's why I really wanted the counties, #1, to be clear that to rely, if need be, on the state for the information. I'm not expecting you guys to have the knowledge within county, which is why you're going to turn to Department of Health, the Department of Energy to assess what you can provide. So the $1 million cost is an outrageous overestimation because you're going to be dealing mostly with the counties gathering information and having your own input on how you would like to meet those goals. Because remember, the first thing is getting your population density, finding out what your population is and how much electricity you need. And then let's get on the way of how you use it and how you would create it. For smaller counties, that's a simple answer. It's not that you probably will already have met your goals. If you have anything, poultry litter, solar, any of that nature, it's the larger counties that have the work to be done. Because again, as I've said before, I hear the larger counties demanding that you be allowed to put solar up on your fields, but they don't have any solar in theirs. And I thought that was very unfair. So I was doing this actually in response to what I've heard from my, the people on the other side of the aisle about making sure that we're all playing in the same sandbox. I want to talk about the farmland here. To be clear, we're talking like, we always want to say like ag versus solar. Like this prime farmland, I want to make, this is very clear. Not a single farmer is going to be forced to put solar on their land. This is a choice that they will make, and it will be a financial, or as y'all call it, free market decision on whether they want to grow soybeans or corn or put solar on that land. So it's their choice, which I thought was a very popular thing across the aisle with how they want to use their land. If they're tired of growing, if they're tired of farming, if they're tired of getting up at the butt crack of dawn and going to bed at dark every day and say, you know what, I can still put something back into my community. It just won't be corn, it'll be energy. Then that's a choice they should have. And what's frustrating is when we have these communities say, you know what, because of their negative views on overall renewables, that are now telling this man he's got to keep farming. I think that's a problem. Two, he's generating something that we can use. It's just not corn. It's something we're going to use. It's to his benefit. It's his choice. I just want to allow that to be his choice. And I say his in the very loose term because it could be a her. I want whoever owns that land to be able to decide if they want to farm beets or solar. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking for you guys to help me with that plan. And for your smaller counties, it's not a big lift because there's not a lot of people there. So your energy resources are not going to be as dramatic as, say, the Montgomery counties and the Prince George counties.
And I take your point and I appreciate it. What will happen is if we come up with our plan and we are told a year or 2 years from now or 3 years from now, that's not good enough. We want you to do more. What's to protect us from further encroachment on local control and decisions?
Again, it's a plan. I don't think there's a penalty section in here. We could work one in if you'd like, but it's really just getting it started, getting the conversation going, making sure people know. And it really, I hope you aren't missing the mark here. I'm not targeting certain people. There's a lot of people that really talk a lot about renewables, but they may not be producing what they need to, versus there are plenty of the outlying areas that are doing it. So there is no punishment. It's a goal. It's making sure, just like our recycling goals, that you understand, due to your population density, what goals you should have and how to shoot for them and attract the businesses that can help you reach those goals.
I appreciate that. And I hope that you will help me work on rolling back the tier system that has restricted the property rights of my farmers from the O'Malley administration.
This is what I'm trying to do now.
We can work on that together
Thank
next
you
year.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Mr. Chairman, with an eye for staying on this committee, not moving to judiciary. So we had an Eastern Shore delegation meeting about a month ago. The director of MEA, Paul Pinsky, was our guest, and he reiterated some of the testimony we actually heard in committee, like a briefing we had early on. And the quote was that for the state to meet its solar goals, its renewable goals that the state would need, and I'm going to say, I forget the number exactly, but it was over 30,000 acres of solar has to be created in our state to meet these goals. So the concern you might suspect coming from the Eastern Shore, from Cecil down to Somerset, is that when we talk about, and this is something you and I've talked about, and I think you're trying to speak to this, is that we have low-lying, flat land that's been tilled. We don't have forests. We don't have large buildings. So the concern that we have is, while we see a bill like this, and we're hearing testimony from you, Mr. Chairman, that how to get the 35,000 acres is likely going to be trying to, force us through on the Eastern Shore. So let me just ask the question, which goes to the free market component as we kind of bring the circle full here. When a farmer is tilling for corn and the value of that land, let's just say, because I don't know the number, let's just say it's $100 an acre is the value of that land. The value of that solar on that same land would be a multiple of that. And the main reason why it's a multiple of what the traditional land use is because we subsidize solar, and a lot of the incentives that go to the farmer turn that $100 per acre investment to till corn into, let's say $400 or $500 an acre. And most people, if they have a chance to take $400 or $500 an acre or whatever the number is, I frankly can't articulate to you what the multiple is. I can just tell you when we're subsidizing solar, we are taking, in my opinion, the free market sort of out of this. And we are saying to an Eastern Shore farmer who has under this bill the right to do solar, we're saying that we want you to change your land use because we're going to make it so valuable to you that why in the world would you wake up at 5 a.m. to till corn when I've got a better plan? But the concern, if we're talking about free market, is that at some point we lose the ability to do poultry, to do agriculture, and that's a multi-billion-dollar industry for the state, and it's our way of life. And so in your bill, and I heard how you responded to Delegate Rose, so with interest, I'm hoping that whatever we do with this bill is with an eye toward the Eastern Shore and making sure we're not proliferating solar in a way that hurts us. And I know you're going to answer that. You're not going to hurt us. And
well, I mean, we all make promises. I get it. No, I understand why, you guys have heard this before, but that's why I didn't just say solar though, right? We said tier one.
That's right. I understand.
So that's why I even talked about things that some people don't like, which are incinerators, poultry litter, waste to litter, refuse derived fuels. And again, this is where you as a county get to decide how you want to do it. And then I guess if you choose to, let's say you've met your goals because you have a good poultry, litter system. Maybe then you could tell your farmers, hey, you know what? I don't know. Maybe then you'll have an argument to say we don't want our farmers to do what they want to do with their land, which I would find an antithetical to what we should want to do as landowners and as government. But I don't know how to stop people from making money just because you don't like the way just because you like their farmland. It seems like, again, the argument you're giving me is we might lose that poultry, those poultry areas. And I'm like, well, if this person doesn't want to raise chickens anymore because it finds it more financially feasible to have solar on his land, why would we get in the way of this person's ability to not work as hard and make more money? That's what I'm trying. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's good to your citizens. It's definitely not a good plan, but I want you to know this isn't an all solar bill. I mentioned a multitude of things that go in that allow you and your county to fashion it the way you want to. I'm not forcing you to do solar. It allows you guys to do that and reach your goals. I think individuals, again, I don't want people to be zoned out of doing something that they want to do, but I want them to be able to do it in a fashion they see fit.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, first, I want to thank you for bringing this bill and taking on a hard conversation because I don't think anyone doubted that you were willing to take on hard conversations, just to be clear. If anything, I'd say you chase them, but I do too. And so I want to just engage on a couple of things. First, I want to say, I appreciate what you're doing with this because I think that we can't keep saying we want solar and we don't want it here. I feel like that's the core of what you're trying to say. The concern I have, and I want to give you a chance to sort of talk about it. I guess I have one big concern and one sort of minor sort of technical suggestions I'd like to explore with you. The bigger concern that I have is that you're not just doing it with solar, that you're actually doing it with all the others. And I know you're saying that that's giving more choice, but I actually think that potentially sets up significant environmental justice issues because I think that a lot of the things we have in tier one are actually dirty. I think they don't belong there. I think that we need to continue wrestling as a state with whether or not they should be in there. But I think that the dirtier things take up less land space. And so the incentive, if folks are worried about the land space that's used, is to go with the dirty stuff instead of the solar. And so as much of a Band-Aid ripping as this is with solar, and as much as that opens a hard conversation that I think we really do need to have, I'm more worried that it's going to create incentive to build more of the dirty stuff to meet these goals and not have the effect on the solar that I think is part of what you're trying to address. And you're trying to challenge folks like my own county who have overly restrictive rules around solar. But here's the irony. I think my county might meet this with the incineration because we have an incinerator. And I think that would defeat the purpose. And so that's my sort of bigger concern. I have a couple of other technical things I would want to put in the study, like interconnection and how much the different utilities restrict whether or not they can, like the amount of distributed energy that can get on a grid at a certain point, in particular with community solar. There's restrictions in some counties because of the utilities, not because of the county, in terms of distributed, which I think we can work on as amendments. But the bigger issue that I wanted to just hear from you and have a chance to talk to you about is what if it drives more of some of the dirtier stuff and Well,
we'll go with your county, for example. I do hope that the people that you elect, duly elected individuals, will choose to be the voice of their people. So I highly doubt that they would choose incineration.
No, we have it.
I understand you do, but do you use it?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, so you're thinking in Montgomery County, they're gonna, instead of going solar, like, let me just do as much incineration as possible. I think that
I have
that's
to
what,
look at the numbers.
and I would say
see how
that the
much we're doing.
voters, that would be up to the voters. If those ideas are acceptable, then that's what your county's gonna do. I highly doubt it. It's gonna force you guys to challenge yourselves to be creative in how you're gonna meet these goals. Because right now, what we have is tier one. I have to deal with current laws because this is a current bill. So what's tier one now, which allows some of these counties on the outskirts of our state to actually participate in this. And there are some of them that are doing it already. And it's not a perfect, but it is a tier one energy source. But again, it does put it back in the hands of the counties to decide. But I don't want to ever overlook the fact that if you have a large population, you need to be eyeballing how you're going to serve that population and how you're going to generate that energy, instead of hoping that all these farmers on the Eastern Shore in Western Maryland are going to put solar on their land. Because I think that's not fair. It's not fair to them, and it's not fair to your own citizens. And I'm hoping each county can be creative, knowing that's what I put in there about not forcing anyone to use an energy that their community does not itself either enjoy or want.
Okay, thank you.
Delegate Fraser Hidalgo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for this bill. I think it's really good that we force conversations that might be uncomfortable. So here's my, I guess, question. When we talked about, you had mentioned the idea of farmers being able to pick whether they want to do solar or when they want to do agriculture, and that's their choice. But isn't it true that there are opportunities all over the world and examples all over the world where farmers are actually doing both in the same fields?
There's plenty of things that they can both grow underneath the panels. They can feed goats, sheep. There's a lot of things that can be done under those panels, in addition to having panels on their land. And the very interesting thing about putting solar panels on your land, if you decide that you want to go back to growing corn, it's nothing like tearing down a subdivision. Right. It's your land still. You've subleased it out. But if after that lease is up, you can take all those solar panels back up, and the next generation of family can decide, you know what, we're going to go back to planting. It's not as important, especially the more ubiquitous that solar gets, maybe it'll be less valuable. So you're not losing the opportunity to use your land as you see fit.
Right. But they don't have to choose. They can actually do both at the same time.
There's certain things they can grow both at the same time.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions, that concludes this panel. Next, we have favorable with amendment, Evan Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, I'm Executive Director of Merrick Action. We are a utility scale solar wind storage organization here in Maryland. I want to try to use my testimony to, first of all, support the bill, but also to clarify a few things about this bill. The reason why primarily we support this is I actually think it's going to be a helpful wake-up call to folks about the reality of solar siting in Maryland. This bill is not as dramatic as I think some opponents of it might actually make it sound out to be. It's not about taking away local control. Maryland, for CPCN sited solar projects, already has state preemption. And there's a very detailed process that I'm sure many on this committee are familiar with in terms of how the CPCN process works. It looks at things like prime farmland. It looks at things like decommissioning. It actually also factors in county laws. And so what this bill is going to do is it's going to help clarify for everybody that counties cannot ban solar. Solar is in the public interest in many cases for the broader population of the state. And it's also in the interest of the landowners who are voluntarily welcoming these projects onto their land. I agree with some of the comments made, and this is the nature of the amendments I think we should look at, is maybe narrowing the focus of the bill for some of those tier one sources. I also think that the study of the different county energy requirements is going to require a lot of technical thinking to get that right. And I welcome a conversation with the sponsors as to how to do that. But again, I just want to be crystal clear, for large scale solar projects that I represent, this bill is not a massive change. It maybe clarifies things. I think the sentiment is important, as the other testimony from Maura Cyphers with ACP pointed out. This is a trend across the country that counties who do have the power to ban solar are taking advantage of. It's important that Maryland sends a signal that they want solar and that there's a clear process to get it. So I appreciate your time and for the opportunity to testify. Happy to take any questions.
Seeing no questions, that concludes this panel. Next, we'll go to the unfavorables. Michael Sanderson, Lindsey Thompson, MC Keegan Ayer. Okay. And Tyler Hoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. I'm Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. We submitted written testimony in opposition to the bill. In all candor, in the big picture with the grand vision from the sponsor, Mr. Chairman, I heard an awful lot of things that I think MACO and the county governments like. And the approach big picture, there's a lot to like. I will say 3 points about the bill that kind of underscore our concern with the bill as it's before you. One is, I'm glad you just heard from the previous witness that for the most part, big energy generation and this whole tier is no longer your local government's business. It's no longer a zoning matter. It's a certificate matter through the Public Service Commission. Everything that's in the industrial scale. You had a bill that came through this committee last year that made this painfully clear that the county governments have a tiny role around the margin. Could we put up some hedgerows so this doesn't shine right onto the roadway and make it unsafe? That's the tiny level of local involvement for big projects. So when the part of this bill that says local governments may not zone or regulate anything in tier one, big stuff is mostly off the table already. And this is about small stuff. And that's what's left in the front part of this bill that says locals can't zone. Public Service Commission is really good at what it does about adequacy for energy on the grid. But this bill is about whether there should be a manure burning facility right next to an elementary school. That's what local zoning does. That's our job in this process, the small ball stuff, block by block. And taking that completely off the table, which this bill does, that's the Wild West. It may or may not be what you want. I mean, you may be so committed to tier one that you want every one of these facilities in every block of every neighborhood, but that's as far as this bill goes. And in representing the bill, saying the jurisdiction gets to pick among places, the back end of the bill, Mr. Chairman, that says county by county comp with your targets, I don't see any possible way that Baltimore City can find 8, 9, 10% of the clean energy for the state in its 80 square miles without triggering every concern about environmental justice in the book. Local zoning is your best tool on that front as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is MC Keegan Ayer. I am the second vice president of the Maryland Association of Counties and the chairperson of the MACO Subcommittee on Land Use. And I'm also a member of Frederick County Council. I'm here today to speak in opposition to this bill. The counties right now are trying very hard to balance several mandates that are coming from the state. The one that comes to mind most for Frederick County is we are trying desperately to meet the demands that the state has set up for land preservation. When I came into council in 2014, we had 20,000 acres of land preserved in Frederick County. We now have almost 75,000 acres of land preserved in Frederick County through various and sundry easements. We are trying to balance that along with renewable energy portfolio standards. We have stakeholder groups. We have solar companies on our stakeholder groups. We have farmers on our stakeholder groups. We have members of the environmental community on our stakeholder groups, and we have folks who are from various and sundry commercial entities on our stakeholder groups. We are trying desperately to balance all the needs that are being told to us by the state. And our concern is, how do we go about doing that without harming our public and putting them in harm's way with things like the environmental justice requirements as well, where we are going to lose our ability to cite some of these facilities where they need to be appropriately cited. I just want us to be here before you today to say that the counties are working to meet the goals of both the renewable energy portfolio as well as your preservation goals. We are part of the solution. We want to be part of the solution. We are at the table with all the stakeholder groups, and we take our responsibilities very seriously. Please do not hamstring us with the language in this bill the way it stands right now. We don't want to do irreparable harm to some of our neediest families. We want to continue our commitment to land preservation, and we want to continue our efforts towards renewable energy. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, my name is Lindsay Thompson here today on behalf of the Maryland Grain Producers Association. I'd first like to thank the chairman for bringing this bill. I actually agree with a lot of what has been said and think this is a really important conversation. Our primary concern really has to do with the language in the bill that prohibits a county from restricting or prohibiting based on local zoning laws or regulations. The pressure to meet that 14.5% carve out for solar within the RPS has been put essentially on agricultural land in the majority, on top of the other pressures that we're experiencing for land conversion. We definitely understand and promote land rights as well. I think a little known fact is that about 65% of the agricultural land in Maryland is actually leased. And so the farmer that's farming that land would not be the one to make the decision whether or not he or she, I'm a farmer, continues to farm that land or if it gets converted to solar. Salisbury University did a study and said for every acre of land that is converted out of agriculture, there is a 7-fold negative impact on that local community. And so we're not here saying that we're not in favor of renewable energy or that we don't want any agricultural land to be used for tier 1 renewable energy generation. We're just hoping that each county has the opportunity to make the decisions as to where solar and other tier 1 energy fits best within the fabric of their county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the Economic Matters Committee. My name is Tyler Huff. I am the Director of Government Relations for the Maryland Farm Bureau. I cannot belabor the points and say the points better than what's been said before me, so I'll keep it simple. Me too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Question for Lindsay and Tyler, right? Like, so I have plenty of farmers in my district that will say, it's kind of like a weird internal argument, I think, that is going on within the Farm Bureau. I don't know exactly what is taking place, but I have farmers that have said, I want to convert to solar, and then they run into all sorts of zoning laws, right? And frankly, they happen in counties like mine where they're, I guess I would say, not as friendly towards solar. But what would you say to the landowner who is a farmer that wants to convert his or her land? Like, how do you butt that up against individual property rights?
So I'll go ahead and take a stab at that. It is an internal debate that we have often between the members of the Maryland Farm Bureau. We are for private property rights. We are also for trying to keep as much solar off of prime and productive farmland as possible. As you heard Ms. Thompson say, it is a 7-fold negative impact. So it's one of those difficult conversations, and I believe that's a big part of this bill, and difficult conversations that need to be had. So it is very debated within our membership. Our policy book, which is voted by our members, is more supportive of keeping solar off of prime and productive farmland, 1 and 2. So from the standpoint that our membership as a voting delegation at our annual convention voted on that I guess would be most of their priorities, but we also understand private property rights and want to keep farms productive. If it includes, like Delegate Fraser Hidalgo said, agrivoltaics or other ways that still keep most of the land in production.
Got it. So I'm not trying to put you in a box, right? Because I understand you're like both of you are trying to walk a fine line here, right? But if like, let's say there's 100 members, if 51 vote for farm rights anti this bill, then you come in opposed. I'm just trying to understand the math.
Yeah, so our policy book is how we operate with the Maryland Farm Bureau. It's a grassroots operation, so the policy comes from all 23 county farm bureaus, works its way up through the system, and is voted on by the voting delegation at our annual convention in December every year. So what is voted on by the delegation, whether it's the split 51-49, is what goes into our policy book and what guides me here in Annapolis.
Got you. So I guess it would be more accurately 12-11. Get you at the table either way?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. All right. Sorry, Delegate Adams.
So the Vice Chair and I have a very similar concern and approach. I mean, there's local land use, there's a person's property rights, and then there's the county. And Michael, I guess I would ask the same question, but in a different way. Each county has a comprehensive plan. It gets reviewed, once every 10 years or so. And, so land use is more than just hey, we're going to pass a bill and let you do or not do a thing. Counties do have this place where you say, okay, here in my county is ag land, here's industrial land, here's residential, Main Street, commercial. And so the concern, I assume, Michael, that you would have and Mako has, is that these bills, while they beg some questions that, the Vice Chair and I certainly share, which is a farmer, if they'd like to no longer farm, should have the ability to do something with their property. Doesn't that traditionally happen through the lens of rezoning, happen through the lens of getting your neighbors to generally agree with what you're trying to do, and that there's wisdom in local control on the subject, and that when we have bills like this, it sort of tangles with the natural process of being told, no, you can't, or yes, you can. And that happens through these commissions, these rezoning, planning and zoning departments. Yeah.
So of course, the answer is yes. And I would say, and play improv for a moment. Yes, just that. But also you dictate public participation at every level of that process. That's in state law. When we do broad rezoning, when we go before planning commissions for specific exceptions and so forth, like even the small ball stuff of local zoning is done in a public setting with public participation. So that's not merely the whim of the local elected officials, but it's community input and guidance. But again, this is one of the areas where the state for utility scale generation is an exception to all those rules. So the big and important pieces of Maryland reaching these big goals is already basically out of the hands of local governments. This is bills about counties, but also the municipal governments. That the big scale stuff is really out of our hands already. So we're at the community level, community solar or the small chicken litter facility or that kind of stuff. Where does that go? Where does it fit into the community? As far as this bill goes, that's what's being taken off the table.
So I sort of had, and just real quick, Vice Chair. So I've had two experiences in my lifetime with one municipality with property, vacant land that I want to develop. In two cases, I needed variances. One I got and the other I did not. Right. So in both of those cases, you're right. There was a public component, but the part where I was told no, I generally accepted because I was given a chance to vet my issue, put it in front of people that had to make a decision. I didn't get the votes and I didn't get the variance. I mean, as a property owner that has to deal with a negative outcome, there are these things that public transparent process matters, but it also gives me validation that I tried and that there's just not political will to do that. It does. You don't need to answer this. I'll just say, isn't that so? But the point is, isn't there a value in having those processes actually controlled, not necessarily us up here in Annapolis that is taking that away? It frankly makes that it's not helpful.
Naturally,
it's not constructive.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Why can't we just do this instead of doing it for all the jurisdictions? Why can't we just do it for the heaviest hitters, the biggest consumers? I mean, because we're getting external pressure put on areas like the vice chairs, areas like Delegate Adams and mine to produce for other large energy consumers. So we can figure out who the top 5, top 8 are. I think that answers your Baltimore question too. I mean, I think that there probably would be some type of exemption status or lower production rate for them as far as renewables, because it's an urban area, so I can't imagine they would expect it to be put in solar fields. There's nowhere to put them, quite frankly. But we know who the major consumers are. Why would you be amenable to removing the local control for those jurisdictions and making those jurisdictions that are major consumers come up with a plan?
I described the bill in my quick comments as the front part of the bill and the back part of the bill, and I think they're kind of two separate conversations. What I'm describing as the front part of the bill is no zoning, no regulation on anything in tier 1. The back part of the bill is this idea that each county would be apportioned. Here's what your share of the state goal is. Go meet that share. If what you're saying is maybe we don't need 24 separate plans, but just 5 or 8 or 10 or something like that.
Major consumers, correct.
I don't think there's any version where a local government organization would come to you and say a bill that says no local zoning, no local regulation. This stuff happens wherever it wants to happen. We're that free market. I don't think you'll ever get local governments on board with a bill that goes that far. Honestly,
but they're the major power consumer, and we're seeing this big push of certain districts for major, renewable energy. I mean, I think they should put their money where their mouth is at that point.
I understand the political philosophy behind that. I leave that to the wisdom of the committee. But the matter of the market intrusion to carve up this market into 24 bits and right size every piece of it, I don't see how that can ever work in practice. You're overriding too much of the free market. It's super expensive to put solar or renewable energy in many parts of the state. It's like 3, 4, 5, 6 times more expensive to go into a downtown area and do a big redevelopment just to put up solar. It's really hard to do that. It's very expensive. That's why they're coming to the farms. This bill isn't going to change that.
Yeah, but it's putting external pressure on, and then we hear things about equity. Well, what about the equity of the people in my district?
Right.
And that's not taken into consideration. So, I would be interested to see who the top consumers are versus what their regulations are at the local level versus what their renewables are. I'm going to leave it there,
but just to be clear, this bill doesn't say that once County X on the Eastern Shore reaches its goal. But just to be clear, though, this bill doesn't say that once a county has reached the goal in its local assignment, that they can say no to the next thing. The next farm's still going solar under this bill. You can't say no. So this doesn't stop once Dorchester County has gotten to their share. It doesn't do that at all.
Right. On behalf of the entire committee, I'd like to thank the chair for both these bills. Two bills in over 2 hours.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Lily. Next, we'll go to my bill.
Okay, so we are page 64. All right, next up is HB 864. Vice Chair Crosby, do you have a panel?
Oh, the moment we have been waiting for.
All right, Miss Emily Starr.
All right, for the record, Vice Chair Crosby here to present House Bill 864, which is energy efficiency and conservation plans. Bottom line, this is the Empower program. And frankly, I know that there's a lot of consternation. By and large, there are a few sticking points, but by and large, it's simply a conversion bill. I do not understand and did not last year get all the uproar. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, colleagues. This bill simply just makes updates to our Empower program, which are necessary to help our state meet its climate goals. There are many components to the bill, and there are several amendments forthcoming that we have been working on with numerous stakeholders, specifically the PSC. But my office has been engaging on this issue since really the end of last year, when we passed a very similar compromise between what I believe was Delegate Chee's bill and the chair's bill. Some of the major changes, it will bring more stakeholders into the Empower program, specifically some of the smaller gas companies and Chop Tank, although We are working with the PSC on specific language and to see the actual efficiency, I guess, in a different sense, of bringing those stakeholders into the program. It codifies and expands the applicability of Empower to the gas companies, which they were on the path to do so anyway. Requires electric and gas utilities and the Department of Housing and Community Development to adopt energy efficiency, conservation, demand response, and beneficial electrification measures to support greenhouse gas emission reductions. And it sets new annual targets for greenhouse gas emissions. Reduction targets will be set for each electricity and gas company in 3-year cycles. At least 80% of the reductions must come from behind the meter. Just so everybody's aware, that is a compromised number, which will improve the energy efficiency and lower utility bills for the ratepayer. The bill also includes provisions addressing cost recovery, tenant protections, labor standards for contractors, supporting whole home approach, the coordination for funding sources, language accessibility, long-range planning to further our state's greenhouse gas reduction goals through energy efficiency, and particularly for low-income households, and the evaluation of the program's success. Not sure if there's anything else really that would be a sticking point and or would draw any kind of questions. But like I said from the beginning, we are taking it since the passage of climate solutions now. We're simply taking this from an energy efficiency program and transferring it to a greenhouse gas reduction program. I promise you, I sat down with a lot of economists, not just the one on our committee, to make sure that that conversion was even. And so it simply takes the number that we have in statute now and makes it a GHG reduction number. So it's the same way, or it's a different way of saying the same exact thing. And with that, I'll turn it over to my panel, Emily Scar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Emily Scar. I'm the Director of Maryland PIRG, the statewide consumer group. We, along with 50 consumer, public health, and environmental organizations, support HB 864. We want to thank the Vice Chair and Delegate Chi, the entire committee, for advancing similar legislation in 2023, and all the work done by the PSC, OPC, Moore administration and his agencies, as well as legislative leadership in both chambers, to hopefully find consensus around technical amendments to the bill. Based on what we worked on with those stakeholders over the summer, we expect to support those amendments when they are final. For example, we would support directing the PSC to establish the greenhouse gas goal with a clear set of parameters. We would not, however, support amendments to shift Empower programming to the rate base. As the state makes the transition to align Empower with our climate goals, it's important that any adjustments to the program maintain its primary goal, which is to provide benefits to ratepayers. And while Empower is not perfect, the program has provided tremendous benefits since 2008, reducing energy use and pollution and saving ratepayers a projected $12.7 billion on their energy bills. Dollar for dollar investments in energy efficiency remain one of the best and effective ways for the state to meet its climate goals while also providing direct consumer benefits. We agree with the compromise on 80% behind the meter from a consumer protection standpoint. And as you know, Maryland utilities have profited significantly more than utilities in other states for energy efficiency. For example, Pepco earns an equivalent of about 16% of its budget on Empower, while BG&E and Potomac Edison have earned equivalent to about 20% of their annual budgets, as compared to top administrators in other states who earn about 5% on their energy efficiency program. So we think it's smart that this bill lowers that rate of return. We do think it's okay to make a small profit on Empower or on energy efficiency programs, but in the future, as the PSC looks at performance and standards, we hope that they also include penalties for failing to meet the goal, and we would encourage them to look at independent audits to make sure that utilities are cost effective. Thank you for your time.
Madam Chair, real quick, I should have brought up one more point of contention, which is going to be the point of contention, which I'm sure every utility is here about. The rate of return on the amortized balance. That was an amendment put on the floor last year, which there is a large balance that is outstanding. It's $900 million. And I would just think of it as a credit card. We have basically the same exact balance as we did since 2008, even though ratepayers have continued to make payments. So it's like making the minimum payment on your credit card. We have lowered that rate of return down to a lower threshold, which ultimately will reduce the impact to ratepayers. And so it'll make the program less. And then once we phase that out, I think it is 2032 in the bill. Then it'll just be paid off every year at the end of every year, so that ratepayers don't have to carry forward balances, that are pretty exorbitant and ultimately end up costing them more money on that surcharge. Other than that, I think that's the bill.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Vice Chair Crosby, for your leadership. I just want to clarify, the version we passed the House, which was 2 days before Sunny died, it was really my bill under the chair's name, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And
Okay.
this bill hearing was vastly shorter than both of his bills.
Yes, absolutely. All right, hold on, in case other people have questions. All right. Okay, Delegate Queen. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So since you all know the bill very well and I don't, can you help me with a little bit? So there are favorable amendments from Maryland Energy Administration, OPC, Public Service Commission. Can you at some point provide us maybe like an outline of are you accepting those amendments, what they are, and have you accepted them or not? Not right now, because I won't digest it, but at some point to know what was left on the table or what you didn't accept. And then maybe can you give me some explanation of why Chop Tank, which I thought was part of this, is not in favor?
So to answer the first question, yes, we have that list prepared. We've been working with PSC. I think I'd have to go back and double check.
All three of those agencies.
All three, yep.
Okay.
But PSC kind of rolled up all of their concerns into one document. So we are making sure that we delineate that as we kind of go through. We've been working on that probably for about 2 weeks. I think the biggest question out there that remains is moderate income. And I know that's a DHCD concern. I have the same concern. We're trying to figure out how best to address that. But by and large, I think I would say at least 90%, if not more, of the actual PSC amendments we have taken. And I have to go back because I want to say it's 100, but then of course I'll say it's 100 and then they'll come up here and tell me, oh no, you only took like 2 of our amendments. But I'm pretty sure the vast majority of their amendments take place. To address Chop Tank, yes, they would be coming in under the bill. They already do some sort of energy efficiency program. But I think that as a major utility in the state, the 6th largest, why shouldn't somebody from St. Michael's have the ability to take advantage of this program as somebody who is in Wheaton or Leonardtown or in any other part of the state? And so ultimately, there could be a reduction in rates for people who take advantage of the program. And frankly, I mean, they get an opportunity not just to lower their rate or potentially lower the rate, but become, I guess, more environmentally friendly.
All right. Not seeing any questions. Thank you very much. And we have a panel in favor: Benjamin Rush, Chris Parts, Josh Token, Marshall Dewar Balkan. We have Ruth Ann Norton. Or did I call too many people? I want to make sure that's five seats.
I'll keep this rolling.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Josh Tolkien. I'm director of the Maryland chapter of the Sierra Club. On behalf of our 70,000 members and supporters in the state of Maryland, we urge a favorable report. This legislation is consistent with and will help advance Maryland's greenhouse gas goals. Maryland set ambitious goals in December of 2023. The state's overarching climate plan came out and identified key areas that Maryland needs to reduce its pollution and strategies for each of those sectors. Interestingly, our buildings contribute to the pollution in 2 different ways. First, there's the electricity that we use, And then second, there's burning of fossil fuels in our homes. It's not something we think about very much, but if you use gas or propane or heating oil, you are burning a fossil fuel in that building. It's actually responsible for 13% of statewide emissions. Reducing the pollution both by reducing our electricity usage and by reducing our gas or fossil fuel usage in our homes is critical. The Empower program has done a great job in helping people reduce its electricity. This update will ensure that we are measuring our success on how we're reducing all pollution, including not just electricity, but reducing the greenhouse gases within our homes. This is a win-win for consumers. Heat pumps and other high-efficient electric appliances help to save consumers money, and providing incentives through the Empower program will continue Empower's long legacy of providing consumer savings to people, electricity savings, and resulting in helping the state accomplish its goals. We do urge the utilities consider phasing out rebates for fossil fuel appliances, as we believe that's consistent with the state's long-term goals, and we look forward to a conversation about this. These changes proposed in the legislation will make Empower stronger, will help save consumers money, advance our climate goals, and make the Empower program consistent and advance our existing policies like the Building Energy Performance Standards. We urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and Committee. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Ruth Ann Norton on behalf of the Green and Healthy Homes Initiative, here to express our very strong support for HB 864, a very well-grounded and common sense bill that will improve health, economic, and social outcomes for the state. HB 864 ensures that all Empower programs, including the DHCD limited income program, are designed to support the state climate, energy, and affordability goals, and the goals set out by the Governor's Transition Committee on a whole house approach that improves government efficiencies and better outcomes. The bill also, through its benefits, will advance the opportunities for installing heat pumps, which have, by strong evidence in reducing carbon emissions, very strong outcomes neurologically, health outcomes for respiratory health, and other benefits. We were among the advocates last year for Delegate Charkoudian's low-income savings bill, and that report on that has now shown that with the governor's announcement that there will be 60,000 limited income households will be served in the next Empower cycle. So it's critical that Empower allows for beneficial electrification, not only to reduce cost and reduce energy consumption, but to address health burdens that exist today in housing that caused by fossil fuel emitting appliances. We will, the bill also keeps the core of the Empower focused on delivering efficiency and cost-related savings to clients, including low-income households served by the DHCD programs. We have verified savings from the limited income program of reducing limited income households' energy use between 16 and 23%. This is a direct benefit in wealth building and intergenerational wealth transfer to valued housing. If I can just say that this work by the studies produced by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development will reduce, we project a reduction in asthma-related hospitalizations by 66% and improve the ability, therefore, for parents to get to work, kids to get to school healthy and ready to learn.
I'll go. All right, dear Chairman Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Marshall Dewar-Balkin, Policy Director for the Institute for Market Transformation, resident of District 47A. IMT is a nonprofit that focuses on innovative and pragmatic solutions for high-performing buildings. We support this bill. It also aligns with some of the recommendations of the state's Building Energy Transition Implementation Task Force, that's a mouthful, which IMT facilitated and staffed. The bill will make necessary and important revisions to Empower that others have spoken about. Maryland's long been a leader on efficiency, but the Empower program is no longer aligned with the state's climate goals because it continues to incentivize the installation of gas burning appliances that will still be in operation by 2045 when the state is targeting to be at net zero. The bill would change to a GHG metric, which will enable investments in beneficial electrification that are currently not allowed. This will empower a more useful resource for people leveraging federal incentives and for building owners seeking to comply with the state's building energy performance standards. The bill also improves equity by expanding to municipal utilities and rural electric cooperatives. Our analysis suggests that will help over 100,000 additional Maryland residents get benefits from this program. While we support this bill, it could be stronger in two ways as recommended by the Betty Task Force. One is we think it should be amended to prohibit incentives for gas-fired equipment, phasing out by 2026, and it shouldn't just enable beneficial electrification, but require it. 12 other states have made similar changes. Prior to moving to Maryland, I served as the vice chair of the Sustainable Energy Utility Advisory Board in the District of Columbia. While I was on that board, we oversaw a similar shift in program goals to prioritize greenhouse gas emissions and to phase out incentives for new fossil fuel equipment. By ending subsidies for fossil fuels, we've been better preparing residents there for a clean energy future and reducing the risk of stranded assets. The changes worked there. They worked in 11 other states. They can work in Maryland. We respectfully request a favorable report on this bill. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Chris Parts, an architect with AIA Maryland, representing nearly 2,000 architects across the state, asking here for your support of House Bill 864. Speaking both from professional experience of finding solutions to renovate many buildings and from personal experience working through these issues on one and then later another 100-plus-year-old home. From architects' perspective, the passage of this bill will help Maryland residents in 4 key ways. First, reducing energy loss. The weatherization policy will help building owners save on energy not used to offset poorly sealed buildings. Secondly, in terms of saving operating energy, a study by the Northeast Energy Efficiency Partnership found the Mid-Atlantic areas installation of an air source heat pump yields annual electric savings of about $300 to $1,000 or a 10-year or less payback on an all-electric heat pump. Third, it provides a reliable heat source studied in Massachusetts where they've incentivized the electric heat pumps. It's installed more than 55,000 of those in the state since 2020, when their temperatures hit 9 below. Almost 2 years ago, everyone was able to keep their homes comfortable and at normal temperatures. Maryland's climate zone 4, one step warmer than Massachusetts, and their demonstrated success bodes well on reliable comfort for our residents. And lastly, it creates a healthier indoor air environment. The all-electric household eliminates exposure to carbon monoxide and nitrogen oxide pollution. We spend nearly 90% of our time indoors, and this switch provides a cleaner indoor environment for all of us. We ask for your support for House Bill 864 for a more affordable and healthier future. Thank you.
Oh, no ding. My name is Ben Rausch. I am a mechanical and fire protection engineer with FSI Engineers. A few weeks ago, we sat in favor of building energy performance standards in a joint hearing that was pretty interesting. We heard from building owners that they wanted help funding their electrification efforts. This bill does exactly what those building owners are asking for. I've worked on many projects seeking utility incentive support by way of Empower under BGE and PEPCO, and have achieved upwards of $600,000 in incentives in those programs. And particularly in existing buildings, we cannot use them for gas to electric conversions. We cannot touch gas equipment and say, great, we're going to go now to heat pumps, like we told them we're going to in the Climate Solutions Now Act. In new buildings, I am actually incentivized under the current rules to build a gas building. It is a perverse incentive, and if you want to ask questions in the technical, we can get deeply into the weeds. But right now, under the performance pathway, the energy modeling multi-measure pathway, I am incentivized to build a gas building. Let's see. So let's be clear that it is cheaper to build a new heat pump building versus a new gas building. That's true. But existing buildings are in a real quandary, particularly the ones that need to take out old gas infrastructure and move to heat pumps. And for that, this bill is a perfect change. We changed from just a we save electrons metric to a we save carbon metric. And we align ourselves with climate solutions now and our current building energy performance standards. I encourage you to push this bill forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
All right, seeing no questions, that concludes this panel. We got Jim Gravatt, Jose Flores, and Garrett Fitzgerald. You can start when ready. Go ahead, bud. You're good.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Jose Coronado Flores. I'm a policy analyst with the organization CASA. I'd like to start off by thanking Delegate Chi and the Vice Chair for their leadership on this bill. This important legislation that will address energy inefficiency in low-income households and multifamily residential buildings. In particular, we're invested in seeing this bill pass because CASA members are overwhelmingly renters in these multifamily buildings that suffer from lack of weatherization, and the tenants themselves suffer from energy cost burden. When it comes to weatherization and advancing energy efficiency, low-income renters can be left out of the process or feel as if they cannot do anything to contribute because they don't own their homes. As aggressive rent increases and gentrification loom, these same renters also fear the outcomes of costly improvements to their apartment communities. However, this bill explicitly acknowledges the fear that renovations and improvements will price them out. On pages 10 and 11, there is clear language that addresses displacement and rent increases after weatherization is conducted in affordable housing. Not only does this bill address the energy burden in residential buildings, but it also tangentially addresses housing conditions. Many of our members live in apartments where weatherization has not been done in decades, and that is not an exaggeration. If we can get more buildings weatherized with greater incentives for property owners, we will improve housing conditions across the state. Tenants are entitled to warm homes in the winter and cool homes in the summer. They're also entitled to homes that are sealed from the elements to prevent mold growth and other conditions issues. With the benefits of improving housing conditions, offering low-income tenants a stake in greenhouse gas reductions, and lowering electric bills, HB 864 is a worthy bill. For these reasons, CASA urges a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and committee members. My name is Jim Gravatt. I'm a managing consultant with Energy Futures Group, and I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Energy Efficiency Advocates, an organization I've worked with for the last decade, appearing in front of the Public Service Commission dozens of times over that period of time, all related to Empower and the programs and the benefits and opportunities for improving them. And I urge a favorable report on this bill. I think it's an important bill. Many of the witnesses here today have already outlined all of the policy elements that are contained in the bill that matter. What I want to say is reflecting on the earlier two bills that were spoken about today, it's the lawmaker's job to set policy. And as Chair Hoover said, the Public Service Commission will regulate the utilities according to the policies that the lawmakers establish for them to do. And I think that there's a bit of a disconnect between the state climate goals and what the Public Service Commission has for a mandate. And so this bill will bring the state policy goals and the Public Service Commission mandate in alignment so that they can do the job that policymakers are asking them to do. And the other thing I just want to say about efficiency, again, reflecting on the two prior bills that have been discussed, you cannot see it from any town in Maryland. It's not going to disrupt anybody's view. And it's not going to interrupt.
Sir, we're not going into windmills.
No,
we're not going into windmills. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with this bill, hopefully. Okay. Any questions?
I have.
Oh,
I have really important testimony to deliver.
I got distracted. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm Garrett Fitzgerald here representing Montgomery County in support of this bill. You've heard a lot of good reasons to support it. We agree with all of them and ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no questions, that concludes this panel. Next, we will go to the favorable with amendments from the Public Service Commission. We have Chair Hoover, Ben Baker, and then from Office of People's Counsel, we had David Lapp. Almost called the opposition testimony out while Charcudian was out, but Wasn't long enough. Wasn't long enough.
Vice Chairman Crosby, members of the Economic Matters Committee, Fred Hoover, Chair of the Maryland Public Service Commission. We are here in support of House Bill 64 with amendments, but as the Vice Chairman commented, our process has been to sort of coordinate amendments from a number of state agencies. So I'm not going to go into the specific amendment changes we're making. We're having discussions with the Vice Chairman and committee staff to make changes. I'll just say that our view is that we need to, one, reenact the Empower program, but make the changes so it reflects the state's new goals of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Empower was originally developed in order to reduce energy demand, both overall energy demand and peak demand. It's done that very successfully over the years that it's been in place, but now we have different priorities of trying to deal with the environmental consequences of climate change. And so using energy efficiency as a tool to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions is a very important goal. Secondly, it's also critically important that energy efficiency services be provided to low-income customers. Empower has done that to a certain degree, but we think that the changes that are proposed in the legislation will help accelerate that. I'm very encouraged by the plans that have been presented to the Commission by the Department of Housing and Community Development to increase the outreach and development of programs for low-income customers. And I'm hopeful that we will be able to address their energy efficiency needs going forward. The one issue that we probably do need to work out is the situation of extending Empower to Chop Tank. The Public Service Commission, under legislation that was passed by this body a few years ago, no longer supervises and regulates Chop Tank. So some language will have to be developed in order for us to allow to oversee the energy efficiency opportunities by Chop Tank. I have with me Ben Baker, who is the individual who runs the Empower work group for the Public Service Commission and has been coordinating the various amendments from the various state agencies available for any question.
Yep. David, real quick before you go, Ben, I'm assuming you're not testifying.
No testimony.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is it on you or on me? I don't even know where I am on this process anymore.
It would be David.
No, I know he's
Oh, yeah.
next. I got that part.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm saying the amendments. I know we have, I feel like I have.
No,
I'll
all of our amendments are with you at this,
Yeah,
at
okay.
this point in time. We look forward to working with you in the community on finalizing.
I got you. We will probably have a meeting at some point in the next week.
Yep.
Thank you. Go ahead, David.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby, members of the committee. Very pleased to be here in support of HB 864. And yes, we've been working with the PSC on those amendments. I'll just quickly point to three highlights that why we think this bill is great for consumers. First, the transition to change the targets to greenhouse gas emissions. Those measure that change, which was agreed to by all the parties at the PSC, will allow Empower to promote electrification measures that will benefit customers, and they will save customers on their energy bills. The second is the requirement that 80% of the target be met through behind the meter measures. And the third is that the bill locks in place the current protections adopted by the PSC that keep down the cost of the Empower program by requiring future Empower program spending be treated as an expense and recovered in the current year. Empower program costs should not be capitalized, what we call put into rate base, which is like charging those costs to a credit card. The bill also codifies the elimination of the 800 to 900 million unamortized balance that customers have been paying interest for far too long, as the Vice Chair mentioned. So with that, we ask for a favorable report with the amendments we've been working on. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, just to kind of come back to you real quick. I think the bill 25, it starts. I know we just went into an Empower cycle. I'm not trying to make you all lose your minds. Any objection to just starting this thing in 27?
We wouldn't be object. I think there's this idea that we want to get Empower started. I think to transition Empower to work towards the climate goals. So we have the reduction targets in 2031. And I think the goal would be, can we use it to help optimize it by but basically start using the program today to better optimize for meeting the state goal in 2031. I've talked to our technical experts. They think we can get the plans reviewed and approved by the end of this year to better get programs there. So I think we do believe we can do the transition this year instead of waiting.
Okay, let's just make sure whatever ends up in this bill is the right effective date for you.
Okay,
We will.
thank you.
Sure.
Yep. Yeah, delegate chair or delegate, yeah. I'm losing it, man. Yeah, we are aware. Delegate Charcuterie.
Mr. Chair, so I can support your bill. I just want to ask a couple questions on the record. First, that was related to this. I do have a concern about the proposal to push the start date forward. And so can you just comment on if we can allow for beneficial electrification sooner, will that allow us to also stack Empower funds along with IRA money and essentially get more done more quickly if we move this forward instead of postponing it as some have proposed to 2027?
We would definitely want beneficial electrification written into the statute to start as soon as possible, because I think that's been a holdup in front of us, whether, I'm not saying we've made any findings for or against it coming in yet, but I think it would be wise to get it in now so that there is no ambiguity if we can use Empower to help fund beneficial electrification. We think, and recommendation of our work group, it's come through other state agency recommendations as well, is that Empower should include the beneficial electrification component. So we would support that happening as soon as possible.
So you're saying for that reason, we need to start this immediately, or for that reason, if we postpone it to 27, we should explicitly say beneficial electrification can start immediately?
Both. I think we want it to start now.
Okay.
But if you don't, if as a policy you don't want it to, then we would definitely request that beneficial electrification start in 2025.
Well, I just to follow up on that, I mean, I do think that the, unusual circumstance of the federal funding does, create some reason for trying to take advantage of that money while it's there. So if we need to sort of adjust the schedule to deal with that, that may be a significant reason to do that.
Okay, thanks. And then the second question, I know this question about the unamortized amount, and what has been said and what I suspect will be said by the utilities about that is that the PSC ordered them to continue to carry that balance and to charge ratepayers for the interest and not pay it down. And I just want to quickly check in on my understanding is a long time ago, that was true, that was the agreed upon arrangement to start with Empower. And then a number of years ago, the Office of People's Counsel has been asking the Public Service Commission to change that and to start paying that down. And it has been the utilities who have fought against that in front of the Public Service Commission. I just want to check to make sure that we're clear about that, and what is the time frame under which the Office of People's Counsel has been trying to get that paid down over the opposition of the utilities who are saying it was Public Service Commission's idea.
Yes, we've certainly been, it's very costly for customers. It's essentially, paying a minimum payment on a credit card. So we have been advocating for a long time to come up with a plan to pay that off. I mean, there is a balance to be made because the quicker you pay it off, I mean, there's a cost to paying it off, a short-term cost, but long-term tremendous benefits. So yes, that is your description of how it's gone has been accurate. The utilities have continued to propose to delay or to continue to rate base, and which in essence is similar to creating a new unamortized balance. I mean, it can be paid off, but because these are program expenses that are incurred on a yearly basis. In other words, the Empower program costs approximately the same every year. And just like when you go to the grocery store, you don't want to be buying more groceries than you can afford, or your balance accumulates and there's, a real hit for customers. That's what we're concerned about.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
All right, seeing no more questions. Thank you. We will now turn to the red corner, Josh McClellan and Clay Mark Case, Brittany Jones. Start when ready.
Right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Ann Clace on behalf of Pepco and Delmarva Power in opposition to House Bill 864. Empower Maryland has achieved significant energy savings for the benefit of customers since its inception. In December of 2023, the PSC issued an order authorizing the transition to the next 3-year program cycle for Empower and approved various proposals by the program administrators. The PSC also recently modified the approach to cost recovery, as we've been discussing, such that going forward, costs will get collected in a single year as they are incurred, rather than being spread out over the useful file of the investments. This legislation does not allow the PSC, through a transparent regulatory process, the flexibility and discretion to review and analyze program designs offered by the utilities to ensure cost effectiveness and affordability for Maryland customers. Additionally, House Bill 864 requires any unpaid costs and unamortized costs related to the Empower program to earn no more than electric company's average cost of outstanding debt. Utilities do not finance their operations solely on debt, rather a combination of debt and equity. The recovery of our investments should reflect that. The utilities have already made and paid for the investments impacted by this provision of the bill under the premise that the utilities would earn the rate of return approved through the regulatory process. If this bill were to pass as drafted, this would violate the regulatory compact set by decades of regulatory precedents and represent a constitutional taking. Finally, I did want to note that while we recognize there are a significant number of amendments proposed coming from different state agencies, we certainly look forward to reviewing them. For the reasons stated above, Pepco and Delmarva Power respectfully request an unfavorable report on House Bill 864.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Brittany Jones with BGE. I'm the Director of Government Affairs, and I have with me my colleague, Mr. Mark Case, who is the Vice President of Strategy and Regulatory Affairs. He's not a registered lobbyist, but here at my request, so I will actually turn it to him.
Right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. Foremost among our concerns is the affordability aspect of the Empower surcharges and how House Bill 864 will make the situation even worse going forward. BGE's Empower residential surcharge is already scheduled to increase from $8 per month in 2023 to $29 per month in 2026, nearly quadrupling. About half of the increase is due to the new policies on program funding, which, however well-intentioned, are having the exact opposite impact on our customers. For commercial customers, it's even worse, with rates increasing sixfold by 2026, about $100 more each month. These increases exclude the cost of building electrification programs, which the Commission's order calls for plans to be filed in August. It also excludes the next scheduled bump up in the Empower targets slated for 2027. Those two factors alone can easily be expected to increase the surcharge to $45 or $50 per month for an average residential customer. The PSC is rightly concerned about the affordability aspects of Empower, as are we. The Commission in its December order has already identified one of the potential options to mitigate future increases, which we support, and have charged the stakeholder working group to propose additional solutions by July 1st. House Bill 864 would make that work for naught by explicitly prescribing the approach to cost recovery and codifying it in statute. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee. Josh McClellan with Washington Gas, Director of Energy Efficiency Programs. I'm here before you to testify on behalf of the company in opposition to House Bill 864. For over 15 years, the Empower utility programs have saved Maryland residents and businesses hundreds of millions of dollars on their monthly electric and gas bills and help consumers lower their overall energy demand. With Washington Gas joining in 2015, the company has contributed to the overall success of Empower by serving over 400,000 customers and reducing 600,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide. As Maryland embarks on some of the most ambitious climate change goals in the country, Empower and the Maryland utilities will play a critical role in helping the state achieve these targets. To do so, the utilities must be able to operate in a landscape
that affords them a full array of resources to reduce emissions in a cost-effective manner. This position underlies the company's opposition to Bill 864. While the bill generally makes positive strides to better configure Empower Maryland as a primarily GHG reducing framework, the clause mandating that at least 80% of emissions come from behind the meter programs is seen as a limitation to the company's capacity to effectively lower emissions. Washington Gas views this mandate as more specific to the electric utilities, and placing the same mandate on a gas utility deviates from the intended outcome of the threshold and would limit the company's ability to pursue innovative methods to reduce emissions beyond conventional means. This item represents the company's main point we wanted to share with the committee today, but there are other company positions for the bill, such as expanding requirements for beneficial electrification and clarifying certain proposed definitions, all of which are available in written testimony. I appreciate your time and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, and hello, Red Corner. So Josh, I've got a question for you. I'm on page 9 of the bill where it says from the period 2025 to 2033, the commission shall determine an overall statewide greenhouse gas emission reduction target based on an average annual reduction of at least 1.8% of the baseline. So I guess my question to you is, can we achieve a 1.8% reduction in the gas utilities actually do that?
Delegate, just to clarify, we as in Washington Gas or the utilities? Or
as the utilities?
I cannot speak on behalf of the entire body of the utilities. I can speak from Washington Gas's position.
Okay,
so
sure.
The way that the company is interpreting that language is that the commission can set a statewide target and that each utility will be responsible for a portion of achieving that target. So there is a minimum, which means that it's at the commission's discretion to see fit whatever is the appropriate portion for each one. So as of right now, Washington Gas as a utility would not be able to hit a 1% target. Our numbers and are conventionally in line with historical or with what other performance is seen around the country with other gas utilities, which is around 0.3 to 0.5%. So I think our recommendation would be that whatever portion that is allocated to utilities, that portion is based on sound data, and the most recent data that we have available is the Maryland greenhouse gas abatement study that was conducted last year.
Thank you, Chair.
Yep, Mr. Case, real quick, can you point to me the specific line in the bill, because I want to make sure I address this, that increases cost?
It's really about locking in on a cost recovery methodology that may or may not be in the public interest. So I mentioned before that the commission, when they issued their order for the next 3-year cycle, this was late December, they indicated that the jury was open for how building electrification costs should be recovered. And they said specifically that it may be better to recover those costs through base rates rather than through the Empower surcharge, and that as a party comes in to make a filing in August, that it has the burden of proof, if it wants to run those costs through the Empower surcharge, to demonstrate why that's the appropriate approach. This bill would eliminate that discretion. This bill would force it there, even though the cost to customers will be 10 times higher on the monthly bill.
Walk me through how base rating it is going to be cheaper than surcharging it.
Okay. The things that we do as a utility company, some of those are appropriately expensed, recover in a single year. Some costs that utilities spend money on are investments that provide benefits over a longer period of time. And the appropriate rate making throughout the industry is to recover the costs commensurate with the benefit period.
So if I hear you
for
correctly,
example,
hold on. If I hear you correctly, it's two things. One, if we take it from a surcharge, you want to just hide it in your rate and charge 10% on top of that. That's what you want to do. So I don't know how that's cheaper. That's one. Two, what I think you're trying to say, you're walking into I think what you're trying to say is that if we don't pay down the balance over the next 7 years, which will be more money in the short term, for sure, then these customers can never get out of paying just the minimum on their credit card. And you're cool with people just floating about $900 million balance in perpetuity because you get the interest off it. That's what you're pretty much saying. And what the
Pretty much
PSC
what
order
I'm
says,
not
no,
saying.
hey, sir. So, and what the PSC order says is that we're going to pay that off in 7 years, and then we're going to recover those costs every year from that point forward. And in theory, that should be cheaper than if you just allow this to go on in perpetuity. In addition to that, I take your interest down from 10, I think it's like roughly 10% to down to roughly 3%. So
It's
explain,
7% for
okay,
the record.
7% down to 3%. So explain to me how something, let's just say the balance is $100. If I have a loan for $100 at 7% interest, you want to keep it there forever than a loan at a $100 loan at 3%. Just explain that simple math to me.
Yeah, I'll be happy to.
Oh, this is going
So-
to be good.
When a utility makes an investment, and let's say that, let's say, for example, the investment we're talking about is the replacement of a fossil furnace with a heat pump. That heat pump will have an expected life of 15 years. Normal rate making would say if you make an investment in something that provides benefits to customers for 15 years, the most appropriate way is to recover those costs over the useful life of the investment. You can jam all the costs into a single year and recover it and pay zero interest in your example. That is possible. And that's what the commission has decided to do.
Mr.
with
Case,
traditional
that's not
energy
possible. That's
efficiency.
what's going to happen when this bill passes. That's literally what we're going to do.
That is what will happen if this bill passes. We
Exactly.
agree on
And
that.
long term, it's going to be cheaper on the ratepayers. Delegate Queen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wanted to kind of understand, because I'm sure cost recovery processes aren't new. Do you have any information on what other states do as a process of trying to get that? Because I understand paying it off in the, as you said, in the time frame of the life of that product. But do we have an experience of what, anyone has tried to accelerate that, and what has been the typical approach?
Yeah, I would say that a number of states do exactly what the Maryland Commission is ordering to be done for traditional, let's call them energy efficiency and demand response programs, which is to expense those in a single year. What's newer about this is the electrification program that is being pulled in through this bill, and in fact, a program that we support its inclusion and had filed one last year. So for electrification programs, those are very different than an investment in efficient lighting or some other shorter term investment. When you're investing in a heat pump, as an example, that has a much longer useful life, to put those costs into a single year versus the useful life of that investment, which would be 15 years, you can do it, but you will see a much higher bill impact. And we quantified that bill impact. It's on the record. It's in our August 1st filing. It's 10 times higher on the monthly bill impact. So a building electrification program such as BGE proposed, it's $1 per month. If we spread it over the useful life of the asset, it's $10 per month if we recover it in a single year. It's a policy choice, but we're pointing out that it will have large impacts on the bill.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Yes, you. Yeah. All right. Seeing no questions, that concludes this panel and bill hearing. Lily, you got to come back.
Okay, next up is HB 1393, still Delegate Crosby, Vice Chair Crosby.
Still averaging a bill an hour.
Do you want to bring up a couple of favorable with amendments or wait?
Yeah, good. Call them favorable with amendments.
Okay.
Sure, whatever. We can do whatever you want.
All
Yeah,
right.
that's fine.
Okay, then we'll do Tom Dennison and Dr. Alex Pavlik, if he's still here.
Reinforcements have arrived.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, colleagues. For the record, Delegate Brian Crosby here to present House Bill 1393, Electric System Planning and Scope and Funding. Bottom line, this bill requires our utilities to go after federal funding for a myriad of issues. I think that the initial ask was much larger, and this bill has been significantly pared down to simply just do that. I know that we have a lot of money available for the IRA. And frankly, through the Department of Energy, they have a very low interest loan program that is essentially the cost of capital. And we require our utilities to then go after those funds for all sorts of upgrades, distribution, et cetera. What I think the opposition will probably not like about it is the distribution side of the House. I haven't read their testimony. In fact, I don't even know if there is opposition. I'm sure there is, just knowing it's an energy bill. But in short, that's all the bill simply requires the utilities to do. And I ask for a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Tom Dennison. I'm Vice President of Government and Public Affairs for Southern Maryland Electric Cooperative. We're here in favor of the bill with an amendment. Won't rehash the bill. The good delegate has already done that. What our amendment does is very straightforward and simple. It requires, it provides legislative direction to the Public Service Commission that during the distribution system planning process that is currently underway at the Public Service Commission, that those recommendations, regulations coming from that work group, that process treats individual utilities individually, that there is not a one-size-fits-all approach, because our distribution system in Southern Maryland is very different than that in Baltimore City and Prince George's County and elsewhere throughout the state. So again, the amendment is very simple. It's attached to my testimony, and it simply provides that legislative direction to the commission. And with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. That was quick. Any questions? Okay, Delegate Adams.
So Vice Chair, I don't see PSC here, but I was reading the bill, and in a few situations here, it cuts distribution out of the bill. So, I guess my question is, PSC, they don't have jurisdiction outside of distribution. I'm trying to understand how we're aligning PSC under the bill.
We can work a little bit further on that side of it. Frankly, when we put in the bill, I didn't think distribution was going to become, I didn't think any of this was going to become that controversial or contentious, or there'd be opposition for it, because all it simply says is, if you have the opportunity to go after federal funds, let's just say for distribution, we're just trying to do that at the cheapest rate possible for our rate makers. I think what they don't like is the fact that rate of return will be significantly less. And I understand the purview question. We will get with PSC and I'll follow up with you directly.
That'll work. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Right, seeing none, we have a virtual favorable. John Borkowski. No, oh, sorry, never mind, informational, okay. And that concludes the hearing for HB, I'm sorry, 1393. Okay. Yes, next up is HB 516, Delegate Fennell, Climate Crisis and Environmental Justice Act of 2024. All right, we have, a couple of favorables. Wanda Ashley Williams. Okay. And is that?
Thank you.
Wanda?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. I know it's been a long evening. I will not keep you as long. I just want to let you know that I am here to introduce House Bill 516, the Climate Crisis Environmental Act, CCEJ. This bill fulfills the Governor Moore's pollution reduction plan recommendation for a funding way to help provide $1 billion annually to achieve the state's climate pollution and education goal and invest in our state communities. I have my wonderful panel that's here to be able to testify, and also you can ask questions of them. And thank you. I ask for a favorable report.
Thank you. And good afternoon. In the absence of the chair, vice chair, and the members of this committee. My name is Wanda Ashley Williams. I am the Regional Director for Climate Exchange Maryland. You have my written testimony because of limited time we have. And I will just highlight a couple of very important points. As you know, the Climate Solutions Now Act was passed back in 2022, and it set an aggressive goal for reducing carbon here in the state. So we have a mandate in the state already. The problem is we have to pay for the plan that and the programs that are outlined in the Climate Solutions Now. And so last December, the governor's administration said in its carbon pollution reduction report that we will need at least $1 billion to implement their plan, $1 billion. HB 516 is the funding mechanism we need at this point in time to achieve our targets of meeting net zero by 2045. The fee charged in HB 516 is paid by the fossil fuel companies supplying the dirty fuel, not the citizens of Maryland, not our taxpayers, and not our ratepayers. The oil companies, these big oil companies have known about the negative effects of climate change since the 1970s, I should say. It is time that we held them responsible for mitigating the destructive impacts from carbon emissions in our state. Also, HB 516 protects our most vulnerable communities. In alignment with Justice 40 initiative, at least 50% of the revenue collected from the fee will go to disproportionately affected residents, those that are overburdened, underserved, as well as low and moderate income individuals. With that, I ask for a favorable report on 516 with amendments. Thank you.
Vice Chair, thank you. Thank you, rest of the committee. My name is Jonah Kerman-Faber. I serve as Policy and Research Director for Climate Exchange National. I spend my time studying, designing, drafting, analyzing, modeling state climate bills across the entire United States. And I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 516 with amendments. I have 3 points to raise for my comments. The first is the revenue that Wanda touched upon. Maryland has these aggressive targets in place from the CSNA, but lacks capital. There was a gentleman that testified earlier today that the PSC's mandate doesn't match our climate goals. I'm here to tell you that the state's entire fiscal package doesn't match its climate goals. This bill is one of the most potent sources of revenue that I've seen across the United States as a state bill, and it's particularly potent given Maryland's size relative to larger states considering similar packages. The in-state benefits for a program like this are substantial to the fact where the economics point to pursuing an action like this, even if climate change wasn't happening and these goals were not in place for the state of Maryland. There's good economics behind this. Studies that we've done and other organizations find that money spent on clean transition activities such as new infrastructure and workforce development, they are high growth industries, high quality jobs. One such study that was peer reviewed done by us found that you generate $2 in economic activity in the state for every dollar spent. So it's just essentially printing free economic development dollars for you. This also includes substantial benefits for public health concerns, as well as creating high quality jobs in the communities invested in, which is a high priority for environmental justice communities. So not only is this good for our climate goals, but it's good to do regardless. This is not new. This is something that other states have been pursuing for over a decade, first with California and the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, and now with New York developing something similar. This is something that's stress tested, very useful for the state, and I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
My sunshine.
Okay, goodies. Unless I missed it, I want to ask, I have 2 questions. One, I need to know again about the amendment that y'all said that y'all have for this bill. And if you can just tell it to me just one more time, I'm just taking notes. And how about the physical note? Now, you was quoting how much it's gonna cost. Can you, either one of you, tell me what the physical note is on this bill?
Okay, regarding the amendments, I could talk to you about that, but Dr. Wilson will be discussing that in his testimony, so I don't want to repeat. But they have to do with making sure that we highlight environmental justice concerns. They're addressed, but we want to make sure that definitions are consistent with the Climate Solutions Now Act, and that we point out certain areas. And again, I'm not going to, repeat what he's going to say. As far as the fiscal note is concerned, the governor's administration issued their report last year saying that we need about $1 billion, at least $1 billion, right? With a B, at least $1 billion. And in that, we know will include increasing staff. This particular policy does not look to the state for money. It brings money into the state. However, it will take money to implement not just the benefits fund as in this package, but also the CCNA, right? And so what we build into this legislation is 5% of the revenue. That's about almost $18 billion in 10 years. So 5% equals what, about 85 million a year? Yeah, about $85 million a year on average. And so that's the money that we need to properly staff the agencies that will have to implement the plan that the Climate Solutions Now, which is mandated, has put before us, and to implement the benefits fund that is set up by the Climate Crisis and Environmental Justice Act.
Okay, thank you. All right, I want to welcome all of ENT for being here. With that, two virtual.
Yeah, two.
Okay, we will go to Kishena Cross. Okay, so how about Angelina Galati? All right. Hello, go ahead. Oh, nope, you hit mute right when you started. There you go.
Dear Chairman Wilson, Vice Chair Crosby, and members of the committee, I'm Anjali Galati from District 7A, and I work as a Climate Equity Associate with Interfaith Power and Light DMV. I'm here today on behalf of the Rebuild Maryland Coalition and the Maryland Legislative Agenda for Women to urge a favorable report for House Bill 516. The last time I testified for this bill in 2020, I was an undergrad at Morgan State University. Since building my background in environmental economics and getting a master's in political economy from Georgetown, I'm an even stronger favor of carbon pricing as a solution of just means in Maryland's fight for climate justice and a clean energy future. In light of the state's budget deficit and ambitious clean energy goals, House Bill 516 will help meet Maryland's greenhouse gas reduction target of net zero emissions by 2045 by making polluters pay for damages from charging a fee that'll increase annually until the target reduction is met. The no pass-through provision means that general taxpayers won't have to pay. Rather, fossil fuel companies will pay at the point of entry into the state. The revenue from the fees currently projected to be at least $1.7 billion annually. There's growing evidence from the NIH that prenatal exposures to air pollutants from combustion of coal and other fossil fuels have adverse effects on fetal growth and early child neurodevelopment. Asthma is the most common chronic condition in Maryland school children, affecting more than 60,000 students statewide. African-American children in Maryland have almost 5 times the rate of asthma-related emergency department visits as white children. We have EJ mapping tools now to understand which geographic areas are hit hardest by air pollution. I encourage you to check out the disparity in air quality in the Black Butterfly of Baltimore City compared with the rest of the state. The benefits fund will go directly to low and moderate income households and energy-intensive, trade-exposed businesses proven to be the most vulnerable. We recognize that many families rely on labor in the fossil fuel industry. The infrastructure fund will provide training for jobs in clean energy projects to ensure a just economic transition for all. For these reasons and more, I urge a favorable report on House Bill 516.
Thank you so much. That concludes the favorable. We'll next go to favorable with amendment. We have one. Oh, I'm sorry, Delegate Weibel. Go ahead, Delegate Weibel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, I wasn't half paying attention until I heard the $1 billion figure and we're almost talking about real, it's real money at that point. So who pays the fee again? The producer of the fossil fuel? Or so we're net, I'm just trying to figure out how it all works because obviously we import electricity into the state. What about 70% of our electricity, I think, is imported. So at what point are you taxing the?
Sure,
the
yeah.
fossil fuel?
I'll take that one. So for the program design, it follows the conventions of other states, which is a first seller approach, which means when that fossil fuel first enters the state for combustion in the state. It's worth noting that with this bill, electricity is exempt. We already cover electricity through the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative program. We don't want to double count that. So right now, what we're talking about with this bill is transportation and mostly building related fuels and industry as well. And it's fossil fuels used for those purposes. So in the case of Maryland, it's majority when those are imported into the state, such as at a bulk terminal or station, sold at the wholesale level. For example, transportation, we're talking probably around 35 entities.
Okay, so let's just take one, for example, we're talking about gasoline and vehicles. Correct?
That's right.
So when that gas comes into the state, you're taxing it at that point at the refinery or where?
Not necessarily at the refinery. It can be at a refinery level, but this has been studied in Maryland actually when the Transportation and Climate Initiative was under consideration already. The recommendation at that time was to use bulk terminals as where that tax is administered. Already the data is already there, where they can report on what is then being sold to distributors locally in Maryland for Maryland consumption, for example, at gas stations. So rather than having gas stations report all of their sales, it's too many people doing too much for no reason. It's simply 35 or so bulk terminals selling wholesale inside the state.
And I believe I read in the bill, it says it cannot be passed on to the end user.
That's correct.
So who's paying for that? Shareholder?
Yes.
So why would anybody want to sell gas in Maryland?
Well, the important part of the economics is that whether this price is here or not, the pipelines, the distribution systems do not shut down. There's still gas to be consumed in Maryland, still natural gas to be consumed, and those will continue to be sold regardless of whether there's another price addition for the seller.
So is there credit then for because I understand we're the largest importer of natural gas worldwide, essentially. So is there a credit then for that gas that it's transported out of the state?
Natural gas that's transported out of the state is not taxed. We have fairly robust.
No, I didn't say it was a tax. I said, is there a credit for that?
It's not even actually, there's no fee to begin with on natural gas that it gets sold outside the state. We already have the data reporting in place to be able to differentiate whether something's combusted in the state versus out of it. So the fee will only get applied upstream to natural gas that will get sold for use in the state. If it's exported, it won't get a fee to begin with.
All right. And did I hear you all say this was the governor's initiative? This is the governor's initiative? Is that what I heard you say?
This is in line with the governor initiative.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, no. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, I do believe that we have Dr. Wilson on,
Yeah, Jacoby Wilson, he's next up.
Okay.
Dr. Wilson? Go ahead, sir.
Hey, thank you. Happy to be here in front of the committee today. My name is Dr. Jacoby Wilson. I'm a professor with the Maryland Institute for Applied Environmental Health. I'm here to provide comments in favor of this bill with amendments. As was stated, environmental justice is a very important issue for our state. If you look at communities that are overburdened by hazards, and those same communities maybe also have differential climate risks, this bill is important to protect those populations. It's in line with President Biden's executive order on climate change, 14008. So as we move from a dirty energy economy to a clean energy economy, 40% of those benefits should go to disadvantaged communities. What we see in this bill, I think some very important elements. One change, one amendment that I would like to see is adding co-pollutants to greenhouse gas emissions. When we think about public health impacts, when we burn fossil fuels, we produce particulate matter, nitrogen dioxide, sulfur dioxides, and other pollutants like volatile organic compounds and also black carbon. Those are the pollutants that impact public health, leading to asthma, can impact cancer rates, also birth defects, developmental effects, cancer, and premature mortality. So it's important to have that amendment. Additionally, as outlined, this bill focuses a lot on low and moderate income communities, which is very important from an environmental justice perspective. But we know statistically that race is the single most biggest predictor of differential impacts from hazards. So there needs to be some more focus on bringing a race indicator into this bill. That's already built into the law when you look at overburden and underserved. Overburden includes proximity to traffic, proximity to hazards. Underserved includes the social demographic indicators. So pulling out race, percent non-white out of the underserved indicators will allow us to be more inclusive when it comes to the populations who can benefit from both the benefits fund and also
Sir, I'm
the
gonna need you to
infrastructure
start to
funds.
wrap up.
Yes, thank you. I'm done. I didn't see a clock, but yes, I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, that concludes this panel. Seeing no questions, we'll go to the unfavorable. Karen Sanu. All right, that concludes this bill hearing. Thank you everybody so much. We will now go to House Bill 468, Delegates Love and Boyce. And we also have the rest of ENT here for that bill hearing.
May I bring up my panel, Mr. Chair? Excellent, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of Economic Matters, and my entire ENT committee. Nice to see you. I am Delegate Sarah Love, and I am here to present HB 468, the Commission to Advance Lithium-Ion Battery Safety in Maryland. So this bill came up because Vice Chair Boyce and I were contacted by one of the panelists here about some legislation that he was advising on in another state related to lithium-ion batteries. One of them was making sure that replacement batteries in e-bikes and e-scooters were UL certified. Another one had to do with stickers on EVs to make sure that when they caught fire, law enforcement knew what they were. And the more the vice chair and I dug into this, the more that we realized that legislation at this point would be putting the cart before the horse. So just to back up for a second, we use lithium-ion batteries in just about everything. They're in our cell phones, our e-bikes, our e-scooters, our cars, storage, all over the place. And while they're incredibly useful, they also have caused a number of fires. And we have seen fires at recycling centers. We've seen fires at landfills. Obviously, EV cars like ICE cars catch fire, and they have different problems. So as I said, the more we dug into it, the more we realized that there were a lot of experts out there doing wonderful things, and that we knew we needed to know more. We wanted these folks to come together and talk to each other, work on best practices, and come to us with potential regulations and or pieces of legislation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to my panel and ask for a favorable report.
Good afternoon, Chair and delegates. I'm here to speak in favor of House Bill 468. My name is Ivan Browning. I'm a lifelong Maryland resident and 24-year career firefighter with Montgomery County Fire and Rescue, currently serving as the Hazardous Materials Battalion Chief. Maryland is no stranger to the hazards associated with lithium-ion battery emergencies, as the fire service across the nation continues responding to incidents originating from devices powered by this technology. These incidents are occurring in all types of occupancies and across transportation methods and are requiring extended mitigation times. Montgomery County Fire and Rescue has responded to known incidents at single-family dwellings, multifamily apartment buildings, both mid-rise and high-rise, educational institutions, and commercial businesses. While the technology is not new and generally safe when used properly, public safety agencies across the state continue their response to an increased number of incidents that have resulted in both property damage and personal injury. In 2023, the state of Maryland Fire Marshal's Office reported 39 lithium-ion battery incidents within the state, and there may be others. We continue to work with agencies such as the Maryland Department of the Environment Emergency Response Division to mitigate these incidents across the state. I believe there are reasons for which we could be seeing the increase from a general lack of public education on best practices for lithium-ion powered devices. increased saturation of the technology in the consumer market, along with technology advancement that has moved faster than fire, building, and other codes can keep up with. The hazards associated with lithium-ion battery technology are of concern to not only public safety agencies, but members of the transportation industry, solid waste and recycling industry, and anyone whose life or business may be disrupted by an emergency initiated from one of these devices. The establishment of this commission will bring together Maryland stakeholders to determine what best practices and guidelines can be implemented moving forward to make the best use of lithium-ion technology, while also keeping the citizens and responders safe through education and training. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Crosby and members of the committee. My name is Dale Bowen and I'm representing the Maryland State Firemen's Association Legislative Committee. We represent over 340 departments throughout the state and thousands of fire and EMS volunteers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of House Bill 468. My colleague from Montgomery County has given you a lot of the data that I don't have to share with you. I won't reiterate. I will just say the dramatic impacts of these lithium-ion batteries for our fire service include rapid fire growth and explosion hazards. For us in the fire service, the questions are, how do we respond safely? How do we contain and suppress the fire? I volunteered in the state of Maryland in my 38th year, and times have changed. We can no longer jump off the back step and put every fire out with water. House Bill 468 would direct the commission to look into these and other issues and recommend guidelines for our firefighters to use in the future. And I believe that an amendment has been, submitted to have a representative from the Maryland Fire and Rescue Institute on this commission. MIFRE is the leading educator of the volunteer fire service in the state of Maryland and needs to be part of the conversation. So thank you for that. Thank you, Delegate Love and Delegate Boyce, for submitting this bill and recognizing the needs of our firefighters throughout the state of Maryland. Thank you to the committee for your time, and I urge a favorable report on House Bill 468 with the amendment. Thank you.
Hello, and thank you to Delegates Love and Boyce for this opportunity. My name is Bob Swaim. I'm a longtime Maryland resident and subject matter expert. I'm a semi-retired NTSB aviation accident investigator. I've been doing lithium battery fire investigations for over 11 years now. I work closely with firefighters around the world and in Maryland since the late 1980s. I led the first Boeing 787 lithium battery fire investigation where a firefighter was burned, and have worked electric vehicle fires since the beginning of 2017. After 32 years with the NTSB, I started the How It Broke website. I work on battery safety issues with SAE, and I teach electric vehicle firefighting courses. When lithium batteries fail, the gas emitted is toxic and usually flammable, so it can ignite the surroundings. A New York State legislator asked for help to improve battery safety in New York, and I related that to our delegates. In our discussions after that, they quickly realized the importance of the topic, asked for ideas, and those are in my written submission of 9 topics. We should fully support the bipartisan House Bill 468 safety bill because while most concepts have already been worked out elsewhere, the goal is a tailored approach for the unique conditions and locations across Maryland. Here's the difference. More important than the emergency response aspects are the preventive. There are questions about management and prevention. Building codes are not ready for an apartment garage full of EVs because extinguishing those takes so much longer. How close can a utility place a large battery system upwind of a school? How do we end the current problem of fires and trash trucks and facilities as mentioned? And we don't know how many large battery installations are in the hearts of the downtown Baltimore skyscrapers. It's worth noting that Denver, New York, and others now require UL approval to combat the problem of like fires. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no questions, we will now go to Michael Sanderson, Kitty McElroy, Pam Casemeyer.
Keep things moving, Mr. Chair. I'm Michael Sanderson with the Maryland Association of Counties. Mostly a Me Too with one extra comment, and that is the earlier legislation talking about the advent of clean energy. Like, this is a part of the near and middle term solution. We don't know what 30 or 50 years out is going to look like, but the next 5, 10, 15 years, clean energy coming from a variety of sources across the state, disparate sources. The only way to make that work efficiently and effectively is going to be by deployment of batteries. Doing it safely with guidance from a group like this is exactly the right way to do it. We support the bill.
Hello, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Pam Casemeyer on behalf of the Maryland Delaware Solid Waste Association, also strongly in support of this, and largely me too, because you've had a long day in the waste industry. We've seen fires in our trucks, fires in our recycling facilities, a lot that we have to manage. It creates a lot of damage to the facilities, but it also then means we can't do the recycling that we were intending to do. And it's very dangerous for drivers and workers. So we're really excited to be included in the membership of this work, and think it'll help us form a framework to address issues related to the battery storage and fires and those safety issues.
Good afternoon, Economic Matters Committee. I'm Kitty McElroy, here as president of Maryland Recycling Network to support HB 468. I bring my experience managing electronics recycling contracts, including lithium-ion battery recycling, over the last 10 years at the Northeast Maryland Waste Disposal Authority. I am not speaking on behalf of the authority. Maryland Recycling Network members include municipal recycling managers, private sector, and nonprofit recyclers and individuals. We thank delegates Love and Boyce for sponsoring this bill. Lithium-ion batteries are found in a variety of electronics. When punctured, a chemical reaction can cause a fire or explosion. These chemicals make them burn longer, hotter, more difficult, and hazardous to extinguish. Unfortunately, many of these batteries are ending up in recycling and trash bins. Our members have reported fires on collection trucks, tipping floors at recycling facilities, transfer stations, landfills, and even overnight fires in separately stored electronics areas. A 2022 fire at a recycling facility in York, Pennsylvania, used by some Maryland localities, caused it to shut down. The loss to a facility owner can be more than $50 million. Recycling programs relying on those facilities must scramble to find new outlets. Insurance companies are even backing away from insuring these types of facilities. This task force allows Maryland to investigate this issue statewide, recommend best practices for increased public education, comprehensive protocols with local fire departments, heat spot and fire detection and suppression equipment, as well as report on emerging technologies and industries transitioning away from liquid state to solid state electrolyte-based batteries, which are less susceptible to fires. This will ensure batteries, so essential to many products, can continue to be useful without causing fires and destabilizing our critical infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, we will now go to favorable with amendments. For the first time ever, Bruce Bariano, Evan Vaughn, Morris Cyphers, and Chair Hoover.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Bruce Bariano. I'm here on behalf of my client LKQ and also Caroline County in very strong support of this bill. Want to thank Delegates Love and Boyce. It's a very, very important piece of legislation. On behalf of my client LKQ, they have about 11 facilities here in the state of Maryland. They're automobile dismantlers and recyclers, and they possess the largest quantity of lithium batteries coming out of cars and other electric transportation vehicles. They have a lot of experience and knowledge about this. Everything that was said previously is just so true and essential. We have to get studying on the way for firefighters and EMS people to be able to deal with these unique situations and fires. The amendment which I will propose is to add an automobile recycler and dismantler to this commission. They have great knowledge and expertise, as I said, in this area, and they could lend that to the deliberations of this commission to then come back with further legislation to help firefighters and EMS. I would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Christina Ochoa from the PSC. Chair Hoover had to run across the street, but we do have our senior commission advisor, John Borkowski, on virtual with us for any questions you have.
Hi, good afternoon. Vice Chair Crosby and members of the Economic Matters Committee. I'm Morris Cyphers with the American Clean Power Association. I just want to start by thanking the committee for their good work creating the energy storage procurement program last year. The PSC process is underway. John Borkowski and his team are leading a really robust process thus far, including an energy storage safety work group. I think there's just a handful of things that I'd like to raise for the committee's consideration when you're looking at this bill. The broad scope is pretty broad. A local government is not going to regulate vapes or suitcases or EVs or e-bikes or storage that you put in your house, garage for backup as they would grid scale battery storage. And so I think throwing everything into the pot might result in some unclear, murky safety guidelines. So I think it's important to segment out by industry, by technology sector, to make sure there's adequate representation on this committee from each kind of industry sector, because there's best science, best practices for all of them. I'm here mostly just to talk about grid scale battery storage. There's the National Fire Prevention Association 855 guidance. They're on their 3rd edition. That comes in like a rolling 3-year research guidance, 26 work groups and committees. It's a real nightmare of experts. So we're already a decade in. We're on, I think, approaching the 3rd edition on a lot of these best practices on safety for grid scale battery storage. New York State was mentioned. They've had a really robust process. They also have some support in place to make sure local governments can adequately site and have resources at the state to manage these projects safely. Thanks very much.
And again, hi, everybody. Evan Vaughn, Executive Director of Merrick Action. We represent, again, utility or grid scale battery storage projects. I agree with everything that Maura just said. I just want to add a couple of points. First of all, both of our organizations do support statewide standards for energy storage safety. No disagreement there. I just want to highlight, as Maura did, there's a couple of incongruities with the way that the bill is currently constructed. First of all, as Maura highlighted, all of the different kinds of lithium ion batteries shouldn't necessarily be regulated the same way, from vapes to a large grid scale battery. The other incongruity, which works in the other way, is that not all utility scale battery storage projects are lithium ion. Many of those other battery technologies have different safety characteristics. Many of them have different or lesser issues, but those would not be encapsulated in this. And so my question is to the sponsors, does the PSC's work group on specifically grid connected energy storage, is there a gap with that process that needs to be filled? If not, perhaps removing grid scale from this legislation may make sense. If not, I think, as Maura said, having more representation from the grid scale sector to make sure that maybe there's a subgroup or something to address those issues, that could be workable. But look forward to continued conversations with the committee and happy to take questions. Thank you.
All right, seeing no questions, that concludes this bill hearing.
John, on virtual.
Yeah, I thought he was just here for questions.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Seeing no questions, that concludes this bill hearing. Next, we'll go to Delegate Ziegler, House Bill 1328. Delegate, if you have a panel, you can bring them up.
You're okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, good afternoon, Chair Crosby, distinguished members of the committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Natalie Ziegler here with House Bill 1328. My goal in bringing this bill is twofold. First, I want to meet our renewable energy goals. And second, I want to open up the economic opportunity for those farmers who would like to put some solar on their farms, while providing protections to ensure they get their land back in good shape at the end of their lease. So with that in mind, the bill as amended, and I hope you got the amendments, does a number of things. First, it allows counties to create a conservation and restoration fund that solar developers would pay into if the solar project is going on land that is in agriculture or a silvicultural use. Second, it creates a commission in the Power Plant Research Program within DNR to study solar siting in a manner that seeks to balance competing goals and encourages development on brownfields and landfills, but which does not include specific soil classification restrictions. Third, it requires an analysis of state land suitable for solar development, including brownfields, landfills, parking lots, and so on. It requires each electric company to submit data regarding transmission capacity to the Solar Technical Assistance Program. It adds 2 positions to the Power Plant Research Program to help counties with the permitting process for solar energy development. And last, but certainly not least, it offers a number of protections for farmers, including requiring the developer to maintain a cover crop that contributes to soil regeneration and carbon sequestration. And it establishes requirements for decommissioning, including bonding. And it requires the Department of Agriculture to develop a list of considerations and best practices to help farmers who are negotiating a lease. The Maryland Energy Administration estimates that we'll need something like 1 to 2% of farmland in Maryland if we're going to meet our solar energy goals. And there are farmers for whom a steady, low-risk income from a solar project would be a huge help, maybe even save a family farm. But for many farmers, that option has been foreclosed by unfairly restrictive zoning policies, which disregard both our renewable energy needs and farmers' private property rights. I fully recognize the importance of balancing our many competing land use goals, but if we can get that balance right, some solar energy on farmland could be a win for everyone. So, to quote George Harrison, "Here comes the sun, it's all right." And I respectfully ask for a favorable report on HB 1328.
Thank you. Tom Cole on behalf of CI Renewables. CI Renewables developed and entered into the largest power purchase agreement in the state of Maryland right now, and that's in Howard County. Siting is the next most important thing facing the solar industry after financing. And what this bill does is it moves the state forward in terms of providing some certainty in terms of where solar can go. It also puts the state in a position to be more active in finding sites for solar. And in terms of the work group and local zoning, that just adds uncertainty. And these solar projects need to contract with the utilities and the landowner at the same time before they have their zoning approval. And so any zoning approvals, which, obviously will continue to exist in some form, but any aspect of that can be appealed, and in some circumstances can hold a project up for 3 to 4 years. So we would ask that there be a favorable report on this bill, and that Maryland take that affirmative step to make sure that we can find good sites for solar going forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committees. My name is Kristen Harbison. I'm the political director for the Maryland League of Conservation Voters, and we are here in strong support of HB 1329, and we thank Delegate Ziegler for her commitment and leadership on this issue. As you all know, in 2019, the Maryland General Assembly, thanks to the leadership of so many on this committee, passed the Clean Energy Jobs Act, which set the ambitious but achievable goal of reaching 50% renewable energy by 2030 with a carve out for 14.5% for solar energy. These commitments have been amplified by the commitments of the Moore-Miller administration, who seeks to get 100% clean energy by 2035. We're falling short of the goals, and you've already heard some of the challenges that have led to that. Maryland LCV is here in strong support of this legislation because we believe it sets a framework to begin to heal the fractured relationships between stakeholders on energy and land use policy. We are a small state with big goals, and those big goals, we need to find a way to find a balance on how to reach all of them, including open space protection, forest conservation, restoring the Chesapeake Bay and other waterways, and encouraging a sustainable and robust agricultural economy, which can include cohabitation with solar industry. This bill is grounded in the belief that by working together with a focused attention on the challenges and an open mind for creative solutions, including some of the specific solutions that are offered by this bill, we can find a way to work forward to these critical goals. The Maryland LCV is pleased to support this important bill and urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, that concludes this panel. I'll call up Lindsay Thompson, who is favorable. You can go first, Ms. Thompson, but I'm going to call up the rest that are favorable with amendments. Michael Sanderson, Evan Vaughn, Maura Cyphers. Former delegate Rachel Jones. Rachel, do you want to come up? Your information, you can just go last. Just do it all at once, save time. Before you start, I should have welcomed our colleagues from appropriations. So go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Again, my name is Lindsay Thompson here today on behalf of the Maryland Grain Producers Association in support of House Bill 1328. Many of the points that I made were answered in the earlier hearing on the solar siting issue. We support this idea of allowing counties to set up this preservation fund. We feel as though it is a good compromise that allows for the land use of agriculture for solar while preserving other agricultural lands for agricultural production in perpetuity. We also feel strongly that setting up this commission that is to come up with the best practices moving forward would be really helpful to answer a lot of the questions that our farmers and the agricultural community have. And so with that, I would urge your favorable report.
Hello again, Evan Vaughn with Merrick Action. I really do want to commend Delegate Ziegler as well as Senator Hester for their work on this bill. This is one of the thorniest issues in the energy sector. The bill does seek to balance tensions between solar development and agricultural land conservation. Unfortunately, we're only favorable with amendments because we think currently the balance doesn't quite get the right balance. One of the challenges that we see with the bill is the idea of a conservation fund being applied only to the solar industry. We think if the state, we totally respect the right of the state to preserve agricultural land if that's a policy decision, but we don't think solar should be singled out for a fund like that, given that solar actually can create significant soil, health benefits, even sometimes in comparison to agriculture for some specific things like runoff and soil retention. The commission as well, we have significant concerns about, in part because the CPCN process for projects above 2 megawatts works well. It balances all of these things. Many of the stated goals of the legislation, instituting decommissioning policy, preserving farmland, considering local government perspectives, that's all in the CPCN. So I look forward to working more with the sponsor. I think the state lands elements of this are valuable. I think it's not necessarily going to help the large scale projects that we represent, but I think having the state take a serious look at what state lands might be viable for solar deployment is worthwhile. And we look forward to continuing the dialogue. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Maura Cyphers here again with the American Clean Power Association. I think this has been a well-trod. I'd just like to provide a little personal information about myself, which is my first MACO facilitated solar siting work group occurred in 2015. We passed the Clean Energy Jobs Act in 2019, and here we are, 2024, having a lot of the same conversations. And so I think, from our perspective, it may be time to double down on the policy of the state and start deploying clean energy at scale to meet our carbon reduction and clean energy goals. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Michael Sanderson with MACO. You've heard a lot about the bill. We agree with a number of comments that have already been raised. I think breadth beyond solar is a good idea. I think there's a lot of good elements in this bill. We're grateful for the sponsor being part of a collaborative process during this last interim. I know one of the things that you all like is peace in the valley. And sometime around Halloween, it felt like MACO was really optimistic, like we could be here with a consensus bill to really move the bill forward. A bunch of the elements that are in this bill were part of an emerging consensus. We're not there yet. We've had some contributors to that process move in different directions. We're still optimistic and moving in this direction. There are pieces in this bill we love. There are pieces in this bill that we think need some change. Our written testimony walks through some of that, but we're still really committed to this issue.
Thank you. Rachel Jones, Maryland Department of Agriculture. So first, I want to start by saying the MDA supports the state's renewable energy goals. We also appreciate the sponsor working really diligently on this bill. We appreciate the fact that there is a mitigation fund as preservation of agricultural land for agricultural production and activities is important in our state. But we've also been working with the Maryland Energy Administration over the past couple of months, understanding that solar siting is key to meeting these renewable energy goals. This bill would require the MDA to set up a variety of resources and make them available to Maryland farmers to help educate and inform them on various elements of the solar siting process and help them to make wise decisions. MEA and MDA have already been working to develop an FAQ that provides various resources, and we're happy to expand on that. I know that there are some amendments in the bill that would be protections for farmers. MDA did share yesterday with the sponsors that we do appreciate those amendments. There is one that we are hoping will be stricken though, and that is the one that states that MDA will provide free contract negotiation to farmers as it pertains to solar development contracts. That's something that in consultation with our counsel from the Attorney General's office, MDA cannot do that. That makes us liable if something would go wrong with the contract or someone would be displeased with the contract. That makes personal individuals and the MDA subject to lawsuits, and that's not something we want, but we're happy to do anything else that the bill requires in order to help educate farmers and make sure that they understand what the options are as they consider whether or not to utilize solar. And with that, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep, Rachel, it's always good to see you.
Likewise.
Thank everybody. Ms. Cyphers, we remember Clean Energy Jobs Act well. Thank Delegate Impalaria for his leadership on that one. All right. And that concludes this bill hearing. We will go to Delegate Valderrama, House Bill 1367.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, esteemed members, honorable members of the Economic Matters Committee. For the record, Chris Valderrama here to present House Bill 1367. I want to preface by saying before I get into my testimony that I was not aware of the bill that we just heard that was presented, which is House Bill 468 by Delegates Love and Boyce. I mentioned that bill because I like what it's doing and a lot of the reason of why I put this piece of legislation in. So with that said, House Bill 1367, which I urge a favorable report on, it is our attempt to provide a more balanced approach to the siting of BESS, the Battery Energy Storage System projects, by requiring a certificate of public convenience, the CPCN, for nearly all energy storage devices as a way of providing a more wholesome process for integrating community input into the placement of this emergent technology. So as it stands now, as it's my understanding, I'm not an expert in this field. We have our colleagues here who are all the experts. It is my understanding that utilities currently right now have carte blanche authority to site smaller battery projects as they see fit with hardly any, if any, community input. So there, as I understand it, there are no guidelines. And this happened to happen in my district in Prince George's County. So working diligently with PEPCO, which I'm very appreciative of, they had opted to place a battery storage unit on a property that they already owned, which in their, and if I were in their position, I understand that. I get why they picked that location. Though this location was near an established neighborhood, near two public schools, one of which is my alma mater, Oxon Hill High School, and within feet of a well-attended daycare center facility. So my constituents who are present here and additional many others had been finding or working hard for 3 years before Pepco voluntarily pulled their project based on, again, with the meetings we've had, based on difficulties with their vendor, which was, in our opinion here, ineffectively vetted. So we believe had there been better outreach, with the community, with this particular project, it may not have ever happened. Not saying it wouldn't, but it may not have gone forward. So the community where the BEST project was located was miles away from the site that would have benefited from this project, which is National Harbor, which is as many of you know where that is. And it is oftentimes with this type of particular project, we see this happen sometimes where constituents are inadvertently silenced or outmaneuvered, and a lot of times ignored by larger corporate interests. But on that note, I want to also say that Pepco has done much to work with me and the constituents in our district to work at a resolution. And having said that, that project is no longer coming to our district in Prince George's County, which we are thankful for. And I do thank Pepco for working with us diligently. And when I say diligently, I mean diligently. So to also include the stakeholders that were involved with this particular project. So many communities have concerns about this technology, as you've heard in the prior testimony with the other legislation. Farming communities are concerned that prime farmland will be compromised, while urban and suburban communities, like in my particular district, are largely concerned with protection from fire and contaminants, and with their ability to protect schools, daycare, hospitals, and residential communities from this emerging and sometimes unsafe and unhealthy technology. All of us are concerned about the lack of best safety practices and training for those who will address the possible catastrophic results, including firefighters, should something go wrong. So I want to make it clear and on the record that I do support our state's efforts to reduce our carbon footprint. I have voted for legislation to limit our energy use. My constituents here support Maryland's energy goals. That is not the premise here. That is not the issue at hand. But we do need to address this important issue with all deliberate speed before some of the well-documented disasters that have occurred, particularly out west, do not occur here in our great state of Maryland. So I believe the established procedures of the Certificate of Public Convenience is our best option to address these safety issues with the speed and expertise that they deserve. Because I will say, hearing from our county firefighters and such and other stakeholders, they're not in the dark, but we feel like this is the better way, that the state has the experience to provide this expertise when it comes to these projects. So with that, I would urge a favorable report on House Bill 1367.
Chair Crosby and members of the committee, I'm Ron Weiss of Fort Washington, asking for your favorable support of 1367. I want to tell you why. Without prior notice to us, Pepco decided to put this pilot project lithium-ion battery system very near a daycare center where there are about 20 infants in their care. And we researched lithium-ion batteries and learned that there were several serious thermal runaway failures that emitted toxic gases. As you've heard from Delegate Love's panel, lithium-ion batteries are risky. The Clean Energy Company found that 26% of inspected energy storage systems had quality issues related to the fire detection and suppression system. 18% had quality issues related to the thermal management system. So we pushed back, and Pepco assured us that their battery storage system would be safe and non-obtrusive. We were skeptical, continued to probe their plans and investigate what protections we had from the state and local level. We didn't find any agency at either level that would vouch for our safety. We found our local permitting agency would use codes developed before lithium-ion technology to check for compliance. With the help of our county councilman, Ed Burrows, our delegate, Chris Valderrama and Congressman Glenn Ivey. And 3 years of community effort, Pepco withdrew their project. Because of HB 1367, other communities will not have to go through what we did to protect their families. 1367 requires battery storage systems to be reviewed and permitted at the state level in the same way that much less risky solar energy projects are reviewed and permitted. Delegate Love's 468 bill will commission will help upgrade the best practices and safety guidelines. But until, thank you, and I hope for your favorable support.
Speak into the microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Patricia Monroe. I am the president of the South Lawn Citizens Association, the neighborhood where Pepco was approved to place a 1 megawatt lithium-ion battery energy storage system. After fighting for 3 years to protect our community and the surrounding communities from an ill-fated Pepco BESS, it was discovered this project had many issues. There was no state or local government oversight of this project. Agencies contacted had no technical expertise to provide oversight of the project. It was like Boeing doing their own safety checks, and we see how that went. BESS projects not associated with a solar power project do not require a CPCN and receive no PPR oversight. There is no oversight for the highly risky lithium-ion battery storage projects. No regulations for the batteries being used in these projects on the federal, county, or state level. The Livingston Road BESS was a great example and a learning tool. Our safety for that project was passed down from the state to the permitting process of the Prince George's County Department of Permitting, Inspections, and Enforcement. DPI, otherwise known as DPI, approved the project based on outdated building codes. The risk and safety of the lithium-ion batteries was never considered. Exelon Pepco did not do their due diligence when obtaining a contractor for this project. If the community had not pushed back and been vigorous to obtain answers and information about this project, it would have been approved and a disaster waiting to happen. It was only because of our persistence and research this project was withdrawn. The 3-year fight to stop something that would have devastated several communities. Energy storage is our future to keep our environment cleaner. We support energy storage, but it needs to be regulated so our lives are not at risk. I urge you to support and pass HB 1367.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Herbert Jones. I'm president of the Townian North Area Civic Association. I'd like to concur with the comments made by my colleagues. My association strongly supports HB 1367 as establishing one set of guidelines that would take into account the public safety and perhaps appropriate citing guardrails to make sure the public interest is taken into account. What better state agency to do that other than the Maryland Public Service Commission that has both the knowledge and the resource and the ability to hire out contractors to research this issue. In closing, I ask that each of you support this legislation that will make sure appropriate regulatory guidelines are met. Thank you.
Seeing no questions, that concludes this panel. Next, we will go to favorable with amendments, which I only say again. Yeah, just Michael Sanderson. Go ahead and start, Michael, whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, committee members. Once again, Michael Sanderson with MACO. We submitted written testimony supporting with amendments. I concur with the first comments from the sponsor that I see the obvious overlap between the goals of this bill and one you heard just a little while ago. I think that's good intuition. If the committee thinks that this process is ready to go and this business is ready to go, we'd offer a couple refinements that I think are probably valuable. One is by attaching this review into the CPCN process. That's the foundation for the whole law that has preempted local guidance for solar projects and other energy generation of utility scale. So I'm not sure if that was intended to be in the bill, but I think if you pass this bill clean, you might wipe out our ability to have local safety controls, which you probably would want to retain. So think about that carefully. If you think this bill is ready to advance, I'd hope you could think about that carefully. Also, the standard for the difference between utility scale and community scale has generally been 2 megawatts. I heard about the 1 megawatt project. I'm sympathetic on that, but I hope we could thread that needle on that front, because I don't think you don't want fewer safety regulations rather than more. If it turns out that the goals of this bill are one of the outcomes from the commission in the other bill, that might be another possible way to string all this together. But we are very sympathetic with the idea of both bills, and leave it to the committee's wisdom on how to best proceed.
Delegate Adams.
So Michael, I guess just to ask this question, because I don't know the answer to it, is that CPCNs I always thought was based, that's for generations. And this bill seems to deal with something other than generation. Do you see a conflict, or maybe CPCN is not the right place to go for something like this?
It's probably beyond my expertise to answer that. So I don't know if you have like a letter or something from the PSC.
Well, no.
My guess would be, if you put this question before the safety focused commission that's in the other bill, you might be able to untangle some of that. I don't know whether the PSC has the expertise to handle this, or the staff, or whatnot. I can't.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I just wanted to put on the record, I have met with your folks, Mako, and I explained, as I did here, the premise of submitting this legislation, and as many bills that come before us. There's a lot of language in there, so I'm definitely working with our vice chair here, since he chairs utilities and the like, of working on legislation to make this a better product.
Grateful for that. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. That concludes this bill hearing. Next, we will go to, it is Delegate Wims. However, I know that he won't be here, so Delegate Mirque North will be presenting the bill, 1133. Yep, go ahead and bring up your panel.
I'm far from Delegate Wims. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and distinguished members of the Economic Matters Committee. I am not Delegate Wims, Delegate Bernice Mirque North. I am here on Delegate Wims' behalf due to an unforeseen family matter. But I'm here presenting HB 1133. This bill will increase the amount a county or municipal government can charge for a transportation network service fee. The current fee is 25 cents per trip. This bill will raise it to 50 cents per trip. This would mean companies like Uber or Lyft that have trips that originate in the participating county or municipal government will have up to 50 cents fee per trip. HB 1133 would apply to transportation network services, Uber, Lyft, as I mentioned, or other mobile rideshare applications. The original assessment fee of 25 cents was passed in 2015. And this bill will update our assessment to provide necessary funding for transportation services. Baltimore City is exempt from the fee. However, every other county or municipality can impose the assessment. I would note that the law actually said that if you had already been, a county had already been imposing the TNC fee, then the municipalities in that county could not do it. So Montgomery County, Prince George's County at that time were able to impose this fee. So therefore, none of the municipalities in those particular counties can impose it, but any county thereafter can. So Howard County is the most recent county that imposes this particular fee. I'll give you an example of the type of money that's been accrued from this fee. Montgomery County, $1.8 million in fiscal year 2023. And that money has been used to provide incentives in the taxi industry. Specifically, the funds were used to reimburse purchases of wheelchair accessible vehicles and incentivize trips taken by handicapped members of the community. Additionally, the fund was used to disperse gas money to taxi drivers in response to rising gas prices. The incentives aim to strengthen the taxi industry, which has been struggling, as well as transportation services to vulnerable individuals in the community. Increasing the assessment is a simple solution that gives the opportunity for counties to receive additional funding for the transportation goals. The fee would provide better transportation services while also supporting the taxi industry in Maryland, most of whom are local minority-owned business owners. I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1133 and I would say I'm here to answer any questions, but I'm going to leave that to the experts because I'm filling in. So thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
My name is Sam Arji. I'm with Montgomery County Department of Transportation, and just here to state our support for House Bill 1133. Since 2015, Montgomery County has used those funds to support our most vulnerable residents. So we're talking about older adults, people with disabilities, and low-income residents have benefited from this fund, which has been used to improve transportation services for them. Additionally, we also use these funds for grant-making purposes to nonprofits in the county that serve these targeted population that I just referenced, to support their services to the population. So we strongly state our support for the bill.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, Michael Sanderson with MACO. On behalf of the multiple jurisdictions who use this fee, I'll just add one more thing, that money goes back into transportation services, and this has been a massively important gap filler in a variety of transportation offerings. Jurisdictions using it for paratransit and for like fill-in gaps for people who need a ride to kidney dialysis. You would not believe how big of a market is and how that is a donut hole in what we're offering right now with Medicaid, Medicare, and private insurance. This is exactly the kind of resource that helps us patch up those areas and help folks in our community. So keeping up with the times, 25 cents from years ago, 50 cents today is all the bill asks. It's a local decision, but these are for important programs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I haven't had my iced coffee for the day, so if I missed this, forgive me. Is there anything in the bill that states that the fees, the money collected from the fees, have to go to the programs that you just mentioned?
I think the current law says they need to go to transportation. So that could be roadway safety, that could be these particular programs. You've heard Montgomery County use it for grants. I think there are a few different varieties, but this is not an unrestricted general revenue. It is restricted to transportation services.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Seeing no further questions, that concludes this bill hearing. Thank you, Delegate, for filling in on short notice. Next, we will go to Delegate Rosenberg. Delegate Rosenberg. And do you have a panel, sir?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, is it? I think it's just you and Franz. Heavy hitters. All right. Start when ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. In years past, the legislation before you now was the Gas Price Gouging Act. But with the amendments that are now before us, before the committee, in light of the compromise that's been reached with the among all parties, this is now the Gas Price Clarity Act. Each of us who does not have an electric car buys gas. And everyone in this committee is familiar with gas, the signs that indicate the various prices. And what this bill would do, and with the agreement that we now have, would regulate that process so that the typical consumer is not deceived by the numbers on the sign. The bill would preempt any local regulation of this issue. And it would require that if a gas station owner decides to display both a credit debit price and the cash price, that the credit debit price numerals may not be smaller than the cash price numerals. Bottom line, we would hope that this agreement, as reflected by who is at the table with me, would resolve this issue to the benefit of all parties concerned, both the provider and the consumer. So I would urge a favorable report for House Bill, this legislation as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Franz Schneiderman, Consumer Auto, Maryland. This to me is a simple issue of disclosure. The issue has been that for some consumers, a lot of gas stations charge a different price for credit purchases rather than cash purchases. And some, but not all of them, don't list that price on the signage that they post. So this just makes sure that people see the actual price they'll pay in credit, because most people buy in credit, as well as the cash price when they go to buy gas. And it's for, about transparency and disclosure. And I'm glad to say apparently there's an agreement with the retailers. So I think we can resolve this quickly, I hope.
Kurt McCauley, I represent WMDA, we represent service stations, convenience stores, auto repair shops in the state of Maryland. And this bill, it's been around for a while, 7 or 8 years, I think. But we've come to an agreement on getting it done. And there's been Montgomery County passed a sign bill, Prince George County passed a sign bill, Howard County's got one in. I don't think it's in effect yet, Baltimore City. And we're just getting a hodgepodge of bills all around the state. This bill will clarify that. It also clarifies that the price for credit and cash all be the same size. It makes it simpler for the consumer to buy his gas anywhere he wants to go, and the prices will be the same. There'll be uniformity to it. The other thing it will do is a preemption in the bill. And that preemption will make it the law of the state. So consumer, anywhere he goes, he knows he'll be getting the same thing. The state, it's good for them because Weights and Measures has to enforce these laws. And they have to have a book to go around what county I'm in, that's no good, but one set of laws for the state. And the other thing is it's good for the retailers because the retailer in multiple counties, all the rules are the same, makes it easier, makes everything uniform. And it's a good for everybody. And we appreciate you passing it and thank you. And the preemption is really important because it does give us uniformity. And the bill reflects just about everything that's in the other counties, but they do have different situations. So thank you.
Kirk, it's definitely late. We haven't passed anything yet. Is Mike O'Halloran here?
Mike is downstairs.
Okay, no worries. I got it. Everybody's running around. Sandy, I'll just say this, man. You won the war of attrition. I think this is like 15 years.
Well, I should give the credit for the general in this effort has been Senator Kagan.
Yep.
But I'm glad to be
man, I got one up on Bob.
On the same side.
My lucky day.
If she's happy with it, it's an all right bill.
Sorry, you're not off that easy. Delegate Cheetah, tank this bill. Go ahead.
I hope this is an easy question because I was fully expecting anything to that extent of saying preemption of local control would have some pushback from MACO or something, but I'm not seeing Mr. Michael Sanderson. So what is the situation here?
Why did we agree to it?
No, why did he agree to it?
Why did Senator Kagan agree to it?
No. I'm talking about MACO. I'm not seeing any unfavorable listed here.
Yeah, I don't know.
To be fair, I think this was just arranged this afternoon. They may not be aware of it. If they have objections,
So you just figured this out?
No, it was figured out.
Sandy, this is going south. We came in strong.
The troops were the armistice was reached before today.
Got you.
Yes, we had.
I didn't want to say a certain location. I might lose some votes. So yeah.
You good? Delegate Adams.
I mean, I was getting ready to go after this one. Just all right, since I got the microphone. I'm driving home.
We're like this in my committee when it gets late.
So I'm driving home and I go buy gas. What changes? Because I mean,
what changes is
And
there's some places that sell gas for cash at a discount price to a credit card or debit card. Dealers get charged for a credit card or debit. You get charged for a debit card for using it. a certain percentage. So the cash price is cheaper in some places,
Does it
not
get
all,
rid of-
probably maybe 10% have
Does it
cash.
does it get rid of the cash price?
But change, if they're charging a different price, they have to either list the higher price or list both prices now under
Nobody's
the.
nobody's gonna list
Yeah.
both prices. They're gonna list
Actually, many state gas stations already do. You'll see a cash $3.43, credit $3.49. It would, you know, I see many of them do.
It just, you have to post your cash price. And if you have a difference in the credit price, you gotta post them both with the same size letters, same size signs, as far as that goes.
Well, you're the retailer, so I mean, I'll thank you for clarifying.
Well, it'll cost a little bit in signage, but it's,
That's okay.
you know, it can be a separate sign. The difference in this bill is that it was within, now it says or.
Okay.
So, it can be a separate sign.
Thank you.
As long as the same size.
You good? Can you guys do me a favor? That's gonna conclude this panel. When we're done, I just need you to sit in the back for a second. It's all right. Everything's fine. We're just gonna keep going. Just chill in the back and I'll come get you in a second, all right? Don't leave until I get confirmation.
Okay.
All right, we'll go to Delegate Wu on House Bill 820.
Good afternoon. Can I bring my panel? Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Why do you still here?
Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Crosby, the distinguished committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Chao, District 9A. First, I want to thank this committee greenlighted my first ever bill passed the House. I really appreciate that. So I'm looking for the same green light for the second bill. The bill HB 820 is really a bipartisan bill sponsored myself, Delegate Arenze, Delegate Balco, Hartman, Keel, Hutchinson, T. Morgan, Simmons, and Stein. And it cross-filed in the Senate as well by Senator Brooks and Senator Crossmeyer. HB 820 directs the Nuclear Energy Development Task Force to study and make recommendations on the deployment of nuclear power generation resources and other related technology in Maryland, and requiring the task force to report by December 30, 2025 on the findings and recommendation. So this bill is about opportunities, jobs, clear energy, revenue, and our shared future. Earlier this afternoon, when Delegate Chokadian come to our Ways and Means Committee, we talk about data centers, which requires a lot of energy. And then we talk about the electrical vehicles, which need a lot of power as well. If we think about our future about electric vehicles, where do they draw power? Where does that power generated? I feel this bill will give us the answer. Think about the global energy challenge. Look at France and Germany. France's reliance on nuclear power showcases a stable, low-carbon energy source that meets energy needs reliably without the variability of other renewables. Conversely, Germans' dependence on foreign resources after they shutting down their nuclear power, and notably then relying so much from Russia, reveals the vulnerability and risk associated with energy reliance on other countries, impacting energy security growth, stability, and the location of the new enterprises. There are new development in nuclear power domain. That's one of them we call it small nuclear reactors. Sometimes we call it SNR, or they're different, or SR small reactor as well. So, which is not really considered in Maryland right now. But at the same time, they're building in other places. So the problem for Maryland, there's some resistance, and because it's pretty expensive. At the same time, there's some concerns about safety. However, the public sentiment actually is changing more favorably for nuclear power. A 2021 poll by the Pew Research Center reported that 62% of Americans support building nuclear power plants, up from 50% in 2016. 70% believe nuclear power is a safe way to generate electricity. Additional public information and education, together with transparent, accurate disclosure, will increase informed public support to the need of immediate planning for Maryland's sustainable, reliable nuclear energy as an important base for its future economy. Furthermore, more than 1/3 of Maryland power, actually 38%, kind of almost 40%, if you think about that, comes from our nuclear power plant, Calvert Cliffs, which had been running safely for more than 50 years. And 80% of our Maryland clean energy actually come from our nuclear power plant. This fact itself indeed increase the public confidence of introducing more nuclear power to Maryland. There are a lot of benefits of nuclear power, and despite large initial investment, the life cycle of nuclear power plants characterized by prolonged operational tenure, high energy output efficiency, and a relatively low maintenance cost makes them economically reliable over time. Also, new nuclear technology use far less land and far less space and has a quicker turnaround to complete the construction. In terms of profitability, long-term operation of nuclear power plant is economically sound due to low fuel costs and stable production rates. The profitability of nuclear energy would be enhanced by supportive policy and a market mechanism that recognize the value of a clean, reliable, and a base load power generation. Balancing investment between a combination of wind, solar, and nuclear power will allow Maryland to harness the reliability and zero carbon benefit of nuclear power, while capitalizing on the sustainability, long-term low cost, and environmental advantage of renewables. I just want to conclude that including nuclear power energy as soon as possible in Maryland energy planning is necessary to enable Maryland's future economy and job growth, and to address global warming, and as well as achieve Maryland's sustainable and reliable energy goals. I'm looking forward to your favorite report. Thank you very much.
I'll go first. All right. Good afternoon, and thank you to the chair and the committee for the opportunity to express our support for HB 820. My name is Katie Austin. I'm a resident of Silver Spring, a nuclear engineer and a senior project manager with the nuclear team at the Nuclear Energy Institute, or NEI. NEI is the nuclear energy industry's premier trade group, representing 345 members from all facets of industry, universities, research laboratories, and labor unions. NEI applauds the bill sponsors for introducing this bill and recognizing the opportunity to plan for Maryland's use of nuclear among our clean energy resources. I'm here today to share with you information about the next generation of nuclear. Currently, there are over 25 projects planned or considered in 16 states, with another half dozen in Canada. Additionally, there is global interest in deploying new nuclear energy, as evidenced most recently at the 28th Conference of the Parties, or COP28, by the leaders of 24 countries signing on in agreement to triple nuclear energy worldwide by 2050. Next generation nuclear designs take the lessons learned and operating experience of today's fleet and incorporate that information to further enhance the safety and economics for deployment of reliable, clean energy in amounts suited to the needs of customers. Whether you need a lot of clean energy at a grid scale or smaller increments of addition or replacement, next generation nuclear offers right-sized energy generation in the form of electricity or high heat. This is particularly valuable as we look beyond electrification to decarbonizing the full energy economy. Finally, I'll note that next generation nuclear encompasses a variety of technologies from light water cooled small modular reactors to non-water cooled designs in 3 categories: high temperature gas cooled, liquid metal cooled, and molten salt cooled. I would be happy to share more about these technologies at the committee's discretion.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. I'm Carol Lane, Vice President of Government Affairs for X Energy, a homegrown Maryland company specializing in small modular advanced reactors, and I'm honored to voice support for HB 820. In addition to our Rockville headquarters, in 2 weeks, we will be opening our new operator training facility in Frederick, Maryland, where we will have a state-of-the-art simulator and virtual reality tools for training future operators of our reactors. While today almost 80% of Maryland's clean energy comes from its 1 nuclear reactor, only about 54% of Marylanders recognize this. This underscores the need for the task force. Bringing together diverse representatives from the state ensures that community engagement, understanding of technical and economic impacts, and various incentives for deployment are all considered. This bill provides an enabling framework. Our first plant in Seadrift, Texas, is part of the U.S. Department's Advanced Reactor Demonstration Program with Dow Chemical. It is designed to reduce cost, schedule, and regulatory risk, thereby aiding subsequent customers to consider advanced reactors to meet their escalating power needs that are driven by data centers, electric vehicles, and retiring coal plants. As the committee moves forward with this legislation, one of the things we would ask the task force to consider is perhaps moving the recommendations to mid-2025 versus the end of 2025 to enable deployment in the early 2030s. HB 820 can be a catalyst for the deployment of advanced reactors in Maryland, providing clean, safe, and economically viable energy.
Thank you. Real quick, things kind of got away from me for a second, and I apologize. I only have Alex Pavlak signed up here. So I know that there's like 200 people up here. Alex, we're going to let you go. And then that's going to conclude this panel. We got to sign up properly, guys. All right. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. My name is Alex Pavlak. I'm a PhD engineer from Smyrna Park and the chair of the Future of Energy Initiative. I'd like to tell a story about 2 electric power grids. One is the province of Ontario, Canada. The other is the state of Maryland. In 2004, both power grids had basically equal greenhouse gas emissions. They were roughly equivalent. Ontario, Canada took an all of the above approach: wind, solar, and nuclear. Maryland explicitly excluded nuclear from the RPS. In 2017, Ontario, Canada completed its grid transition. They are now 95% carbon-free and have been carbon-free for the past 6 years, mainly by building out their nuclear plants. And they learned a number of lessons about the interplay between nuclear plants and intermittent generation in the process. Maryland's progress over the past 20 years has been, at least in my opinion, less stellar. We point to a 30% reduction in PJM greenhouse gas emissions, but the bulk of that, as near as I can tell, is largely a result of cheap natural gas driving coal plants off of the PJM system. Maryland needs to take nuclear power seriously, and I think this is a very appropriate next step, an excellent management tool to figure out what to do next. You can't go out and buy one of these things off the shelf. How you build it has an enormous impact on cost. How do you migrate to a closed fuel cycle that is sustainable for a couple of thousand years is not obvious. And a task force of this sort could go a long way to to providing advice for the state of Maryland. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Chair, I'm going to ask this question, but ask you to get back to me with this information. I'm just wondering if you read the January 2022 PPRP report on nuclear power in Maryland. This asked a lot of the same questions that you're asking with this. And then if you've talked to DNR, because when we pass climate solutions now, we ask them to study nuclear along with a couple of other energy sources. I asked for that report, which we were supposed to have in December of 2023, and they're delayed in getting it to us. But I'm wondering if you've had a chance to read this report from 2020, discuss the current report they have, and identify maybe what the gaps are that remain. Because as I'm looking at the cost of the study and I'm looking at the MEA testimony, it seems if you could identify, like, these are the things that were not studied, we may be able to narrow this down and have it be a little more targeted, because a lot of this has been studied. It's to get back. You can get back to me, Alex, later if you'd like. You don't need to answer it. I'm just asking for that because it's late. I'm just asking for you to get back to me with that.
Alex, can you just get back to her? Appreciate you, buddy. Okay. All right. Seeing no further questions, I'm going to go to Delegate Embry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. On House Bill 731, and it's Stride. I know that's not the name, but it's Stride.
May I bring up my phone?
Yep, go ahead.
We don't have candy, but that's okay.
Oh, just us.
I just realized that, well, ours will come up in the
Okay, good, good. Yeah, but for the, okay. Okay. All right, I'm told I should get started, so I will. I know it's late and there's a lot going on. Thank you all so much, Chair and all of you wonderful members of this committee. I feel sympathy with you, although as a Judiciary Committee member, I'm here this late almost every night, so I sympathize. So this, I'm here, Elizabeth Embry, delegate for 43A, in support of House Bill 731. This is the Natural Gas Strategic Infrastructure Development and Enhancement, which is called shortened to STRIDE. It's the Ratepayer Protection Act. Just as a background, I know many of you were here, but not all of you. In 2013, this body passed the STRIDE law, I'll call it just STRIDE, in response to concerns at the time about leaks in the aging gas infrastructure in the state. And the goal of STRIDE was to encourage gas utilities to replace that infrastructure by creating a financing mechanism allowing accelerated recovery and profit on gas infrastructure spending. Under STRIDE, the Public Service Commission was permitted to allow gas utilities to include a monthly surcharge of up to $2 on ratepayers' utility bills so that they could recover the estimated costs of the projects in an earlier manner. To summarize, it meant that they could receive the surcharge from ratepayers when the work started instead of when it was completed. And as a result of STRIDE, utilities began to fully replace gas infrastructure. So far, they've spent about $2 billion, and they are projected to spend $8 billion more by 2045, and that is at a cost of $14 billion to ratepayers. Two important things have happened since 2013. Relevant to this bill, many other things have happened as well. There have been significant advances in pipe leak detection technologies, and that means that commercially viable options to full replacement of gas infrastructure is now possible. Second, we in Maryland have created policies that promote the electrification of buildings, such as the Climate Solutions Now Act. And under the leadership of this committee, we have undertaken major steps in the state towards reducing our overall greenhouse gas emissions with a goal of 60% by 2031. So it is reasonable, given that, to predict that over the coming decades, as this STRIDE infrastructure is being built, the number of Marylanders using gas in their homes and businesses will decrease, meaning the number of people who have to pay for the infrastructure spending under STRIDE will shrink. And the distribution costs paid by each individual consumer of natural gas will then increase. In keeping with these goals, in its 2023 annual report, the Maryland Commission on Climate Change called for modifications to the 2013 STRIDE law to allow for reduced ratepayer costs and to align gas infrastructure spending with state climate policy and building electrification. Also, the Building Energy Transition Implementation Task Force made the same recommendation. And the bill before you today encompasses those recommendations, which are to adapt Stride to our new energy and climate landscape, which is different than the landscape in 2013. I want to say what the bill is and what it isn't. House Bill 731 is not a repeal. It is, it makes modest changes to the current law to ensure that gas infrastructure work billed to utility customers through the accelerated cost recovery enabled by Stride is actually necessary to ensure safety and that it uses the most cost-effective tools to do so. And also to be clear, regulated gas utilities are already required, apart from Stride, to maintain the safety of gas equipment. Even if we were to repeal Stride, the legal responsibility of the gas utilities to repair leaky pipes would remain, as would the PSC's regulatory and financial oversight of that spending. What the Stride law does, it just provides a financing mechanism for the work. It does not, the requirement of safety is outside of the Stride law. The House bill maintains the Stride program, but it requires gas utilities and the PSC to determine before approving the projects and the use of the financing mechanism. It requires them to show that the spending billed to customers is targeted to improve the safety of the gas system and that the leak detection technology is used where if it is cost effective, it is used. It also requires the most cost-effective way to deliver the safety, and it has to be consistent with the need to reduce the use of natural gas in light of our state climate policy. The bill also requires that the utilities notify consumers affected by a proposed Stride project at least 2 years in advance of construction. And the reason for that is that it will allow customers who plan on or are already in the process of electrifying their homes to finish the work and prevent large investments in gas infrastructure that is no longer necessary. If a customer is in the process of electrifying, they don't need to, the utilities don't need to invest in that infrastructure because that home will no longer be using gas. So I want to also, since I have a little bit of time and I won't take up too much more, just respond to some of the arguments that have been made, at least were made on the Senate hearing by the opponents of this bill. So the first on safety, you may hear from the bill opponents that the bill will negatively impact the work that they are doing to improve gas system safety and reduce gas leakage because Stride spending already prioritizes replacement based on safety. If that is true, this bill will not change that. All it would do is make clear how the PSC and utilities propose, approve, and report that activity. You may also hear from bill opponents that the Stride program already uses the most cost-effective options and why pipe replacement is more cost-effective than repair. I hope that is true, but if it is, the bill does not change that. All it does is codify a requirement that is current practice, although I don't believe that is the case, but if that is their argument, fine, this just codifies it and should mean business as usual for the utilities. Another point that has been made is that the PSC is planning to open a proceeding with stakeholders to better understand and plan for long-term maintenance and targeted repair of the gas system, and that will address some of these issues. That's great. They should do that, but that is likely to take a long period of time, possibly years. And our hope is that this bill is a short-term, very common sense adjustment that takes into account our state's climate policy, protects ratepayers, and prevents spending that will be borne by our fellow Marylanders for decades and decades to come. And with that, I urge a favorable report and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Delegate. Before we go to anybody else, if anybody in the crowd needs to use the restroom or wants a drink of water, just let me know. You can shoot me a text. I'm sure somebody next to you or two down has my cell. So just let me or another member know. I'm not just trying to lock everybody in here with no access to a restroom or water. All right. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Emily Scar. I'm the director of Maryland PERG, the statewide consumer group here in support of HB 731, which is one of our top priorities for 2024. We want to thank Delegate Embry for her leadership on the issue and Delegates Chi, Queen, and Charkoudian for co-sponsoring the bill. As you've heard already, this bill isn't ending Stride, nor does it take away from the utilities' obligation to ensure the safety of their gas pipes. The bill adds smart parameters to the program to ensure cost effectiveness and give customers adequate notice before new pipes and equipment are installed at their homes. This summer, BG&E threatened to turn off gas for Baltimore City customers who refuse new external gas regulators as part of their pipe replacement program. The work to install the external regulators is more expensive than replacing the internal regulators, and the PSC later ruled that customers should have the option of internal or external. That doesn't mean external regulators are never the right choice. In fact, much of the time they may be. But in addition to being more expensive, they can pose additional safety risks in densely populated areas. It may not be necessary in homes with large basements. When the BG&E contractor came back to my house last month, after the ruling had changed, they surprisingly suggested that we keep ours inside because there was plenty of space. That small change in the program will save ratepayers millions of dollars. And this is just one illustration of how, without direct regulation from the PSC and legislature, utilities will often choose the most expensive and profitable option. My gas utility is doing the STRIDE work in our neighborhood right now. We were given notice in the measure of weeks, a month or two at best, certainly not sufficient to finish plans to move off gas if homes were in the middle of the process. The group chat on my block erupted with questions on what to do and how people were handling it. And it will result in new gas equipment being installed in homes that may only plan to use the gas for a couple weeks or a year or two. And instead, other customers will be left to pay for that equipment after the homeowner leaves the system. We're glad that there's a future of gas proceeding that is going on. We think this is a great short-term solution to help stop straddling captive ratepayers with unnecessary costs. So we urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon or evening, Vice Chair Crosby, members of the committee. We're happy to be here in support of HB 731. We appreciate Delegate Embry bringing this bill forward and the co-sponsors. Utility regulation normally requires utilities to serve customers at least cost. Utility customers are captive to the utility, and utility regulation intends to ensure they pay no more than they have to pay given the available alternatives. But utilities are not evaluating lower cost alternatives under STRIDE. STRIDE is a one-size-fits-all approach. This bill simply requires what utility regulation normally requires, using cost-effective alternatives when they're available. STRIDE has driven large increases in distribution rates. Page 2 of our written testimony contains a figure which shows how distribution rates have increased since STRIDE went into effect in 2014. Those investments are recovered over more than 50 years on average, and they risk creating billions of stranded costs. STRIDE currently only promotes safety in the general way that replacing older pipes with newer pipes makes the system generally more safe. Despite what you may hear from the opponents, risk to the public is not being prioritized in STRIDE cases today. Our office is deep in the weeds litigating STRIDE cases, and we're happy to provide information and documents showing what happens in these STRIDE cases. This bill will keep the state's options open. It is not about stopping anybody from using gas. Gas utilities can still add customers and expand their systems, and they can continue spending under the STRIDE program as well as outside the STRIDE program. We respectfully request that the committee issue a favorable report on ratepayer protection. Thank you.
All right, seeing no questions, that concludes this panel. Oh, I'm so sorry, Delegate Chi.
Thank you. I know it's getting late, so I'll be quick. Mr. Lapp, I know you and I had a conversation. I appreciate you taking the time to explain this situation, but I was just going through some opposition testimonies, and one of which I think the bill sponsor might have alluded to, which is like saying the Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, they already have federal standards, and so this bill would undermine federal regulation or something to that effect. Could you or maybe the bill sponsor speak to that?
Yeah, that is not correct. That's the Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration. They do not have a one-size-fits-all approach. The utilities have to, gas utilities have to file plans called, I think they're called DIMPs. I can tell you what that acronym is later, but they propose them and they get approved, and they can do repair. They can do other alternatives besides just replacement. So STRIDE is much more narrow than PHMSA. They issued a call to action, and this is one of the responses, and replacement is one of those options, but it's just one of those options. So gas utilities can file a new DIMP and get approval from PIMSA.
I guess this question is probably for Mr. Lapp. One of the things that I've heard going around, it's kind of this rumor that's been churning about for years now, is the idea that heat pumps can't provide heat to people's homes below like 35 or 40 degrees. And so you have to provide a gas hookup in order to heat people's homes. Do you have any personal experience or any experience to refute that allegation?
I have both personal experience, and there are a number of studies that have shown, have found that gas or that electric heat pumps are appropriate and can provide 100% heating. The most recent was the Maryland Department of Environment, their end of December report. We have a fact sheet at the end of our testimony, and it includes the quote where it says, modern heat pumps are more than capable of meeting 100% of the heating demand of Maryland buildings. We also personally have a heat pump in our house and have been quite comfortable, has provided great heat. It's quiet, it's efficient. We like it better than our gas furnace. It's working great.
And that'll heat your home down to below like -5 degrees, 8 degrees?
Oh, absolutely. The modern heat pumps are, and they're very different from heat pumps even 10 years ago. The modern heat pumps are incredibly efficient and go down to very cold temperatures.
I'm happy that worked out for you. Thanks.
Okay. I know everybody wants to, but nobody is going to, except for David and Lily at this
I don't
hour.
think we can go anywhere, though,
Yeah.
Vice Chairman. We might as well-
That is true, but touche, Emily. Okay, yeah, that concludes this panel.
Thank you.
Next we have Franz Schneiderman, Tammy Bresnahan, Arjan Makhajani. And that is it for favorable.
I go first? Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here to testify in favor of HB 731. I'm Arjun Makhijani. I studied electrical engineering and I've been doing energy work for more than 50 years. My study, The Trouble with Stride, is the basis of my testimony and it's attached to my written testimony. The Stride Act intended to improve the safety of Maryland's natural gas system, but I've looked at the data and it has not done so despite $2.1 billion in authorized investments after the act was passed. The material aging and corrosion-related serious accident rate has remained at the same low rate in the 9 years before the accident as in the 9 years after being 2014 to 2022. These are national data from the national data compilations. The cumulative serious injuries and deaths in the same periods due to all other causes have substantially increased after Stride, from 0 deaths and 4 injuries before Stride to 9 deaths and 41 injuries after it. This is a 9-year period in each case. The main reason is that aging, corrosion, and material-related causes are not the principal causes of natural gas accidents. So reducing the frequency of these accidents necessitates identifying specific unsafe locations and directing expenditures to them to increase overall safety. The Stride Act did not require these things. As a result, ratepayer burdens have increased without the desired safety result. HB 731 would remedy the gap in Stride by requiring investments to be prioritized according to risk and made after examination of alternatives. Fulfilling the promise of the 2022 Climate Solutions Now Act will require a drastic reduction of fossil fuel-related emissions, as you know. Is my time up? Yeah, I think I said the essential anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee. I'm Franz Schneiderman, Consumer Auto Maryland. Just want to add my voice to the other advocates who support this reform. And it's supported as a consumer advocate because it protects Maryland ratepayers against being stuck with really what researchers think are hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars in possible stranded costs for energy investments for a technology we're trying to move away from, and the kind of energy investments that don't help us meet our climate needs, our climate goals. I mean, I think the idea of accelerated cost recovery for modernizing our infrastructure makes sense, but the problem of the STRIDE Act is it's just too broad brush so that it enables utilities to get that accelerated cost recovery for all kinds of investments, even that aren't really truly needed or in the public interest at a time when we need to be changing our infrastructure. This reform wouldn't eliminate their ability to make those investments or get accelerated cost recovery. It just requires that they be able to show that they're actually the most cost-effective solution to the problem, that they're actually safe, that they're actually consistent with our climate goals. So I think that's a sensible policy that should save ratepayers money and again help us move toward meeting our climate goals. So hope you'll consider giving this a favorable report to the legislation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members? All right, no questions. Thank you. All right, we'll call the unfavorable panel. Manuel Gerardo of Washington Gas, Wayne Jackus, Dr. Alex Pavlik, Mark Case, I think, Brittany Jones. Okay, 5 of you. Please go ahead when you're seated.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Carvin Collins, and I'm an attorney representing Columbia Gas of Maryland in opposition to this bill. With us today at my invitation is Pete Trafanostock, who will testify virtually for Columbia Gas. The General Assembly's intent for STRIDE is well documented. It is actually codified in the statute, and in accordance with that intent, it has been very successfully implemented by utilities and the commission. Yet from the proponents, you have heard that STRIDE has or will impose significant costs on gas customers while encouraging gas companies to expand their infrastructure. This is simply not the case. It's all in the statute already. But of course, STRIDE is limited to replacement or improvement of existing facilities only. STRIDE is limited to improving public safety or infrastructure reliability. STRIDE cannot increase the revenue of a gas company by connecting new customers. And as to the costs being heaped on ratepayers, to the contrary, STRIDE cost increases are capped. They are capped at $2 per month for residential customers, and there are equally stringent caps for commercial and industrial customers. So contrary to the proponents' assertions, STRIDE has been a success because each company that is testifying here today has replaced dozens or hundreds of miles of aging pipeline. These companies have achieved material reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and advancement of public safety and reliability for their facilities. These benefits have been achieved on an accelerated basis, consistent with STRIDE or STRIDE-like programs that have been implemented in 41 states, plus the District of Columbia. STRIDE is indeed a best practice that has been near universally embraced in the states. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Chair Manny Giraldo, Washington Gas. We represent over 500,000 customers across Maryland. I'm joined by Wayne Yakis, who's one of our safety experts, and I will yield the remainder of my time to Wayne. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Wayne Yakis. I'm the director responsible for the program management of the company's accelerated pipe replacement programs, including STRIDE, and a resident of Montgomery County, Maryland. Stride's primary mission has always been and continues to be to enhance safety and improve reliability of Maryland's aging gas infrastructure. Maryland Stride was passed in 2013 after the United States Department of Transportation and the Pipeline Hazardous Materials Safety Administration announced a nationwide call to action, a pipeline safety action plan to modernize aging pipelines. In fact, 41 states and the District of Columbia have developed mechanisms to support the expedited proactive replacement of older or risk-prone pipe within their distribution system. Using risk analysis tools, Washington Gas Stride has targeted the right materials for replacement. At the time of our Stride 3 filing, the top 4 materials for main and service pipe accounted for approximately 60% of the leaks. Washington Gas Stride has been successful. Through 2023, Washington Gas has replaced over 151 miles of main and remediated nearly 34,000 services, which had led to more than a 40% drop in total leaks in Maryland from 2019 to 2022. Also, Stride has provided additional safety benefits such as the installation of safety valves on the services to further protect against an incident resulting from excavation damage or fire at building walls. Additional newer line locating components are installed on the new main and services, allowing accurate marking of the facilities in advance of excavating by others. Excavation damage is a leading cause of gas leaks nationwide. Maintaining the safety and reliability of the system requires this proactive and planned system modernization. Stride is necessary to safeguard Maryland communities and allows Washington Gas to reduce the methane emission, which aligns with the state's climate goals. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Brittany Jones for the record, Director of Government Affairs with BGE, and I have with me Mr. Case, Mr. Mark Case, who is not a registered lobbyist, but is here at my request.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. BGE respectfully opposes House Bill 731 for multiple reasons, and I concur with the comments of my gas utility colleagues. HB 731 is set up to make it very difficult for utilities to do the necessary work to maintain a safe and reliable gas system. And at its foundation, it presupposes an outcome over the next 2 decades where natural gas is not an important component of our energy mix, even with much lower annual usage levels. Such a future has not been decided by the state, and indeed there's a growing body of evidence and studies which show that pursuing such a pathway would be the most expensive option for achieving Maryland's climate goals. This is true not only in our state, but in virtually all of the Mid-Atlantic and Northeast states, where winter heating loads can be severe. There are far less costly solutions available to Maryland that can help us to achieve a net zero GHG future with greater reliability and resiliency, improved energy diversity, greater practicality and constructability, and far less disruption and risk to our customers. The consulting firm Energy and Environmental Economics, or E3, conducted several studies for the state of Maryland, followed by a more detailed analysis of BGE's system. Those studies showed that the cost of decarbonization to Maryland citizens will be about 70% higher if we attempt to do it all through electrification. Alternatively, if we take a balanced approach, leveraging both electrification and gas to meet growing energy demands, we can avoid that unnecessary price shock. We also can avoid the massive expansion of the electric grid, which is both expensive as well as impractical to site and construct as many as 200 new electric substations. Thank you.
Thank you. Real quick before we go on to you, Alex, just everybody sit tight. We can't leave this room. They've cleared the State House. They've cleared the governor's mansion. They are now on our building. Looks like it's just a threat. Everything is fine. So we're just waiting for them to tell us we can leave. If you have to use the restroom and want water, just flag me. I've already taken somebody to the back, okay? But we can't lose this area or leave this area.
Yes, my name is Alex Pavlak. I'll be brief. My written testimony consists of a chart that shows Maryland natural gas consumption over the past 30 years. Year on year, it averages about 0.4% increase per year. Total natural gas consumption by residences in the state of Maryland. I know folks feel that Maryland policies will cause a dramatic drop in natural gas consumption from my point of view, I'd like to see some evidence of that first. That's just informational. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, well, since we can't go anywhere, I have a few questions. So I want to start, I think this question is for maybe BG&E or Washington Gas. The testimony that you're offering is as though this is banning natural gas in the state, or an all-electric building code, or something that is getting rid of natural gas or telling you to rip up your pipes. And while I might support that, that's not what this bill is. And so I'm just wondering what this is saying. You're saying that you're making improvements based on safety. You're saying there were FSMA reports that this state responded to and created STRIDE, and that's what you are interested in using STRIDE for is for safety. So I'm reading this bill, and it appears that what this does is it further clarifies safety, and this is about safety, and it's promoting safety as opposed to accelerating infrastructure. So everything you're saying, I'm seeing in this bill, and I'm wondering if you can point to the things in this bill. It does say that one of the ways we could create safety is by not having gas if there's a full electrification. Like, it offers that as an option, but it doesn't say that that has to be the option. So I'm wondering if you can point to the specific sections in the bill that you think suggest that you need to get rid of natural gas altogether.
Yeah, I'll jump in for the first one. The first point of reference I can think of is there is language that says that we have to notify customers 2 years in advance before we can do gas infrastructure replacement work. That's pretty impractical. And what we're saying is that that literally halts all of our gas operations. So the work we're scheduled to do 6 months down the road, we wouldn't be able to do that because we'd have to start the notification now, wait 2 years, and then come back. So,
Okay, so if we either phase that in or got rid of that section, then you'd be okay with the bill?
I think there's other concerns. I want to invite my colleagues if there's anything you'd want to point out.
Yeah. So let me try to find it now. So the other part of the bill where it talked about other alternatives, and most people say, hey, why don't you just repair the leaks? We do repair the leaks when they happen. All the gas utilities meet the federal, state, and local guidelines as far as that's concerned. But there's so much repairs you could do on a section of that pipe from a safety perspective. So when they talked about looking at the other alternative, the best alternative is to replace that section of pipe or that pipe, for not only from a safety, but from long-term costs.
Sure. So what it says is an analysis that compares the costs of proposed replacement projects with alternatives, including leak detection and targeted retirements. It doesn't say that you can't, replace it. It says that you should present, which all of you just said a minute ago you do already. So that shouldn't be a problem. If what you're already doing is bringing the cost analysis, considering leak repair first, comparing the alternatives before you spend ratepayer money, then this section shouldn't be an alternative. It shouldn't be a challenge. Right? You're saying you want to be able to replace if that's the appropriate thing. Is that right? Do you want to do that even if that's not the most cost-effective thing?
I can jump in for that piece. So when we look at the bill, so that cost benefit analysis, the point that we would want to make is that sometimes it's more than that. It should be a risk analysis. It's not always about just the cost implications. A lot of times when we're doing proactive gas infrastructure replacement, it's to prevent the risk for a catastrophic event. So whereas you look at the system, everything might not be cost. You can't really do a cost benefit analysis if you're trying to reduce and mitigate unforeseen risk.
Right. So we're assuming that all of the investments are to reduce risk. Like, that's a given, that all of the investments are to reduce risk. And then within the context of reducing risk, you have to do a cost benefit analysis of the way to reduce risks. Unless, do you think you should just be able to pop into the PSC and say like, hey, gas is dangerous, so we should replace all of it because explosions happen? I mean, is that?
Not at all. Not at all. And we don't do that today.
So I hope not. So
No.
I guess I guess what I'm trying to understand is I'm hearing you say you want all this flexibility, but it's about safety and it's cost effective. And I'm looking at the bill, and everything that the bill does is it says, make sure it's about safety, make sure it's about safety, consider the alternatives. And so I'm still not clear on what the language is in the bill that makes you think that you're not going to be able to consider risk and safety in making these decisions. Or the PSC is not going to consider risk when you make these decisions.
If you look at page 3, where it talked about leak detection repairs, and it says targeted retirement or abandonment of portions of gas in conjunction with electrification. Even if you were to go to a full electrification, which this is what this is leading to.
Okay, wait, this bill does not say go to full electrification.
It says with
it says that considering that there could be
correct.
full electrification, we're not going to replace where there is full electrification, we're not going to replace pipes.
Absolutely, but you still have gas on the pipe. So even to consider it, we still have to maintain a safe and reliable system. Stride itself in this bill is for proactive enhancement of that and improve reliability. And the goal, one of the benefits of that is to reduce the greenhouse gas emission, which is part of the state plan.
You've lost me on that. What this is saying is if there is going to be electrification, then you shouldn't put and replace and add pipes, right? Do you disagree with that? You think you should have be building pipes where we're doing electrification?
Here's what I'll say. If I'm going down the street and I have, say, 10 customers on that street, right? And three of those customers want to go and have electrification, I still have to serve those other 7 customers.
You absolutely do, and this does not change that. This does not change that. So I think that right now you have the ability to rate base, collect money for things that are not about safety. And so like the best I can tell, because everything that you're telling me you want to be able to do, or you need to be able to do to keep a safe system in place, you're allowed to do with this. And so all I can conclude is that you want to be able to be replacing pipes, putting in infrastructure that'll be a 50-year infrastructure that we'll all have to pay you if we go to electrification. We'll all have to pay you for your stranded assets. Like that's more of the interest than actual safety, which is what this bill allows for. And I have to say, I just like I'll say one more thing and then I'll stop. Although we're still stuck here, right? Oh, he's got a question too. I was just trying to keep the, keep us going. With all due respect, it is joking aside, it is my district. The deaths that were talked about earlier and the injuries that were talked about earlier is a gas explosion that occurred in Flower Branch in my district because Washington Gas committed to replacing regulators and then didn't follow through on those replacements. And it was a failed regulator that led to tragic deaths in my community. And so we have this context of you asking for the ability to continue to rate base, expand, build new infrastructure for safety reasons. And we have, even with this law that was supposed to allow for that, we have one of the biggest tragedies that my community has experienced. And so it's very hard to take you at face value that that's what this is about. And I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Delegate Adams.
Great. So the bill, if it passes, will it yield more safety projects being completed or fewer safety projects being completed?
Fewer.
Yeah, that's
okay.
Somewhat obvious. Yes.
All right. Well, I mean,
Fewer.
And I did that in 10 seconds, not 10 minutes. If the bill passes, will consumers be more safe or less safe?
It will be less safe in our judgment.
Okay.
We're going to be able to do fewer replacement projects that do enhance the safety of the system, that reduce leaks, that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So from our perspective, while nominally it's about, additional analyses and all of that, there's already a very extensive review of the work that goes into the STRIDE program. Typically, we've had 6 months of hearings and discovery and cross-examination and testimony from a wealth of stakeholders. There's a robust process that goes into that review. So you could say on the surface, well, then what's the problem? All you have to do is justify it. But we have an extensive process now. And to us, it seems fairly evident that all of this is designed to make it more and more difficult to be able to do that work that's important to the safety of the system.
All right. I mean, so inside of 1 minute, I think I've established what I think the politicians' concerns would be, whether you're from Montgomery County or from Wycomico County in my district, which is that how in the world can we be talking about a bill that is going to be a policy decision that makes us less safe? So that's okay. That's me. You don't need to answer that. But I will ask one last question, and I'll only use Baltimore Gas and Electric as an example because I'm going to assume for a minute that citizens that live in Baltimore use gas to heat their homes. Is that correct?
It is correct.
Okay, thank you. And so that's not going to change anytime real soon, I don't think. Would you agree to that?
I think it's going to take a long road. Yeah,
Okay.
decades and decades to make that conversion.
Right. So, I mean, I think that's actually a statewide issue. I'm only using Baltimore Gas by way of example because I sort of joked back in district that BGE, Baltimore Gas and Electric, Baltimore Gas is how they heat their homes in the winter, and they do that because it's a cost-effective, reliable source of energy. Would you not agree with that?
I would 100%.
Okay. I'm done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just to let you guys know, like, as the state sets its policy goals in the future, this divorce is coming, right? Like, no, nod your head, north, south, it's coming. So to BGE's credit, to get on board with a potential geothermal pilot, this could be one way where we could shift this policy and apply it to that. But the divorce is coming. So don't have any delusions long-term. With that, Mr. Truffenstock, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, the rest of the committee. I won't belabor the point. It's been a very long day. I'm Director of Government Affairs for Columbia Gas of Maryland, which serves about 34,000 customers in the three westernmost counties. I guess I'll just comment on two things. One, this issue of risk. It's not just a matter of, I think we're not understanding the level of investment that we're talking about as far as the time we are taking to calculate the risk. We look at what kind of pipe it is, where the pipe is, how many times has it been repaired, is there other pipe nearby that needs to be replaced? It goes into a very complex calculation, and then we have to go to the PSC to get these projects approved, and we try to lay those out in as far a distance in the future as we can. But this notion, especially in the bill, I'm glad it came up a couple of times, this notion of looking 2 years out and giving people 2 years notice is completely unworkable. But finally, to your last point, Mr. Chairman, about the divorce coming, I refuse to admit that in-ground infrastructure is going to be dead, because if you're just talking about methane, just talking about natural gas, maybe you're right. But I think RNG is coming, and I think hydrogen is coming. And I think the idea of dismantling or giving up on in-ground infrastructure completely is foolhardy. So I know Mr. Lapp would say it's too expensive, it's not coming anytime soon. Well, there was a time when everyone said that about wind and solar too. Why are we doing this? Why are we even talking about that? It's too expensive, and now it's not as expensive, it's competitive. I think that we should be talking about.
There's a subsidy here, but all I would say is I didn't exactly say that, to your point. And I never said that this program somehow couldn't exist in a different capacity. I'm just saying, as you sit here and clutch your pearls to something that is probably going to get phased out, it's coming. Thank you.
I hear you. I also did. I know. Say,
but that concludes this bill hearing. So, okay. Oh, sorry, Delegate Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be brief. I just wanted to use maybe a small example. So to BG&E. So let's look at a community like Randallstown, Randall Ridge, which was built in the mid to late 60s, all natural gas in those communities. And I'm sure there's many other examples, but that's where I grew up. If there's a divorce coming and you're just using, let's just use that as one example. I don't know how many houses are in that subdivision, but it's a lot of homes that use natural gas. So as we move toward this amicable divorce, how are we going to absorb the cost of everyone's gas furnaces, their appliances, and what is that going to look like, and the resulting, I know we've kind of beating the dead horse, but again, we can't leave. So can you kind of speak to that? And, you know, I think Catonsville is another one. I could pick a lot of places, but can you speak to that a bit?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. And that specific sort of scenario that you're describing is something that's been studied by a number of consultants. E3 is the consultant that first did studies for the Maryland Climate Commission and for MDE. Later, they've done more detailed studies for BGE. We've also brought in engineering consulting firms to look at that same question, that if we choose a path of predominantly solving everything through electrification, what does that look like? What does that mean for the grid? What does that mean for the infrastructure we have to build out? What does that mean for costs to consumers? And you know, the first answer, in all fairness, is that any pathway to decarbonization is going to put significant pressure on customer energy costs, equipment costs, and the like. But from all the studies that we've seen, not only in Maryland and the ones I cited, but in other states, study after study comes back and says, you could do it that way, potentially, theoretically, whether you could really build all that infrastructure in today's environment where, you know, who wants a substation in their backyard? Well, we're going to need 200 new substations in our service territory just for BGE, if that's the pathway that we choose. But there's another way to do it that might be a lot less expensive. It would still have a high degree of electrification, but it wouldn't exclusively say we're going electric to solve everything. It would retain a role for the gas system to be part of the future energy mix, predominantly as a heating source in the coldest days of the winter. So those periods of time where we know if it's all heat pump, even the cold climate heat pumps that Mr. Lapp spoke of, if we go in that direction, it's still putting a lot of strain on the grid. And then we have transportation electrification, which adds to that as well. So our view is that we're not on a pathway to be able to support that level of growth, that it's important to keep gas in the energy mix, reduce the volumes of gas, bring those GHG emissions down throughout the year, but don't just walk away from the gas system unless you're just saying, I don't care what the cost is, that's how I want to get there, and cost be damned. And that is not how we see our role as the utility serving customers. We think it's our job to put out the information as best we see it and understand it, and policymakers can decide from there.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. This concludes this bill hearing. Now we'll go to the final bill of the day, House Bill 680, Delegate Todd Morgan. Todd, you got a panel? Bring them all up. Yeah, we skipped one because Todd couldn't get up here. No, it's four. Go ahead and start when ready.
Vice Chair Crosby, what's left of the Economic Matters Committee? I know you're excited for one more bill hearing today, but you can't go anywhere. So lucky me. So basically, I'm here to introduce House Bill H680 with my team here. It's the Radiation and Emergency Preparedness and Protection Act, which codifies and updates procedures been in place between the Maryland Department of the Environment, the Maryland Department of Emergency Management, and Constellation Energy, formerly Exxon. The Department of the Environment has a radiation response program that's funded by the owners of the nuclear plant, which are within a 10-mile radius of a Maryland County community. Hence, the bill covers same areas covered: Dorchester, Cecil, Harford County. Constellation is the only plant owner that fits the criteria. The cost of the program includes emergency preparedness of radiological equipment, supplies, training, and staffing. Currently, there's a staff of 2, but is not expected to grow with this bill. Exxon, now Constellation, has been funding the program through MOUs with the state for over 20 years. Most recently, agreement expired in May of 2023, but it should cover the cost through fiscal year 24. The bill affects 2 plants owned by Constellation: Peach Bottom in Pennsylvania, about 2.5 miles from the Maryland border, and Calvert Cliffs down in Calvert County. According to the bill, Constellation will contribute $600,000 to the program's operational costs to MDE and $120,000 to the emergency response radiological persons. The fund can and will only be used for designated activities by MDE and Maryland Department of Emergency Management. It is a non-lapsing special fund that does not replace any state appropriated funding. All interest is returned to the fund for the program's use. MDE and Constellation worked in conjunction with my office for the last 2 or 3 months to draft this bill and are comfortable with all the proposed language. Constellation needs the programs established by MDE and MDEM in order to fulfill state and local emergency preparedness requirements required by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission for licensing. So basically, Constellation will work on the outside, Nuclear Regulatory Commission works on the inside. The bill simply just defines the relationships and responsibilities between the parties. I thank you for your consideration. I ask for favorable report on House Bill 680. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, good evening. Happy to have everyone here for a captive audience. Les Knapp, on behalf of the Maryland Department of the Environment, testifying in support of House Bill 680. I would like to make 3 quick points regarding this bill. Point 1, emergency preparedness is critical, especially with respect to potential nuclear incidents from Calvert Cliffs in southern Maryland or Peach Bottom in southern Pennsylvania. Point 2, Constellation currently contributes to Maryland's nuclear emergency preparedness efforts for both of these plants through an MOU. RAGs have raised concerns that the MOU payments could be construed as an improper gift and recommended codifying the payments in statute. This will address the legal concern and provide greater predictability for both the state and Constellation. Again, this is codifying an existing payment agreement and does not constitute a new fee. Point 3, MDE and MDEM have both worked with Constellation on this issue, and they have agreed to the bill's provisions. In addition to Constellation, MDE has consulted with legislators in the district where Calvert Cliffs is located. To date, we have received no concerns regarding this bill. So in conclusion, this bill will improve Maryland's coordinated response mechanisms and provide a consistent and predictable funding source going forward. Accordingly, we request a favorable report. Thank you.
I don't make sure you heard that. No fees. Thank you. From my side of the aisle, okay? I got that part. You know, I get it all the time.
Thank you. Hi, committee. My name is Anna Sierra. I'm the Chief Development Officer and Legislative Liaison for the Maryland Department of Emergency Management. I will simply say me too. I don't have anything to add to the bill, but I am here to answer any questions you might have for the department.
Thank you so much. That concludes this panel. We'll now go to the last witnesses of the day, Alex Pavlak. Sure, you've been busy. Is this every bill you've been on?
I'll be brief. After listening to the favorables, I withdraw my objection.
Oh, man. All right. Let's end on that note. Okay, that concludes the bill hearings for today. No, you cannot leave. 1 second.
Chairs. What the heck?